Chapter 1791 Crazy Actions. Chapter 1791 Crazy Actions. The uproar caused by the auction of the magic crystal vein distracted the various powers in attendance from the many excellent finale items appearing after the vein. Most focused their attention on the implications of the magic crystal vein. Now that the Starline Corporation had the magic crystal vein, combined with its financial strength and military strength, its development in God's domain would most likely skyrocket in the future. Particularly when it came to magic crystals, the Starline Corporation would have a massive advantage over everyone else. Now that Starline has obtained the magic crystal vein, the Dark Knight Empire will probably belong to Starline from now on. Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul Sure are pitiful. The two of them going all out was what allowed Starline to annex two former super first-rate guilds in one go. Without the sudden influx of experts and veteran players, Starline wouldn't have developed so quickly and become capable of rivaling Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul. Now that Starline has acquired a magic crystal vein as well, it'll be able to nurture more experts through the Divine Colosseum. That's right. Most likely, it won't be long before Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul get chased out of the Dark Knight Empire. Unyielding Soul is truly unfortunate. It was just a little bit short of acquiring the magic crystal vein. It really makes you wonder where the Starline Corporation managed to get so much money from. Everyone secretly discussed the matter between the Starline Corporation and Unyielding Soul. The auction of the magic crystal vein had determined the future of the Dark Knight Empire. This situation also prompted some first-rate guilds, which had been developing in the Dark Knight Empire all this time, to draft alternate plans. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's private room. After this auction, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose gained newfound recognition of the financial strength of major corporations. Compared to the major corporations, the amount of money Zero Wing possessed was not worth mentioning whatsoever. They also realized just how far Zero Wing was from becoming a superpower in God's domain. The guild was already severely lacking just in the aspect of financial strength. So, this is the Starline Corporation's strength? Mu Lingsha could not help a bitter smile when she saw Lu Xinglua acquiring the magic crystal vein. Despite all her efforts, she still lost in the end. Fortunately, she did not suffer a total loss in this auction. At the very least, she had forced Starline to spend a large portion of its wealth. With this, Starline would not have the funds to develop rapidly within the short term. Following which, Mu Lingsha turned to look at Shifeng and said, "Thank you for your help. As per our agreement, I will have Unyielding Soul help you out once." That's just wonderful. In reality, the thing I need Unyielding Soul's help with is very simple. I need you to lend me 60 tier 2 experts to raid a team dungeon. I believe that with Unyielding Soul's strength, that should be doable, Shifeng said, directly revealing the task he wanted Unyielding Soul's help for. Currently, expert players in God's domain had already reached level 53 and level 54. The number of experts that had gone to attempt their Tier 2 promotions was also very high. At this stage of the game, most first-rate guilds already had a dozen or so Tier 2 experts in their ranks, with some having even more than 20. As for super first-rate guilds, they definitely had more than 60 Tier 2 experts. Help with raiding a team dungeon? Mu Lingsha was slightly surprised by Shifeng's request. She had expected Shifeng to have Unyielding Soul act as a deterrence to Beast Emperor in the Orc Empire. She had never thought that Shifeng would only want to borrow some Tier 2 experts to raid a team dungeon. All right, that won't be a problem. When will the raid be? Where should we meet up? In reality, Mu Lingsha wasn't the only person surprised by Shifeng's request. Even Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were confused at this situation. They had the rare opportunity of getting Unyielding Soul to owe them a favor. Yet Shifeng was wasting this favor to borrow some experts to raid a team dungeon. although there were some team dungeons that Zero Wing was currently still incapable of raiding. Given enough time, Zero Wing would have more Tier 2 experts of its own. There was simply no need to get the help of other guilds. I hope that we can start tomorrow. The meeting point will be Star Moon Kingdoms, White River City. As for the exact time, I'll have Aqua notify you once we enter God's domain. May I know if that is acceptable? Shifeng asked. Tomorrow? It seems you're quite pressed for time. However, all the better. The sooner this favor is repaid, the sooner Unyielding Soul will be able to relax, Mu Lingsha said, smiling. All right. I'll head back and make the necessary arrangements. I'll be sure to send over the people you asked for on time tomorrow. Big Sis Lingsha, are you returning so soon? The auction for the finale items is just beginning. There are bound to be some excellent items coming out. Isn't it a waste to leave right now? Aqua Rose asked, surprised when she noticed Mu Lingsha standing up from her seat. My goal this time is only the magic crystal vein. Now that the Starline Corporation has acquired it, I naturally have no reason to stay. Rather than waste time here, it is much better if I return and start making the necessary preparations, Mu Lingsha explained. However, I must also remind you that Lu Xinghua is a vengeful bastard. Now that you have gone against him, although he won't be able to dispatch his guild's armies after you, he is very likely to send a large number of experts to target Zero Wing. It is best if you all beware. Thank you for your reminder, Shifeng said. In reality, Shifeng had a much greater understanding of the Starline Corporation than Mu Lingsha did. During his previous life, the Starline Corporation had quickly become the overlord of the Dark Knight Empire by relying on its advantages from entering God's domain at the game's launch and having a large amount of high-level energy. Moreover, aside from the Empire, Starline had also taken control of several neighboring kingdoms. Eventually, the corporation annihilated Unyielding Soul and developed into a bona fide super guild. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghua, the guild leader of the Starline Corporation's guild, was also famed for being incomparably ruthless. As Lu Xinghua had close ties with dark players, those who became his enemy were often hunted down by dark players. Some first-rate guilds had even gotten wiped out because of this. After Mu Lingsha was done speaking, she promptly left the room. Now, only 4 people remained inside. Guild leader, just which dungeon are we going to raid that we actually need Unyielding Soul strength? Gentle Snow asked quietly, unable to rein in her curiosity after seeing Mu Lingsha leave. Although she wasn't one to self-praise, she believed that Zero Wing's dungeon raiding capabilities were not the slightest bit weaker than those of the superpowers of God's domain. In fact, Zero Wing might be stronger than even some superpowers. Given a little more time, Zero Wing would be capable of raiding even super large-scale team dungeons. Hence, there really wasn't a need to employ the help of a super first-rate guild. No, we're not just going to borrow Unyielding Soul strength, Shifeng said, smiling. Afterward, we're going to borrow the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength as well. Borrow the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength? Gentle Snow grew even more confused at Shifeng's words. She simply could not figure out what Shifeng intended to do. Shifeng wasn't satisfied with getting the help of just one super first-rate guild. He was even going to get the help off to his super first-rate guilds. Aqua Rose was similarly surprised by Shifeng's declaration. Guild leader, we can't possibly be trying to raid the Flaming Ruins now, right? A hint of shock flashed across Aqua Rose's eyes as she suddenly thought of a possibility. No matter how she tried, the only team dungeon that she could think of that would necessitate the help of Unyielding Soul and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be Star Moon Kingdom's Flaming Ruins, a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon. Up to now, nobody in the game had managed to acquire the first clear of even a level 50, 100-man hard mode team dungeon. Trying to challenge a 200-man team dungeon was simply insane. After all, the raid difficulty of a super large-scale team dungeon was many times greater than that of a 100-man team dungeon. It simply wasn't a challenge that current players could overcome. Moreover, the final loot one would get from the 2 dungeons was mostly of the same quality. Rather than waste time raiding a super large-scale team dungeon, it was much better to raid a large-scale team dungeon. Of course not, Sherfong said, shaking his head. Our goal is the neutral map Eclipse Gates super large-scale team dungeon, Eclipse Throne. Meanwhile, during the time the secret pavilion was holding its internal auction, things were very lively over at Dark Soul's residence in Light Shadow City, a dark city in the Dark Knight Empire. Currently, many rarely seen experts had gathered. This really is a rare occurrence. Boss, why did you suddenly have us all come here? Are we waging war on a guild? Lonely Lamp, a core member of the Dark Hunters adventurer team, asked curiously as he looked at the core members of Dark Soul in the room. A direct order came from the Starline Corporation, a level 54, Tier 2 male berserker looking to be in his 40s said, smiling. Which guild is unlucky enough to get targeted by the Starline Corporation? Lonely Lamp asked, laughing. The last time Dark Soul had mobilized such a powerful force was when they were targeting a first-rate guild. In the end, said first-rate guild had very nearly disappeared from God's domain. Fortunately, though, the first-rate guild managed to pack up and leave the Dark Knight Empire in time. Rubbing his beard, the Tier 2 berserker thought back to the message he received a while ago before replying. It seems it's a guild called Zero Wing. Chapter 1792, Upgrading a Magic Weapon. Chapter 1792, Upgrading a Magic Weapon. Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat. We're targeting Zero Wing. Lonely Lamp could not help his surprise when he heard the Tier 2 berserker's words. Could it be Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing? That's right. Looking at Lonely Lamp curiously, the Tier 2 berserker asked, Is there a problem? And no. Lonely Lamp shook his head, his complexion darkening slightly. He had never thought that the various adventure teams belonging to Dark Soul had actually been gathered this time to deal with Zero Wing. This is interesting, a soldierly man seated before Lonely Lamp said, his lips curling up slightly. Originally, I was planning to take care of this Zero Wing sometime in the future. Now, it seems that won't be necessary. Commander Shark, does Dark Hunters have some kind of grudge against Zero Wing? A beautiful, womanly lady wearing dark blue robes asked, a faint smile on her face. MHM, we crossed paths when carrying out a client's commission. Although we managed to complete the commission, our side suffered quite a loss as well. The soldierly man named Black Shark replied, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. To be able to make your Dark Hunters eat a loss, Zero Wing must be quite capable. It's no wonder the Alliance Master has gathered us here today, the beautiful lady said. When the time comes, if Commander Shark needs any help in the battle, do make sure to ask Dark Claw. Then, I'll have to thank you in advance for the help, Commander Spirit, Black Shark replied. Lonely Lamp could not help but grow excited upon overhearing the conversation between Black Shark and Veiled Spirit. Even now, he still remembered with hate the time Sherfong had killed him. Although his commander had also stated previously that they would make Zero Wing pay, he was painfully aware of just how powerful Zero Wing was. Even if the entire Dark Hunters adventurer team mobilized, they wouldn't be a match for Zero Wing. However, it was a different story now. Dark Soul was a dark alliance of over 10 dark adventurer teams. If these adventurer teams mobilized simultaneously, the Alliance would have no problem throwing the entire Starmoon Kingdom into chaos. After all, the Dark Adventurer teams capable of joining Dark Soul were all frighteningly powerful. Just as everyone inside the meeting room was discussing this matter, 3 players suddenly entered the room. At the lead was a level 50 male Guardian Knight wearing pitch-black armor. The beast-like young man carried on his back a crystalline shield that released crimson flames. Following this Guardian Knight was a level 55 female ranger and a level 55 male elementalist. The equipment these 3 players wore elicited a little envy in the adventure team commanders present. These 3 players had a minimum of 3 pieces of epic equipment each. The Guardian Knight in the lead in particular had 4 pieces of epic equipment plus a weapon and shield of indiscernible rank. However, although the weapons and shields ranks were not distinguishable, the density of the mana circulating around them indicated that they were definitely extraordinary items. Meanwhile, this young man was none other than Tigerbreaker, the Alliance Master of Dark Soul. Although Tigerbreaker looked very young, nobody present dared underestimate him because he had risen to fame much sooner than anyone else here had. He was actually already over 45 and had once inspired fear and helplessness even in super first-rate guilds. This man was also why the various dark adventure teams present were willing to join an alliance like Dark Soul. I assume you all have been notified of the reason you are gathered here, Tigerbreaker said after taking his seat. The Starling Corporation's intent is to have us annihilate Zero Wing as soon as possible. Rest assured, the remuneration provided is very bountiful. Like usual, whoever contributes, more will get more. According to the data we collected, Zero Wing has the strength of a first-rate guild. As for our plan of annihilation, we'll go about it like always and target Zero Wing's core combatants and upper echelon first. Whatever loot you get from your kills will belong to you. If there are no problems, we'll move out now. Tigerbreaker's words immediately filled everyone present with enthusiasm. They had been eagerly awaiting such a large-scale campaign for a long time now. This was their motivation for joining Dark Soul to begin with. While their respective adventure teams might have great difficulty annihilating a large guild all by themselves, doing so would be a walk in the park if over a dozen of them worked together. Every time their alliance received a mission to annihilate a guild, they made a fortune for themselves. The profits they gained from annihilating first-rate guilds, in particular, were astronomical. Alliance Master, what happened with the Starling Corporation that it's in such a rush to annihilate Zero Wing? The level 55 male elementalist standing beside Tigerbreaker asked curiously after seeing that the representatives of the various dark adventure teams had left. In the past, they always gave us a few days to prepare. Now, they're not even giving us a day. I'm not sure about this, Tigerbreaker replied, shaking his head. However, it doesn't matter. The target has the strength of just a first-rate guild. It's not the first time they're doing such a task. Indeed, with the current strength of the various adventure teams, every one of them can easily mess up a first-rate guild all by themselves. If they work together, even the top-ranking first-rate guilds will suffer, the male elementalist said, chuckling. Right, after they're done with this mission, our next target will most likely be Unyielding Soul. Make sure you get the necessary preparations done. Even though Unyielding Soul has fallen behind the times, it is still a super first-rate guild. It won't be an easy opponent, Tigerbreaker said. Alliance Master, rest assured, as long as that batch of resources arrives, we'll be able to nurture a large group of experts very quickly, the Elementalist said confidently. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. After the secret pavilions auction, Shifeng immediately returned to the Greenwater Villa and logged back into God's domain. The first thing he did after getting online was contact Phoenix Rain and have her send every tier 2 expert she had to White River City. After making the necessary arrangements, he handed 30,000 gold to Aqua Rose and had her continue fortifying Silverwing Town. He then took out another 30,000 gold and secretly fortified the lost town. Next, he gathered the rare materials he brought over from the Ice Crystal World and 19 lifestyle players at the Canalite trading firm. Finally, he used the Holy City's emblem and brought the 19 lifestyle players to the Holy City of Titan. At this point, the Abyssal Blade was still just a level 45 magic weapon. Although the Abyssal Blade remained very powerful, it was severely mismatched for his current level. Compared to Killing Ray, the Abyssal Blade was no different from baggage to him. Meanwhile, the Eclipse Throne was a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon in the Eclipse Gate a neutral map. Its difficulty was much greater than even that of the level 50 super large-scale team dungeons in Kingdoms and Empires, not to mention the special environment inside the Eclipse Throne. He would have to increase his combat power further if he wanted to improve his chances of successfully raiding the dungeon. Hence, Sherfong planned on forging level 50 weapons in Titan City in order to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. In the outside world, level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapon designs were very rare. In Titan City, however, so long as one had sufficient status, one could use magic crystals to exchange for all kinds of weapon production designs. However, only the player that exchanged for these designs could learn them. At the same time, the weapons produced using the designs obtained in Titan City were slightly weaker than average weapons of the same rank. To Sherfong, however, this weakness did not matter at all. After all, the weapons he produced would be sacrificed to the Abyssal Blade. What kind of attributes those weapons possessed was not important. After arriving at Titan City's Forging Association, he spent 3,000 and 6,000 magic crystals to purchase level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapon forging designs, respectively. He then rented a special forging room and set to work. In order to increase his production success rate, Sherfong even utilized the Philosopher's Hand's power. After working away for over half a day, he finally ended up with 100 level 50 fine gold weapons and 30 level 50 dark gold weapons. He had used nearly 80% of the materials he had prepared for this occasion. I can finally upgrade it. After taking a good look at the pile of weapons stacked on the table before him, Sherfong unsheathed the Abyssal Blade. Devour! Chapter 1793. Black Dragon Appears. Chapter 1793. Black Dragon Appears. Hellscythe unders the lucky old cat. Inside the blazing hot special forging room. After Sherfong chose to upgrade the Abyssal Blade, he felt space inside the room freeze. Pitch-black divine runes lit up the silver sword before him, and the black dragon coiled around the hilt opened its eyes abruptly. As if the ornament had gained life, the black dragon let loose a deafening roar. Roar! The dragon's roar made the room tremble so violently that Sherfong even thought it might collapse. Following which, a terrifying aura saturated that was so powerful that Sherfong felt his body grow multitudes heavier. He couldn't move an inch. How is it so powerful? Sherfong stared at the hovering Abyssal Blade, afraid. The weapon's current aura was many times stronger than it had been during the previous upgrades. If not for the magic arrays that reinforced the special forging room, he had no doubt that the roar would have crumbled the room. The dragon's roar hadn't only affected the special forging room Sherfong occupied. Candlelight's lifestyle players, who practiced forging techniques in their own rooms, heard the deafening announcement and felt the world quake. They all felt a horrific pressure weigh on them the moment after the roar, preventing them from moving. What's going on? Why can't I move? Everyone was afraid of the sudden pressure. They could all sense death linger as if they stood before the open mouth of some ferocious beast. When the Abyssal Blade's aura reached its peak, even the Forging Association's Tier 2 NPCs dropped to the ground. Only the patrolling Tier 3 NPCs remained standing. But when these NPCs turned to the Forging Association, they did so with grim expressions. They felt as if they were staring at a live dragon, not a building. After another 10 seconds, the aura disappeared and everything returned to normal. However, Sherfong, who stood before this phenomenon's cause, looked decidedly less than pleased. He no longer stood in the special forging room. In fact, it seemed as if he had been transported to some kind of dusky world. Only he and the gigantic magic array he stood on seemed to occupy this world. So this is a magic weapons backlash? Sherfong thought as he looked at the pitch-black dragon that stood over 10 meters tall before him. The black dragon quietly observed him in return. Although it didn't move, it radiated a horrific aura that even made Katie Green, a Tier 5 sacred magic knight, look like a joke. A dragon. Feng was absolutely certain that the black dragon before him was a bona fide dragon, although it was much smaller than ordinary dragons. However, its aura was several times stronger than an ordinary dragon's. "Human, give me your body!" the black dragon uttered in the human language as it watched Feng with crimson eyes. Saying so, the black dragon widened its mouth and bit down on Feng with lightning speed. Its head only needed an instant to reach the swordsman, and the attack caught Feng off guard. "Is this it for me?" Feng panicked. But when the black dragon's maw was only 10 centimeters away from Feng, it suddenly stopped. Before Feng knew it, silver chains had appeared around the black dragon's body, binding the creature. Damnable magic array! The black dragon roared and struggled fiercely against the chains. Regardless, the chains refused to budge. On the contrary, they steadily sapped away the black dragon's power, shrinking its body. The chains only disappeared after they had reduced the black dragon to 6 meters in height. Meanwhile, Feng had noticed the dragon's attributes. Black Dragon King Dragon Lord level 50. HP 32 000 000 /32 000 000. What a high HP! Feng could not help but gasp when he saw the Black Dragon King's statistics. An ordinary level 50 lord would only have around 10 million HP, with the high HP ones having around 15 million, yet the Black Dragon King had 32 million HP. Before Feng could say anything, the Black Dragon King charged at him, one of its scaly claws transforming into a streak of light as it swiped at him. The Black Dragon King was only slightly slower than a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level. Human food! With each step, the ground below the dragon's feet sank. Its immense strength could even put great lords of the same level to shame. The dragon race was an apex race in God's domain. They were even capable of slaughtering gods. Their superior life ratings allowed them to challenge opponents above their own tiers. Although the Black Dragon King was only a Tier 2 Lord, a Tier 2 dragon was much stronger than an ordinary Great Lord. If it came down to a fight, the Black Dragon King could easily kill a Tier 3 Great Lord. As a mountain-like claw descended on Feng, explosions rang out as it tore apart space itself. A Lord Rank Dragon? Feng smiled as he watched the Black Dragon King. He then swung Killing Ray to block the dragon's claw. Boom! When the Pitch Claw collided with Killing Ray, sparks scattered and the earth beneath the collision sunk slightly. Yet despite the impact, Feng hadn't moved. He didn't even receive a single point of damage. Human! The Black Dragon King was momentarily stunned to find Feng unharmed. Although Feng was over 10 levels higher, the difference in life ratings could easily make up for the gap and more. Normally, it should be able to send Feng flying with a single slap. However, the human had stopped the dragon's attack with relative ease, taking no damage. It's no wonder why so many experts were devoured by their magic weapons. The backlash is actually so powerful. Feng smiled at the stunned Black Dragon King. It's a pity that I have the heavenly dragon's breath. Although I haven't fully repaired the ring yet, it still gives me an advantage against dragons. Following which, Feng activated Shadow Blade, sending 1 sword light and 9 shadows at the Black Dragon King. Responding quickly, the Black Dragon King swiped its claws and blocked 3 attacks, but the remaining 7 struck the monster, each dealing over minus 20,000 damage, over minus 40,000 with critical hits. Not giving the Black Dragon King an opportunity to react, Feng followed up with Chop, forcing the Black Dragon King to take a step back. He then used Thundering Flash, and damages exceeding minus 30,000 appeared above the Black Dragon King's head, one after another. A dragon might be a troublesome foe for others, but it was no problem for Feng. Feng already had frightening basic attributes. In addition, he had the heavenly dragon's breath's passive skill, Dragon's Domination, which decreased enemy dragons' basic attributes by 20% and increased his own by 500 points each. Right now, the level 50 Black Dragon King was weaker than Shi Feng when it came to basic attributes. However, inside this special space, Shi Feng couldn't use the items and tools he carried in his bag, so facing a dragon with 32 million HP was still a considerable challenge. Wasting no time, Shi Feng activated Power of Darkness, increasing his basic attributes by another 120%. Now, his normal attacks dealt over minus 40,000 damage, and his skills could deal over minus 100,000. This put the Black Dragon King at a disadvantage, and its HP fell at an unprecedented rate. Despicable human! When the Black Dragon King's HP fell to 50%, it expressed its anger with a deafening roar. Pitch-black flames then appeared around it, transforming into flaming swords that surrounded Shi Feng. The Black Dragon King had summoned 30 of these fiery weapons, each sword carrying the Black Dragon King's power. Despite Shi Feng's superior basic attributes, he had no choice but to dodge or block the burning swords. If any of these summoned weapons struck him, he'd lose over 26,000 HP in an instant. Meanwhile, under the effects of Power of Darkness, Shi Feng only had a measly 180,000 HP. If he were struck 7 or 8 times, he'd be dead. Hence, Shi Feng had no choice but to defend himself while fighting. Whenever his HP fell below 30%, he would activate Life Domain and heal himself. However, once Shi Feng's berserk skill ended, the two combatants entered a stalemate. Time continued to pass. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Finally, after 40 minutes, the Black Dragon King's HP fell to 10%, and Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength, defense, and HP significantly. With Heavenly Dragon's power, Shi Feng could completely suppress the dragon. He turned some of his focus away from defense, enduring the flaming sword's attacks to strike the Black Dragon King's chest. The hit was a critical, dealing more than minus 100,000 damage to the Lord. Following which, the Black Dragon King's HP began to decrease much faster than before. 8%, 6%, 3%. Shi Feng also steadily lost HP. Despite Heavenly Dragon's powers buffs, each flaming sword shaved off over 10,000 HP. Against the 30 flaming swords' relentless attacks, it was inevitable that he'd lose HP rapidly. 90%, 70%, 50%. Die. Once the Black Dragon King had very little HP remaining, Shi Feng used Lightning Slash. Suddenly, a damage of over minus 400,000 appeared above the Black Dragon King's head and devoured of the Lord's last strand of HP. By the time the Black Dragon King's body disappeared, Shi Feng had less than 1/3 of his HP remaining. Chapter 1794, Dragon Soul. Chapter 1794, Dragon Soul. Hellscythe_lucky old cat. I finally won. Shi Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as he watched the Black Dragon King's body fade away. A dragon's strength was simply too high. If Heavenly Dragon's power hadn't suppressed the monster while boosting Shi Feng's basic attributes, the battle might have ended differently. Fortunately, the Black Dragon King had only been a level 50 lord, the same level that Shi Feng was trying to upgrade the Abyssal Blade to. Had the Black Dragon King been the same level as Shi Feng, the battle would have definitely been far more difficult. With this knowledge, Shi Feng would have to be more careful during future upgrades. Without preparing for such a battle, upgrading the Abyssal Blade would be extremely dangerous. Once the Black Dragon King was gone, the gigantic magic array under Shi Feng's feet compressed, transforming into a new Abyssal Blade. The new Abyssal Blade was a fully silver sword with pitch-black divine runes etched on the blade. Gray mist circled the weapon, and it gave off a chilling aura. This is the newly upgraded Abyssal Blade. When Feng gripped the new Abyssal Blade, he could clearly feel the sword pulsate. It felt as if the sword had become an extension of his body. What truly surprised Feng, however, was the new information in the weapon's attribute panel. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword magic weapon. Attack power plus 2070 all attributes, plus 170 attack, speed plus 27, ignore, levels plus 20 attacks have. 70% chance to cause 220% damage. 30% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 24%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 5. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 50. Can be upgraded, devour 100 level 55 fine gold weapons and 30 level 55 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 55. Equipment tier 2. Can be evolved, devour 100 mana crystals or eternal ice crystals to evolve to tier 3. Additional active skill 1. Phantom Kill tier 2. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 90% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration: 1 minute, 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2. Abyssal Bind tier 2. Binds up to 3 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement, reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tiered the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration: 5 seconds. Cooldown: 40 seconds. Additional active skill 3. 9 Dragons / tier 2. Instantly creates 16 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 80% damage. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4. Abyssal Curse tier 2. Prevents all targets within a radius of 50 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target in range. Cooldown: 20 minutes. Additional active skill 5. Dragon Soul tier 2. Grants a doppelganger a dragon soul, transforming it into a black dragon. The transformed doppelganger will have the same life rating as a black dragon. Duration: 3 minutes. Cooldown: 48 hours. Additional passive skill, Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional profound inheritance, Black Emperor tier 2. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of death aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 12 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 4 seconds. Maximum of 30 stacks of death aura. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 8 hours. The famed Smith Aulises personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. After this latest upgrade, the Abyssal Blade's attack power was on par with a two-handed epic weapon of the same level, although it wasn't quite as strong as Killing Ray. After all, The Abyssal Blade was only level 50, whereas Killing Ray's level automatically increased to match its user's level. Regardless, the Abyssal Blade was still very powerful. The new skill, Dragon Soul, was particularly impressive. He could turn one of his doppelgangers into a true black dragon. Just thinking about this excited Sherfong. That was a bona fide dragon they were talking about. An archaic species was insignificant before a true dragon. Even angels had a slightly lower life rating than dragons. This skill was now Sherfang's greatest trump card. Unfortunately, the skill only had a short, 3-minute duration. Once Sherfang had finished marveling at the new Abyssal Blade, he sheathed the weapon and contacted Silent Wonder, Candlelight's current chief alchemist. Aside from the lifestyle players with the highest chances of becoming masters, Sherfang had also brought the Candlelight trading firm's top 5 alchemists to the holy city of Titan. Naturally, after Silent Wonder had become an internal member and read the Moon God's secret journal, she had quickly become a master alchemist. Now, she was the trading firm's #1 alchemist in terms of alchemy techniques. Since Candlelight had too many lifestyle players for Melancholic Smile to manage alone, Sherfang had split the management responsibilities for each subclass among their respective chiefs. How is the Elven Silver production coining along? Sherfang asked. Elven Silver was an alchemy recipe that could only be found in Titan City. Each copy cost an exorbitant 800 magic crystals. Elven Silver was also very difficult to produce. Even if an advanced alchemist had the help of various support tools, they would be fortunate if they could achieve a 20% production success rate, and each attempt cost roughly 4 gold. Elven Silver only had one function: temporary physical reinforcement. Not only could it increase one's physique and stamina, but it would also improve their resistance significantly. It was an extremely valuable potion and had been a must-have when raiding super large-scale team dungeons during Sherfang's previous life. Since Candlelight's alchemy standard had been lacking, Sherfang hadn't had his alchemists attempt to produce Elven Silver. However, Silent Aspiration had also become a master alchemist, so Sherfang had decided to give them the recipe. Guild leader, the Elven Silver potions brewing procedures are too complex. Even now, we only have 217 bottles. May I know if that is enough? Silent Wonder said, a little embarrassed. 217. So many. Sherfang was slightly surprised when he heard Silent Wonder's report. He knew that even a basic master alchemist would only have a 25% theoretical success rate, roughly 30% if they had the proper support tools. Moreover, each bottle of Elven Silver required a very long time to brew. A basic master alchemist would be fortunate to brew around 100 bottles after a full day of work. Yet despite having only been in Titan City for half that, the 2 master alchemists and 3 advanced alchemists that had been given the task had produced over 200 bottles. Good. Bring them to me. Understood. Silent Wonder nodded before disconnecting the call. Sherfang then turned his attention to crafting all-round devices. The Eclipse Throne had a chance of dropping top-tier fire resistance equipment. The dungeon's recommended raid level was level 55 to level 60, and it was far more challenging than the level 50 super large-scale team dungeons at Kingdoms and Empire's borders. Aside from the dungeon's corrosive gas, its low mana density made it particularly difficult. Sherfang's team needed the all-round devices to raid the dungeon. Sherfang spent the rest of the day producing 80-plus all-round devices. Including the all-round devices he had made some time ago, he had more than enough to outfit a team of 200 players. Time is almost up. They should have arrived in White River City by now. Sherfang smiled as he took a look at the time. Before he had realized it, a new day had arrived in God's domain. There were less than 20 minutes remaining before the agreed meeting time. Immediately, Sherfang took out a return scroll for White River City. After activating the scroll, his body transformed into a streak of light and left the special forging room. Chapter 1795, Gathering of Heroes. Chapter 1795, Gathering of Heroes. Hellscythe Underskelucky Old Cat. Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wings residence in White River City. Silence dominated the crowded guild hall due to the group of the guild's main force members resting in the lobby. The lowest leveled player among this group was level 54, Tier 2, and the weakest equipment they wore was level 50 Fine Gold rank. The players who led the group even wore multiple pieces of epic equipment. These people were none other than Fire Dance, Cola, Shadow Sword, Blackie, Turtle Dove, Yuwumian, Violet Cloud, Minor Wind, and Flying Shadow. Most of these players had been in the guild since its founding and had participated in countless guild wars and expeditions alongside Zero Wing's guild leader. Zero Wing had already become the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom, both in terms of financial power and strength. Countless players in the kingdom studied Fire Dance and the others' battle videos. Unknowingly, they had become idols in Star Moon Kingdom. Flaming Rose Fire Dance, Tyrant Bear Cola. Why have all of these celebrities gathered here? Is our guild about to embark on some important operation? They're too cool. When can I become a core member and join their ranks? Our guild has recruited a lot of new members recently. As a result, the requirements to become a core member have become stricter. In other guilds, you can become a core member as long as you reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor and have enough GCPs. In Zero Wing, however, I've heard that you need to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor at minimum. I've heard the same, but even if you become a core member, it's very difficult to get recruited for the guild's main force. Right now, even the main force's weakest member can reach the 6th floor's late stage and has a grasp of at least 2 basic combat techniques. If you want to become a party leader, you'll need to reach the 7th floor's middle stage or higher and grasp at least 3 basic combat techniques and 1 advanced combat technique. The guild members inside the guild hall were ecstatic when they saw Fire Dance and the others. This was especially true for the new recruits. Many of Zero Wing's new recruits had only decided to join Zero Wing because of experts like Fire Dance and her companions. Suddenly, shrieks echoed throughout the hall. A man in his 30s had entered the hall, carrying 2 long swords at his waist. Arcs of blue electricity danced around one of the weapons, while a gray mist surrounded the other. Ambient mana collected around the man passively, and he radiated an aura so powerful that those around him unconsciously stepped aside. This middle-aged man was none other than Sure Feng's Black Flame persona. Guild leader. The guild leader has arrived. It's really the guild leader. His aura is so powerful. He is so much stronger than the battle videos make him out to be. When the guild members saw Sure Feng, excitement and reverence filled their eyes. Black Flame was a living legend in Star Moon Kingdom and was responsible for many miracles, never suffering defeat. Just the name Black Flame made expert players in Star Moon Kingdom shudder. In response to the exclamations, Sure Feng could only offer a troubled smile as he approached Fire Dance and her team. Guild leader, all 85 Tier 2 players we have right now are present. We can set out right away, Aqua Rose said as Sure Feng walked over to the group. Sure Feng examined the main force members that had stood to greet him. The group included the experts from the Black Dragon Empire branch that Gentle Snow managed. Even Yulon, who managed Zero Wing City's daily affairs, was here. Silent Blade, Uzipping, who had recently been promoted to Tier 2, was also present. Some of these players had been incredibly famous during his previous life. In this life, however, these people had gathered in the guild he had created. Not even a first-rate guild could field 85 Tier 2 players at this stage of the game. Zero Wing had only nurtured so many thanks to the primordial soul Sure Feng had acquired from Primordial City. Good, let's move out, Sure Feng said, nodding. He then led the group toward the agreed meeting point in White River City. Sure Feng and the 85 Tier 2 players left Zero Wing's residents on their mounts. The players on the street gasped when they saw Sure Feng's group. These Zero Wing players were, after all, quite eye-catching. Their mounts alone were terrifying, with the weakest at mysterious iron rank. Meanwhile, the players' statistics were simply horrific. When Sure Feng's group had taken to the street, the various powers in White River City began to panic. They all feared that Zero Wing had targeted them. White River City Airport. Due to the appearance of the Eclipse Gate, the airport had become one of the most popular hubs in White River City, especially for the city's various guilds and adventurer teams. Not only was the Eclipse Gate a high-resource map, but the map also produced plenty of rare herbs and ores. There was also the precious energy essence, which could be used to nurture guild mounts. The Eclipse Gate was undoubtedly the best option to grind and earn money for players who didn't want to travel to the Distant or Empire. Currently, the players from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul had gathered in the airport's rest area. These two guilds' presence made the other players in the rest area nervous, feeling a great pressure weigh on them. The teams were frightening, with each made up of around 60 Tier 2 players. Players recognized these guild members as Tier 2 players due to the Tier 2 class insignias that only Tier 2 classes received. This insignia could only be acquired by completing a very difficult quest, and not only was it proof of one's strength, but it also increased skill and spell effects by 10%. Big Sis Rain Zero Wing is amazing. They actually borrowed so many experts from Unyielding Soul. Even Unyielding Soul's first vice guild leader, Unyielding Heart, has made an appearance. Blue Phoenix exclaimed, looking at the middle-aged man some distance away. The man was slim and wore a set of dark blue sacred armor with a pure white cloak thrown over his shoulders. Unyielding Heart had been well known in the virtual gaming world for many years now. He had been responsible for various miracles in previous virtual reality games. His performance had been just as frightening after he had joined God's domain. He had single-handedly slain 2 of Crimson Emperor's domain realm experts when he had led Unyielding Soul's Trump Card Legion to capture the Dark Knight Empire's serene town. His success had allowed Unyielding Soul to gain an upper hand, surpassing Crimson Emperor's development in the Dark Knight Empire. Blue Phoenix found it truly hard to imagine that an important figure like Unyielding Heart would actually help Zero Wing. Unyielding Soul should have some internal arrangement with Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain said as she glanced at Unyielding Heart. Honestly, his arrival had surprised her as well. Even if Unyielding Soul had some kind of business with Zero Wing, it shouldn't have been easy for Zero Wing to acquire Unyielding Heart's assistance. After all, the position of First Vice Guild Leader came with a lot of responsibilities, and Unyielding Soul's situation in the Dark Knight Empire wasn't looking good. Logically, Unyielding Heart should not have the leisure to work for another guild. On the other side, Unyielding Soul's members were just as surprised to see the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members in the airport. Vice Guild Leader, that woman over there, seems to be Pavilion Master Phoenix Rain from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a level 54, Tier 2 male cleric whispered to Unyielding Heart. Moreover, the genius Blue Phoenix is here. It seems Zero Wing isn't as simple as we thought. Indeed, although rumors have mentioned that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a good relationship with Zero Wing, I didn't expect the pavilion to dispatch one of its pavilion masters for a request for help. It seems their relationship runs much deeper than the rumors make it out, Unyielding Heart said, frowning slightly as he considered the matter. He had come here with very little expectations of Zero Wing. He had only joined the expedition due to Mu Lingxia's request, but he had never dreamed that Zero Wing could even acquire the assistance of God's domain's famous demon queen, Phoenix Rain. Currently, Phoenix Rain held the most sway among the 2 pavilion masters in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She also had the strongest chance of becoming the next great pavilion master. Phoenix Rain's presence in a foreign area alone was enough to cause a commotion nowadays. If the public realized that she was here to help Zero Wing, it would cause a sensation that would sweep across God's domain. While the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul discussed each other, excited cries reached them from outside of the airport. Many players in the lobby ran over immediately to take a look. A short moment later, a group of players entered the airport's main lobby. All of these players were at least level 54, with some at level 56. Their equipment was just as impressive. At this stage of the game, level 50 fine gold equipment was even extremely rare in the various superpowers, yet such equipment was the weakest that could be found on these 80-plus players. Chapter 1796, Extraordinary Foundation. Chapter 1796, Extraordinary Foundation. Hellscythe Underskelucky Old Cat. Inside the sports, arena-sized main lobby, the appearance of Shurfang's group triggered an uproar among the players present. Is this real? These people are all equipped with level 50 fine gold equipment at the very minimum. Why is Zero Wing here? Crap, Zero Wing actually has more than 10 people at level 56. How are they leveling up so quickly? When the players inside the lobby saw Zero Wing's team of 86, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Although the various large guilds were making excellent progress in raiding level 50 team dungeons, most of the equipment they acquired were only level 50 secret silver equipment. Level 50 fine gold equipment were so rare that only the upper echelons of large guilds had a few pieces on them. Nevertheless, every one of Zero Wing's team of 86 was geared in level 50 fine gold equipment at the very minimum. This was simply inconceivable. The levels of Zero Wing's members were even more incredible. Currently, most expert players were only at level 53. Only experts that leveled up extremely quickly would be at level 54. As for those capable of reaching level 55, they were top-ranking existences in Starmoon Kingdom and could rank within the top 20 or top 30 in empires. Although the various large guilds usually had some experts that would choose not to reveal their levels, they still wouldn't be too far ahead. Yet Zero Wing actually had more than 10 players at level 56. In other words, if Zero Wing wanted to, it could easily monopolize the top 10 positions of the ranking list of an empire. The members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul were similarly shocked when they saw Shurfang and the other members of Zero Wing. Why does Zero Wing have so many Tier 2 players? Both Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were astonished when they finished counting Zero Wing's members. The shock they felt from this revelation was much greater than that from the sight of Zero Wing's equipment. Currently, first-rate guilds would be fortunate to have even 20 Tier 2 players. After all, the Tier 2 promotion quest was no walk in the park. Moreover, in view of future promotions, most players would choose to challenge the hard mode Tier 2 promotion quest at the very minimum, which had considerably high requirements for a player's equipment standard and combat standard. With the current level and equipment standard of players, completing the hard mode promotion quest would be extremely difficult. One of the reasons why their two super first-rate guilds had so many Tier 2 players at this stage of the game was the many peak experts in their guilds. Another reason was that they gave their peak experts priority when allocating resources. These two factors were how their guilds managed to nurture so many Tier 2 players. Yet, despite Zero Wing being such a small guild, it actually boasted over 80 Tier 2 players, a number only slightly lower than what their two super first-rate guilds possessed. "Sorry for the delay. I had to make some preparations," Shurfang said, smiling as he looked at Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart. "You came just in time. However, Guild Leader Black Flame, this is such a surprise. I never thought that you would be leading the dungeon raid personally," Phoenix Rain said, her gaze filled with curiosity and surprise as she looked at Shurfang. Her curiosity was because Black Flame was in attendance. He rarely made an appearance himself, leaving such matters to Yi Feng, Aqua Rose, and Gentle Snow. As for her surprise, it was due to the feeling Black Flame was giving her. Right now, She picked up intense lethality from the man as she stood before him. This feeling was much more intense than when she last met face to face with Black Flame. I am Unyielding Heart, Unyielding Souls, Vice, Guild Leader. Guild Leader Black Flame. You are even more amazing than the rumors make you out to be, Unyielding Heart said. After he evaluated Sherfong and the other experts of Zero Wing briefly, indescribable shock flooded his heart. In his opinion, the guild leader capable of developing Zero Wing to the point where it could rival veteran, first-rate guilds was definitely a very capable administrator. Even if Black Flame was as strong as rumored, in his opinion, Black Flame should be only as strong as the peak experts of superpowers like Unyielding Soul. However, right now, Unyielding Heart was actually feeling the threat of death from him, something he had rarely come across since entering God's domain. Moreover, he also felt a considerable threat from several other players from Zero Wing. Unyielding Heart found it truly unbelievable that a guild that had no backing would be capable of acquiring so many experts. Vice Guild Leader, I just used an advanced identification skill on them. Aside from Black Flame, quite a few players from Zero Wing possess weapons and equipment of indiscernible rank. A male cleric standing beside Unyielding Heart said, shuddering. I believe these weapons and equipment are either magic weapons or epic rank, and they number over 40. Over 40? Are you sure about this? Unyielding Heart could not help being surprised once again. Unyielding Soul was a super first-rate guild. However, thus far it only had roughly 40 epic weapons, epic equipment, and magic weapons in total. Zero Wing actually surpassed Unyielding Soul in this aspect. How was such a thing possible? Although Unyielding Soul was no longer as strong as it was during its peak, it was still much stronger than the ordinary super first-rate guild. At the very least, it was still slightly stronger than the current Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which, according to its investigations, only had around 30 epic weapons, epic equipment, and magic weapons. Even if the pavilion managed to hide some, it would be a miracle if the pavilion had 35 of such items. I'm absolutely sure of it, the male cleric said, a bitter smile forming on his face. He, too, had hoped that he had seen wrong or was hallucinating. However, he had already checked this information multiple times using his advanced identification skill. Not to mention, he could not read a single piece of information from Black Flame. All he got was a bunch of unknown when observing the man, a fact that he did not reveal. When he looked at Black Flame, he even suspected that his identification skill was malfunctioning. However, when he tried inspecting Unyielding Heart's equipment, his skill worked as normal. He also refrained from saying that, Black Flame aside, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Cola, Turtle Dove, and Violet Cloud actually possessed more unidentifiable items than Unyielding Heart. When looking at Fire Dance and the others, Cycling Light even got the impression that the team he was looking at right now was the main force of a superpower rather than one of a first-rate guild. Is Zero Wing really just at the standard of a first-rate guild? Cycling Light muttered to himself. In reality, Cycling Light wasn't the only one having such thoughts. Unyielding Heart did as well. Setting aside other factors, the combat power of Zero Wing's main force was already on the level of super first-rate guilds. Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know which super large-scale team dungeon you have called us here to raid? Is it the Flaming Ruins or Silent Castle? Phoenix Rain asked curiously. If we know which dungeon we're raiding, we'll be able to plan ahead. In Starmoon Kingdom, there were only 2 level 50 super large-scale team dungeons that were relatively easy to raid, the Flaming Ruins and Silent Castle. Among super large-scale team dungeons, these 2 dungeons could be considered basic dungeons. All the others were of the intermediate difficulty. Raiding an intermediate super large-scale team dungeon before even raiding these basic dungeons would be tough. Meanwhile, raiding super large-scale team dungeons required players to switch to equipment that was more suitable to the environment inside the dungeon. Only As Zero Wing had refused to reveal its target dungeon all this time, her side was not able to make any proper preparations. Now that they were about to set off to their target dungeon, she naturally had to ask, raiding a super large-scale team dungeon? Unyielding Heart could not help his surprise as he looked at Sherfong. He felt that Zero Wing was a little too crazy. Currently, the various superpowers were still trying to raid large-scale team dungeons. As for raiding super large-scale team dungeons, they did not even bother with such thoughts, as they all felt that the returns were not worth the cost. After all, although the difficulty of a super large-scale team dungeon was much greater than that of a large-scale team dungeon, the quality of the loot one could acquire from both types of dungeons was mostly the same. Yet, while the various superpowers had not even managed to obtain the first clear of a level 50 large-scale team dungeon, Zero Wing actually wanted to raid a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon. "No, neither of those two dungeons are our target," Sherfong said, shaking his head. He then pointed at the large flying ship that was approaching from the distance and said, "Our target is the Eclipse Gate's Eclipse Throne." Chapter 1797, Hell Mode. Chapter 1797, Hell Mode. Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat. The Eclipse Gate. Phoenix Rain's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Sherfong. That's a neutral map's super large scale team dungeon. Although she did not have a particularly good understanding of the Eclipse Gate, she knew that super large-scale team dungeons found in neutral maps were generally far more challenging than their counterparts in kingdoms and empires. If the super large-scale team dungeons were ranked based on difficulty, then neutral maps team dungeons would be intermediate rank or higher. None of the current superpowers even dared to harbor thoughts of raiding such an arduous team dungeon. Guild leader Blackflame, although Unyielding Soul has agreed to help Zero Wing, I must make it clear that Unyielding Soul has dispatched our best experts to do so. If you wish to raid a super large-scale team dungeon, we are willing to make the attempt twice at most anymore, and it would affect our leveling speed too much. Unyielding Heart stated the bottom line for his assistance. Sherfeng's declaration had left him similarly astonished. Even raiding the super large-scale team dungeons within a kingdom's borders was problematic. Trying to raid a neutral map's super large-scale team dungeon was simply ludicrous. At this point, the various superpowers had only succeeded in killing the first few bosses in level 50 large-scale dungeons. They had failed to clear the dungeon itself. However, if they tried to raid a kingdom's super large-scale team dungeon, they'd likely fail to defeat the first boss. Even if they had a full team of Tier 2 players, they had less than a 20% chance of getting past the first boss in a neutral map's large-scale team dungeon. Although players wouldn't lose an entire level of EXP when they died in a dungeon, they would lose 10% of their EXP if they die inside a super large-scale team dungeon. After reaching their levels, even expert players, who had an impressive leveling speed, would need 7 or 8 hours to earn 10% EXP. If Unyielding Soul accompanied Zero Wing into Death's Embrace 3 to 5 times, Unyielding Soul's main force would fall behind the other superpowers' main forces by 1 or 2 days. That's fine. Sherfong nodded. Naturally, no guild would lend its Tier 2 players to another team unconditionally. It was understandable that Unyielding Heart had set certain limits. In fact, Phoenix Rain had already informed Sherfong of her bottom line. It's fine. Sherfeng's composure surprised Unyielding Heart a little. The point of his statement regarding his limits was to inform Sherfong that he wouldn't tolerate meaningless ventures and that Zero Wing's guild leader should cherish this opportunity. However, Sherfeng's response was utterly void of anxiety. The man hadn't even frowned. It was as if this limitation wasn't a problem at all. Even Phoenix Rain carefully observed Sherfeng's reactions. She was curious as to why Sherfong was wasting such a good opportunity on such an impossible task. With their 3 guilds' combined strength, they'd have very high chances of success even in a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Yet Sherfong had decided to attempt the impossible. Since everyone's here, I'll reform the team. I'll also handle the team's leadership. Do either of you have any issues with that? Sure Feng asked Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart. Neither of the two guild leaders had any particular opinions on the arrangement. Both guilds had come to offer their assistance, after all. The most they could do was support Zero Wing. Very quickly, Sherfong created a new team of 200 Tier 2 players. He then led the team to a flying ship that was headed for the Eclipse Gate. Meanwhile, inside a high-class restaurant in Starmoon City, a large group of cloaked players drank and bantered. Intense killing intent wafted from every one of these players, and some even radiated a dense bloodlust. Commander, our scouts have just reported back, stating that Zero Wing's main force members and upper echelons have boarded a flying ship for the Eclipse Gate. Should we move out? Or should we notify the other adventure teams? Lonely Lamp excitedly asked Black Shark, who was currently enjoying a glass of blazing fruit wine. They finally left their nest. Taking a big gulp, Black Shark smiled and said, "Forget about the other adventure teams. I'm not in the habit of sharing such golden opportunities. Notify our team. Tell them to bring those items and set out immediately. We must not let the other adventure teams get ahead of us." Understood. Lonely Lamp replied. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Shortly after, the Dark Hunters adventure team set off toward the Eclipse Gate. Eclipse Gate, Sun-Chasing Fortress. The Sun-Chasing Fortress was the only safe zone NPCs guarded in the Eclipse Gate. A large number of flying ships docked in the fortress each day, and since the fortress was a hub for multiple kingdoms' forces, the Sun-Chasing Fortress's player population was even higher than a kingdom's capital. When Shi Feng's team exited the airport, they were greeted by the sight of players hawking their wares and forming teams by the street. The fortress was no less lively than Starmoon Kingdom's Starmoon City. However, although the Sun-Chasing Fortress was very popular, the various large guilds weren't particularly fond of this place, since players couldn't purchase lands in an NPC fortress. Instead, it had become a hub for independent players, and there were far more of these players than those from guilds. To avoid attracting too much attention, Sherfong had his team members don their black cloaks before leaving the fortress on the backs of their mounts. Even so, their group still earned sidelong glances from the players they passed. The Eclipse Throne was an ancient fortress in the Eclipse Gate's inner region. Corrosive behemoths roamed around Eclipse Throne, and a corrosive fog, which would numb player senses and slow their reactions, was ever present around the dungeon. Because of these factors, very few players were willing to grind here. Fortunately, this also meant that the monsters in this area had a higher chance of dropping energy essence, so few players still wandered the area. Old 3, be careful not to lure those corrosive spiders. Commander, are you that distrusting of my abilities? A 20-man team occupied itself by grinding corrosive scorpions in the dense, wet jungle. The team's level 53 shield warrior maneuvered through the forest, while over 100 level 54 special elite ranked corrosive scorpions chased after him. Meanwhile, the team's 3 healers maintained the shield warrior's HP, while the remaining ranged players bombarded the scorpions with one AoE attack after another. With over 10 players launching AoE skills and spells simultaneously, the corrosive scorpion's HP rapidly decreased. After a short moment, the corrosive scorpions began to fall. Very quickly, every monster chasing the shield warrior had died. At this time, an assassin, which had followed the shield warrior stealthily, collected the scorpion's loot. Ha ha ha. Commander, we got one. An energy essence dropped. The level 53 assassin exclaimed as he picked up a dark green crystal. Good. Lure more monsters. The level 54 elementalist, leading the team, this time commanded, nodding approvingly. He was very satisfied with the loot acquired from this batch of monsters. As this assassin prepared to head off to lure more monsters, he noticed a team of players swiftly moving through the jungle ahead. This team completely disregarded the monsters around them as they made a beeline for the ancient fortress. As a result of these players' recklessness, they had lured many of the jungle's monsters. After getting a better look, the assassin discovered over 1,000 monsters running after these strange players. Among them were over a dozen level 55 Great Lord ranked corrosive behemoths and over 100 level 55 Lord ranked corrosive spiders. Crap, what are these people trying to do? The level 53 assassin gaped. Although the corrosive behemoths were only level 55 Great Lords, the corrosive gas their bodies released was extremely powerful. MTs weren't able to approach these monsters because of that. Any team that visited this jungle did their best to avoid the corrosive behemoths as much as possible. Although the corrosive spiders' gas wasn't as detrimental as the behemoths, they could also launch spiderwebs to seal players' movement. Having to face a force that included both the corrosive behemoths and spiders would be an absolute nightmare for players. However, before the level 53 assassins could say anything, one of these reckless players, a man, halted the team before the fortress walls. The man then swung his blue longsword. Suddenly, golden divine swords fell from the sky, restricting the corrosive spider, which led the monster army, to a specific area. Towering pillars of fire then rose from the ground, engulfing the trapped corrosive spiders. At the same time, the other team members launched one AoE attack and large-scale destruction spell after another. For a moment, the jungle shook with the bombardment. Before 2 minutes had passed, every monster chasing the reckless team was dead. Even the dozen or so corrosive behemoths lay motionless on the ground. This scene dumbfounded the 20-man adventure team that grinded corrosive scorpions some distance away. Who are those people? By the looks of them, they seem to be guild players. The guild emblem the guy in the lead is wearing, I think it belongs to Zero Wing. They should be Zero Wing's members. What's going on? Why are Zero Wing's members here? Shock overwhelmed the adventure team's members as they watched Sherfong and the others loot the fallen monsters. Just as these adventurers wondered what Sherfeng's group was trying to do, Sherfong arrived before the passage leading into the ancient fortress. Are we not going to rest first? Phoenix Rain asked curiously. No, we don't have the time for that. As long as we are surrounded by this corrosive gas, our stamina will continuously deplete, and the corrosive gas in our bodies would become denser. If we waste too much time here, we'll run out of stamina sooner or later. We need to hurry, Sherfong said, shaking his head. Surely we don't need to be in such a rush, right? We still have plenty of stamina. At the rate that we're losing stamina, we should have more than enough even if we're raiding a super large-scale team dungeon, Unyielding Heart said after briefly estimating his stamina consumption. He felt that Sherfong was trying to move too fast. They were going to challenge a super large-scale team dungeon. It would be wise to let the team rest, so they could fight in peak condition. If we're only talking about the hard mode Eclipse Throne, then of course we'll have enough stamina for the raid, but we're here for Hell mode. The corrosive gas is much stronger inside. Being inside the dungeon will further agitate the gas, and we'll lose stamina far more quickly. We need to hurry, Sherfong explained. Chapter 1798, Fortress Assault. Chapter 1798, Fortress Assault. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Hell mode. Unyielding Heart stared at Sherfong in disbelief. Only after taking some time to process Sherfeng's statement did he ask, Guild Leader Black Flame, you must be joking, right? He had barely been able to accept the fact that Sherfong wanted to raid a neutral map's super large-scale team dungeon. But raiding the dungeon's Hell mode was too much. This was beyond foolish courage. It was plain suicide. The Hell mode of a level 50, large-scale team dungeon was already difficult enough that the various superpowers couldn't even get past the first boss, let alone the Hell mode of a level 50, super large-scale team dungeon. Moreover, A super large-scale team dungeon's Hell mode was far more severe than hard mode. Each death would take 15% of the player's EXP. 2 deaths in Hell mode was the equivalent of 3 deaths in hard mode. Even Phoenix Rain frowned at Shi Feng's declaration. She had to admit that Shi Feng was too full of surprises. Although she doubted that the man would execute a plan that he wasn't confident in, raiding the Hell mode of a level 50, super large-scale team dungeon at this time simply wasn't realistic. Hell mode might seem difficult, but it isn't impossible. As long as we cooperate well enough and react quickly enough, the dungeon won't pose much of a threat, Shi Feng explained. He was very familiar with Eclipse Throne. It was one of the few dungeons that dropped top-tier fire resistance equipment. He had raided the dungeon more than 20 times in his previous life, and he had raided the Hell mode roughly 7 or 8 times. He knew how to dominate this dungeon. Moreover, he had specifically invited the experts from 2 super first-rate guilds. How could he possibly settle for the hard mode Eclipse Throne with such a rare opportunity? Not much of a problem. Phoenix Rain was at a loss for words. It seemed as if Shi Feng were treating the Eclipse Throne like some 6-man party dungeon. However, with things as they were, she couldn't really argue with Shi Feng's decision. Not only had Zero Wing invited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but it had also secured Unyielding Soul's help. In the end, she decided to leave the decision of how to utilize this chance to Zero Wing. Following which, Shi Feng chose the Eclipse Throne's Hell mode. His team members wore skeptical expressions as they followed the man into the horrific skeletal head that had appeared before the ancient fortress's entrance. Hell mode? Am I seeing things? Are Zero Wing's members insane? They actually want to raid the Hell mode Eclipse Throne? Most of the various superpowers are still struggling to get the first clear of level 50, 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Well, Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Since they dare to enter the dungeon, they should have some confidence of clearing it. Confidence? That can't be possible, right? That is the Hell mode of a 200-man team dungeon we're talking about, not a 50-man team dungeon. After the adventurers in the jungle watched Shi Feng's team disappear into the dungeon, they broke into a heated discussion. They were all very confused as to why Zero Wing would take such a huge risk to raid the Hell mode Eclipse Throne. Meanwhile, inside the Eclipse Throne, once Shi Feng and the others entered the fortress, they felt their 5 senses dull. Corrosive gas surrounded them, steadily depleting their stamina. The ambient mana was also significantly less dense than outside of the fortress. This decreased the player's efficiency with their skills and spells. Although the dense corrosive gas and thin ambient mana was alarming, those factors became of little significance once they saw the corrosive monsters roaming the dungeon. Corrosive Zombie Undead Lord. Level 56. HP 13,000/13,000,000. Corrosive Abomination Undead Great Lord. Level 56. HP 37,000/37,000,000. Corrosive Earth Dragon Undead Grand Lord. Level 56. HP 90,000/90,000,000. There were easily over 10,000 corrosive monsters wandering down the streets before them. Moreover, these monsters had formed patrol squads and marched down the streets. Aside from the large number of monsters, rapid-fire ballistas had been set up on the castle walls ahead. Multiple corrosive zombies manned each of these war weapons, and as long as those monsters discovered their team, they would face an intense bombardment. These players felt as if they were on a crusade against an army of corrosive monsters, not a dungeon raid. Why is the difference so massive? Phoenix Rain wore a solemn expression as she watched the corrosive army that surrounded the castle. She had challenged a super large-scale team dungeon before, but her team had quickly given up the attempt once they realized that they were no match for the first boss. Her team had at least been able to clear out the mobs and reach the first boss. Here, however, she wasn't even sure that they could get through the mobs. Although the super large-scale hard mode team dungeon she had challenged had been occupied by a lot of monsters, her team hadn't had to face such an exaggerated number as they did now. Here, a single patrol squad easily had over 300 monsters. The weakest among these monsters was a lord. Even a 200-man team of Tier 2 experts would have a hard time against 300-plus lords, great lords, and grand lords. Furthermore, this dungeon's environment prevented players from exhibiting their full combat power. They also had to worry about the war weapons mounted on the castle's walls. If they accidentally lured a second wave of monsters, they'd have no choice but to flee. Guild leader Black Flame, we're not going to fight our way through this army, are we? Unyielding Heart felt an intense pressure bear down on him as he surveyed the monsters and rapid-fire ballistas. But seeing Shurfeng's previous confidence, the man should have a method to get past these obstacles in mind. Of course not, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. We're charging into the castle. Charging straight through those monsters? Unyielding Heart asked, flabbergasted as he pointed at the monsters on the streets before him. For a moment, he even wondered if Shurfeng were truly Zero Wing's guild leader. Are you certain? Yes. If we try to clear out these monsters slowly, we'll run out of stamina before we even get to the first boss, Shurfeng said, determined. But before we move out, I want everyone to use these items. Saying so, Shurfeng took out the all-round devices and elven silver potions he had prepared and distributed them to every member on the team. If players wished to raid the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne, they needed to restore their 5 senses, mana, and stamina. Otherwise, they'd be annihilated before they even met the first boss. Raiding a super large-scale team dungeon was different from a large-scale team dungeon. Rather than a dungeon raid, it was more appropriate to call it a miniature war. Most importantly, a team was limited to 200 players. Trying to clear the dungeon with brute force, while at such a massive numerical disadvantage, would be nearly impossible. At the very least, such a feat was impossible with his team's current standard. When brute force wasn't a viable option, a team would have to raid the dungeon by using their numbers and making appropriate sacrifices at the right times. By doing so, clearing the dungeon was possible, albeit a little cruel. This time, though, Shurfeng did not intend to use such a method. Rather, his plan was a little more forceful. Although Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were still willing to believe in Shurfeng's confidence, they couldn't help but wonder if they were as safe as Shurfeng claimed as they watched the monsters cover the streets. What's this? When Phoenix Rain, Unyielding Heart, and the other team members received the all-round devices and elven silver, they didn't understand what Shurfeng intended. However, gasps escaped them after they inspected the 2 items' attribute panels. Chapter 1799, Another Magic Crystal Treasure Chest. Chapter 1799, Another Magic Crystal Treasure Chest. Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat. Guild Leader Black Flame, do you have more of these items? Unyielding Heart could not help but ask after inspecting the all-round device and elven silver in his hands. If you have extras, I'd like to buy some. Ordinary players might not recognize the value of the all-round device and elven silver, but they were absolute treasures to superpowers. As players reached higher levels, they would encounter environments with low mana density more often. Some severe environments even inflicted debuffs. Yet these locations were often high-resource maps or the sites of high-ranked quests. Dealing with such maps would often give the various superpowers painful headaches. Yet, even now, they hadn't found a solution. The all-round device and elven silver Shurfeng had just handed out just so happened to solve all of those problems. Aside from the increased mana density the all-rounded device offered its user, it also provided a 5% increased carrot. Attributes. I still have some left, but as they are very rare, they won't be cheap, Sherfong said, smiling. If you want to buy them, it'll be 300 magic crystals for each AH-rounded device and 100 magic crystals for each bottle of elven silver. How many do you want? Unyielding Heart's interest in purchasing the all-round devices and elven silver potions didn't surprise Sherfong in the slightest. Superpowers had an extensive sphere of influence. Hence, they would encounter low-mana environments more frequently than ordinary guilds. If Unyielding Heart wanted to buy them, he could also use this opportunity to make a small fortune. They're so expensive. Unyielding Soul's members were astonished when they heard the two items' prices. They were also surprised that Zero Wing had prepared so many all-round devices and elven silver just to raid the Eclipse throne. All right, I want 100 all-round devices and 100 bottles of elven silver, Unyielding Heart answered without hesitation. You want that many? Sherfong was surprised by Unyielding Heart's generosity. This transaction was actually worth 40,000 magic crystals. You don't have that many? Unyielding Heart's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Sherfong. Unyielding Soul had a great use for the all-round device and elven silver, and Unyielding Heart judged that 100 of each should be enough for his guild's purpose. I don't have that many in stock right now. I'm sure you recognize how valuable these items are. It isn't so easy to acquire them. If you want that many, I'm afraid that I'll need a few days to get them ready, Sherfong responded truthfully. Both the all-round device and elven silver took a long time to produce, and their production success rates weren't very high. Currently, he only had a dozen of each remaining. It would take quite some time to craft 100 of each item. A few days. After some mental calculations, Unyielding Heart said, "That's fine. If you can acquire the stock within 3 days, I will offer you an additional 5,000 magic crystals." As soon as Unyielding Heart finished a statement, Phoenix Rain spoke up. Guild Leader Black Flame, I also want 200 of each item, but I don't have any time constraints. It is fine as long as you can get them ready for me. Hearing Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's offers, Sherfong was at a loss for words. His asking price was already incredibly high. He had never dreamed that Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain would be so interested in the all-round devices and elven silver. He had secured 2 massive orders just by revealing the 2 items in the Eclipse throne. Once he filled these orders, he would earn over 100,000 magic crystals. This revenue flow was much faster than mining a manatite vein for magic crystals. Afterward, following Sherfang's command, everyone equipped the all-round device and drank the elven silver they had received. In the meantime, Sherfong signed a contract with Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain, assuring that the two couldn't go back on their word once he had crafted the items. Not only did the team's players feel much lighter after they had drunk the elven silver, but their 5 senses also recovered. Most importantly, their stamina consumption rate had drastically decreased. Now, these players felt more confident as they watched the monsters waiting for them. Once the team was ready, Sherfong organized its formation. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian would spearhead the team, while the other tier 2 MTs would guard the team sides. The remaining melee players would be responsible for protecting the team's ranged DPS and healers. Meanwhile, the ranged DPS would be responsible for pushing away and slowing down the incoming monsters with their spells and skills. After the team had prepared and under Sherfang's command, these players charged for the castle's main gate. Without hesitation, Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian slammed their shields into the corrosive monsters. As soon as they did, the corrosive zombies and corrosive abominations blocking their path were knocked aside. The strength the 3 MTs displayed stunning the Tier 2 MTs from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. They were all Tier 2 MTs, so they knew what kind of strength a Tier 2 metric ton should wield. Their equipment should be the best available at this stage of the game, and their strength was only slightly higher than a high lord of the same level. They still weren't a match for a great lord of the same level. Yet Zero Wing's MT trio easily shoved aside the great lord, ranked corrosive abominations. This proved how high the MT trio's strength was, much higher than the other MTs. A moment later, one Grand Lord, ranked corrosive earth dragon, charged towards the team. But despite the monster's approach, Kole accelerated as silver divine runes lit up along his saber. He swung the blade to counter the Grand Lord's approaching claw. Boom! As the sound of an explosion echoed throughout the fortress, sparks scattered, dancing around Kola and his foe. The corrosive earth dragon stumbled back by 3 steps while Kola remained unharmed and in place, standing steady. This scene stupefied the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members, watching with dropped jaws. Who is this guardian knight? Unyielding Heart could not believe his eyes. Unyielding Heart wore multiple pieces of epic equipment and wielded a magic weapon. He was also a berserker, the class famed for having the highest strength in the game among the 12 main classes. However, despite all these factors, his strength was only a match for a great lord of the same level, even after he used an offensive skill. Yet, Kola had just forced back a level 56 Grand Lord. Moreover, he had done so without using a berserk skill. This was the first time Unyielding Heart had met such a powerful guardian knight since joining God's domain. However, this was a common occurrence for Zero Wings members. Kola held a Tier 3 mana weapon, and if he activated the weapon skill, suppressing a level 56 Grand Lord would be child's play. After the corrosive earth dragon stumbled backward, the team followed after Kola and the others, steadily advancing. Fortunately, the rapid-fire ballista's attacks didn't pose any threat to the team. Every member was an expert, and now that they had recovered their 5 senses, dodging the ballista attacks was easy. Trailing after the MT trio, the team reached the castle's main entrance in less than 10 minutes. Surprisingly, when they reached the gate, the corrosive beasts that had chased after them turned and fled. The monsters seemed oddly terrified of something. We reached the castle, just like that. When everyone turned around to look at the thousands of retreating corrosive beasts, they found it hard to believe what was happening. It felt like some strange dream. So this is the Sword King's strength? When Unyielding Heart glanced around the perfectly intact team, he more or less realized that Shurfong hadn't come to the Eclipse throne to get himself killed. He was actually confident of succeeding here. By Unyielding Heart's estimates, it might have taken the team more than 5 hours to reach the castle gates if they had attempted to carve a path towards the castle. Yet Shurfong had shortened that time to 7 minutes. Moreover, the team had reached the gates without a single casualty. Unyielding Heart finally realized how Zero Wing had grown to the standard of a first-rate guild so quickly without any background or support. All right, that's enough rest. We should continue forward. Shurfong stated after the team had mostly recovered from their brief run. After entering the castle, the team had encountered far fewer monsters, although these monsters were of significantly higher quality. Most of the monsters inside the castle were great lords, with frequent appearances from Grand Lords. However, against 200 Tier 2 experts that were unaffected by the low-mana environment and corrosive gas, these monsters were no trouble. The Grand Lords didn't even last more than 5 minutes. Naturally, the monsters' loot was extraordinary. The most inferior items that had dropped were rare materials for crafting fire-resistance items. If the team were lucky, the monsters would even drop level 55 fine gold fire resistance equipment. By the time the team had reached the first boss, a total of 6 such equipment pieces had dropped, inciting the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul's envy. Level 55 fine gold equipment was the equivalent of level 50 dark gold equipment. Despite these players' position as their superpowers Tier 2 experts, they only had a few pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment, much less dark gold equipment that increased fire resistance. After fighting and advancing for over an hour, the team reached a large arena inside the castle. Tall walls and steel cages lined the arena, and standing in its center was a 5-meter-tall humanoid monster. The monster was geared in crimson armor and wielded a one-handed axe in each of its 2 hands. Despite the monster's immobile state, it radiated an intense aura that made the watching players afraid. Troll Hero, humanoid creature, mythic, level 57, HP 500,000, 000/500, 000,000. Everyone involuntarily gulped upon seeing the Troll Hero's statistics, permeated by their fear. Not only was the Troll Hero a bona fide mythic monster, but it also had an attribute boost due to its home being a team dungeon. After the team members examined the Troll Hero for a moment, they noticed the steel cage hanging above the boss's head. What's that? A treasure chest? That should be a treasure chest, though I can't tell its rank. That's not right. An ordinary treasure chest is either made of wood or metal, but that treasure chest is made entirely of magic crystals. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members fell into a heated discussion after discovering the treasure chest within the steel cage. But when Sherfong noticed the treasure chest, his eyes glowed with excitement. A magic crystal treasure chest. Chapter 1800 Violent MT. Chapter 1800 Violent MT. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. This is the first time I've ever seen such a treasure chest. What rank is it? This is a super large scale Hell mode team dungeon. No matter how you look at it, that treasure chest should be dark gold rank. It might even be an epic treasure chest. The team started to discuss their guesses as they gazed at the magic crystal treasure chest with bloodshot eyes. Even Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart felt a pang of envy when they glanced towards the treasure chest. Although they didn't know the treasure chest's exact rank, it shouldn't be anything insignificant. Treasure chests often offered better loot than the items that dropped from a boss. In other words, securing that treasure chest was on par with killing an additional boss in this super large-scale team dungeon. Of course, Sherfong was ecstatic. Unlike his teammates, he knew just how valuable a magic crystal treasure chest was. It was definitely far more valuable than an epic treasure chest. Moreover, this magic crystal treasure chest glowed with golden light. Even superpowers would go mad over the items inside. Could this be a reward for being the first team to raid the Eclipse Throne? Sherfong wondered as he looked at the magic crystal treasure chest. He hadn't seen a treasure chest in the dungeon during his visits in the past, even when he had raided the Hell mode version. After the team finished its debate about the magic crystal treasure chest, they shifted their attention to the Troll Hero standing in the arena. No matter how much they desired the treasure chest, they couldn't reach it since it had been locked away in a cage. To open the cage, they'd need a key, and it was obvious that they could only obtain that key by defeating the boss before them. However, when the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members looked at the motionless Troll Hero, they couldn't help but gulp audibly, fear returning to their gazes. Despite having reached Tier 2, they still had an instinctive fear of mythic monsters. Their previous encounters had been traumatizing. Monsters at this rank were simply undefeatable. Moreover, as one of a Hell mode dungeon's bosses, every aspect of the Troll Hero had been boosted, especially its HP. Compared to hard mode, the Hell mode Troll Hero should have at least an additional 40% HP. This increased the pressure the team had to face by a considerable margin. However, in contrast to the reactions of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members, Zero Wings members seemed relatively relaxed before the Troll Hero. They were as calm as usual. Unyielding Heart was surprised to see such a lack of reaction from Zero Wings members. All of Unyielding Souls members present had their fair share of tough battle experiences. But despite the wealth of experience, they couldn't help their anxiety about facing the troll hero. And yet, Zero Wings members were so calm. Do they think they can beat the troll hero? Examining Zero Wings members for a moment, Unyielding Heart realized that not only weren't they anxious, but they even watched the boss like hunters tracking prey. Guild Leader Black Flame, how should we go about raiding this boss? Should we test its skills and combat method first? Phoenix Rain asked. Normally, when going up against a boss monster that could potentially annihilate an entire team in a single attack, players would send in a small number of players to probe the boss for its combat method and skills, so that they could set up a better foundation for the actual raid. It's best that we don't do that. This is a mythic boss. If we send in too few players, we won't learn anything at all. Instead, we'd be wasting EXP. Let's just start the raid, Sherfong said, shaking his head. He then commanded, Cola, Turtle Dove, you two will take turns tanking the boss. Other MTs, prepare to replace them at any time. Melee DPS, stay back and leave the attacks to the ranged DPS for now. Only go in after we ensure that it's safe. This, Phoenix Rain could not help but be appalled at Sherfeng's instructions. His commands felt too half-hearted. It seemed as if he had given up on the battle already. Unyielding Heart gave Sherfong a similarly confused look. He could not figure out if Sherfong were an expert or a fool. Sure, Feng's instructions during the start of the raid had been precise and effective, yet the man was barking out such cursory commands now. Although starting the raid without probing would spare their guild members, avoiding unnecessary deaths that could compromise their participation, blindly sending the team into battle was both reckless and counterproductive. However, what Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart did not know was that Sherfong was already familiar with the troll hero skills and combat method. The troll hero was a pure warrior. It didn't wield any spells, but it did have frightening strength and agile movements. Most importantly, it possessed the passive skill, self-regeneration. This skill was the reason the troll hero had earned the title of Eclipse Throne's Undying Gatekeeper. Self-regeneration allowed the troll hero to recover rapidly from heavy injuries. This skill ensured that the troll hero's combat power couldn't be affected. Moreover, unlike normal bosses whose battle recovery restored 1% of their HP every 5 seconds, the troll hero regenerated 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. The longer it fought, the more strength it would gain as well. Fortunately, it could only use this power-up once every 5 minutes, but there wasn't any upper limit. Due to this passive skill, countless teams' progress in the Eclipse Throne had slid to a halt. No other boss in the Eclipse Throne tested a team's raw power like the troll hero. Technique wasn't as important when raiding this boss. Players simply had to attack with everything they had and pray that they had enough DPS. Without waiting for Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's comments, Cola and Turtle Dove charged forward. Seeing this, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls, MTs, exchanged a few hesitant glances before helplessly following after the 2 Zero Wing MTs. When Cola and Turtle Dove were less than 100 yards away from the troll hero, the latter abruptly opened its eyes. When its gaze landed on the 2 MTs, the boss revealed a sneer and roared, "Foolish challengers! Do you believe you can defeat the strongest warrior in Lord Armas's army?" The troll hero then threw its axes at Cola and Turtle Dove. Shwa! Shwa! The 2 4-meter-long axes flew from the troll hero's hands, transforming into spinning blades as they soared towards Cola and Turtle Dove. As the axes sliced through the air, they left behind long, pitch-black lines. Dodge! Unyielding Heart shouted in panic. Attacks that caused spatial tears could even threaten mythic monsters of the same level. If current players received such an attack, even powerful MTs like Cola and Turtle Dove, they'd likely die instantly. However, just before the axes reached these MTs, Turtle Dove slid in front of Cola. Releasing a black aura, Her attributes skyrocketed as she activated Power of Darkness, following which she swung her sword at the two flying axes. Silver divine runes illuminated Turtledove's long sword, which formed a dazzling arc as it cut the two colossal axes down. Boom! Boom! With two explosions, the axes crashed to the ground. As for Turtledove, she had been forced to take 3 steps back to stabilize her stance. At the same time, 2 damages exceeding minus 20,000 appeared above her head. However, to Turtledove, who had 140,000 HP after activating Power of Darkness, the damage was tolerable. Meanwhile, the rear line healers, who had long since prepared for this moment, released several healing spells, instantly restoring Turtledove's HP to full. What is going on? She blocked both attacks, all by herself? I'm not seeing things right. How did she stop those attacks so easily? Is that really a mythic monster? Didn't you notice that she activated her Berserk skill? Even if that's the case, she shouldn't be able to stand against a mythic monster. Moreover, the boss used a skill. Those attacks had definitely been enhanced. Both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members gaped at Turtledove, who had resumed her charge towards the boss. When the troll hero charged at her in return, Turtledove smiled brightly. Come. When less than 30 yards separated both sides, Turtledove activated the Steel Crown's additional skill, Steel Impact. Suddenly, her speed doubled. Raising her shield, she transformed into an afterimage. A moment later, she appeared before the troll hero and slammed her shield into the boss. Immediately, the troll hero flew back by over 20 yards. Chapter 1801 Sturdy Team. Chapter 1801 Sturdy Team. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. As they watched the troll hero fly 20 yards across the arena and slam into the ground, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members, watching from a distance, were stunned. She sent it flying. That's a mythic boss we're talking about. Just how much strength does she have? Is she really a guardian knight? For a time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members fell into a heated discussion. None of them could believe their eyes. Unyielding Heart was particularly shocked. Not even Unyielding Soul had an MT with such astonishing strength. Finally, Unyielding Heart, more or less, understood where Zero Wing found the confidence to raid the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne. MTs played a crucial role in dungeon raids. Oftentimes, a failed dungeon raid wasn't a result of a lack of DPS. Rather, the team's MTs weren't able to survive against the bosses long enough. However, as long as a team had an MT that could tank the boss, even if the first raid attempt failed, the team would use the next few attempts to probe the boss for weaknesses and would eventually defeat it. The reason that the various superpowers didn't dare to touch a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon at this stage of the game was the lack of capable MTs. How did her strength improve by so much? Phoenix Rain was wrought with confusion as she watched Turtledove. When she had met Turtledove last, the female guardian knight had already been very powerful, easily tanking a grand lord by herself. However, after not seeing Turtledove for some time, the female guardian knight had grown to become capable of throwing a mythic boss. The speed at which Turtledove grew stronger was simply terrifying. Even after this shocking revelation, however, Zero Wing's members were still unsurprised. They knew that Turtledove had upgraded her Steel Crown to epic rank. Meanwhile, the Steel Crown's additional skill, Steel Impact, had also improved. Now, instead of increasing her strength by 300% and speed by 100%, the skill increased her strength by 400% and speed by 150%. With such a boost, it was only natural for her to send a level 56 mythic boss flying. After the troll hero's clash with Turtledove, its HP fell by over 150,000. Turtledove had secured the troll hero's aggro. With an angry roar, the boss's muscles bulged, and it stomped on the ground before transforming into a blur as it charged at the female guardian knight. Fortunately, since the troll hero's axes were still stuck in the ground behind Turtledove, it didn't pose much of a threat. In fact, Turtledove did not even bother to avoid the charge. Instead, she thrust the point of her shield into the ground and prepared to receive the troll hero's charge head-on. Tier 2 skill Backfolding. Backfolding was a Tier 2 skill Turtledove had recently acquired from the primordial divine ruin. It was a super rare skill that could reflect an incoming attack from the front. Boom! When the troll hero crashed into Turtledove's shield, its massive frame stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage of over -500,000 appearing above its head. Good. Ranged players attack. Sure Foam commanded one. He saw that Turtledove had solidified her aggro. Spells and arrows bombarded the troll hero, and damages of over -10,000 appeared above the target's head, one after another. Occasionally, damages exceeding -40,000 also floated above the boss's head. These damages originated from Zhao Yueru, who wielded Frostflame's Wrath. Her attacks were particularly prominent among the bombardment. Her ice and fire-type spells were clearly stronger than the other Tier 2 elementalist spells on the team. What a high damage! Zero Wing actually has such a powerful elementalist. Unyielding Souls magical class players were stupefied by Zhao Yueru's performance. They were bona fide Tier 2 players and wore the best equipment available at this stage of the game. The fact that they were able to deal over -10,000 damage to a mythic boss was already impressive and would attract the awe of many expert layers. However, Zhao Yueru's attacks had utterly changed their views on the world. Not only did Zhao Yueru's attacks consistently deal over -40,000 damage, but some of her attacks also dealt twice that without a critical hit. Her DPS alone could rival the total DPS of 5 of them. Unyielding Souls magical class players couldn't figure out what was happening. Despite the fact that they were all Tier 2 players, the difference between them was massive. What these players didn't know was that Frostflame's Wrath improved its wielder's ice and fire-type spells by 1 tier. Now that Zhao Yueru was Tier 2, her Tier 2 spells had been upgraded to Tier 3. Not even Sure Foam was confident of beating out Zhao Yueru's DPS. When the team saw the Flame Witch's damage, they became far more confident of defeating the troll hero. Under the unceasing magical bombardment, the troll hero rapidly lost HP. However, after 5 seconds, something happened that stupefied the team. The boss instantly healed all of the damage the team's ranged players had caused. What's going on? Why did it fully recover its HP? Didn't we take more than 1% of its HP in the last 5 seconds? These players were dumbfounded as they stared at the unharmed troll hero. They couldn't understand how the boss had recovered all of its lost HP. A passive skill. Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain quickly reached the conclusion that this disconcerting issue had been caused by one of the boss's skills. There was no other way to explain how the boss had recovered more than 1% of its HP in the last 5 seconds. This turn of events extinguished the little confidence everyone had gained from Zhao Yueru's performance. This boss's combat method is very simple. If the boss takes about 1 second to charge up when it lifts both axes into the air, it'll execute an AoE attack. You'll be safe from this AoE attack as long as you remain more than 15 yards away from the boss. If it charges up for only half a second, it'll execute a straight line attack. In that case, you'll be safe if you maintain a distance of more than 25 yards from the boss. So, pay attention to dodging. When you're attacking, you'll have a higher chance at hitting the boss if you execute 2-part attacks, Sure Foam commanded through the team chat. If everyone's ready, then melee players join the assault. He's learned the boss's attack method already. Unyielding Heart could not help his surprise as he watched Sure Foam calmly issue commands. Normally, A raid team would need 2 or 3 minutes to figure out a boss monster's attack pattern. Depending on the attack pattern's complexity, a raid team may even need over 10 minutes to figure it out. Yet, despite fighting for a few short seconds, Shifeng had already figured out this boss's attack method. Hearing Shifeng's orders, the team sprung into action. As Shifeng had stated, although the difference between a 1 second and 0.5-second charging time was subtle, the team's expert players easily recognized the difference. Hence, practically no one died when the boss used its 2 AoE skills. Moreover, when everyone assaulted the boss according to Shifeng's requirements, their hit rate was extremely high. As a result, the troll hero's HP steadily decreased. Once the melee players included their DPS, the boss lost HP even faster. Because of this, these players had a newfound admiration for Shifeng's leadership. If a team had such a capable commander, the team's overall combat power would no doubt rise by a small margin. While the improvement might not be significant, this small difference could become a deciding factor in whether or not a team could clear a dungeon. After another 5 seconds, the team managed to shave off a little over 2% of the troll hero's HP. However, when the troll hero's self-regeneration took effect, it instantly recovered 2% of its total HP, healing most of the damage. It was evident that the team was in for a long battle of attrition. Not even this is enough to beat it? Phoenix Rain thought, frowning. With the team's current DPS, it was possible to whittle the boss down and kill it eventually, but at the current rate that the healers were burning through their mana, they wouldn't last until the battle ended. Unyielding Heart had come to the same realization. It might be fine if they were raiding a 50-man team dungeon, but in super large-scale team dungeons, players were prohibited from using magic arrays to suppress the boss. Players had to rely on their own strength to defeat the dungeon bosses. This was also why the various superpowers couldn't raid super large-scale team dungeons yet. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the troll hero annihilated the team. Sure enough, it is too much to ask for current players to defeat this thing. Shifeng could not help but reveal a bitter smile as he watched the troll hero's HP bar. He then took out the ring of gospel from his bag and injected 7,000 magic crystals. World Projection. Ring of Brilliance. Chapter 1802. Set Equipment of Astronomical Value. Chapter 1802. Set Equipment of Astronomical Value. Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat. The moment World Projection activated, the troll hero paused. Meanwhile, due to Ring of Brilliance's effect, everyone on the team felt a pleasant sensation course through their bodies, their basic attributes and physique instantly improving by 10%. What's this? A magic array? Didn't they say that magic arrays are prohibited inside super large-scale team dungeons? When these players noticed the troll hero's attributes decrease, they couldn't help but turn to Shifeng in astonishment. How is this possible? The boss's basic attributes fell by 20%. Shock filled Unyielding Heart's gaze when he noticed the change. Turning to Shifeng, he thought, is this the real reason that he is so confident in challenging a super large-scale team dungeon? Unlike Grand Lords, mythic monsters had more resistance against magic array suppression and negative status effects. If one tried to suppress a mythic monster in the fields with an intermediate magic array, they would be very fortunate if the magic array suppressed the mythic monster's attributes by 10%, much less 20%. Although a 20% decrease in basic attributes did not seem like much, it decreased the raid's difficulty by at least 30%. This also reduced the equipment standard requirements for MTs and the DPS requirement for damage dealers. Sure enough, he came prepared. When Phoenix Rain sensed the ambient mana density and the increase to her basic attributes, she shot Shifeng a glance. Although she had assumed that Shifeng had prepared more trump cards than those they had seen thus far, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised once she actually saw them. With this development, the troll hero was at a disadvantage. Now, Turtledove was able to stop all of the troll heroes' frenzied attacks, all by herself. The boss also recovered far less HP via its battle recovery. As a result, the troll hero's HP, which had barely moved thus far, began to fall at a steady pace. 99%, 96%, 92%. When Turtledove's Berserk skill ended, Feng had the other Tier 2 MTs activate their Berserk skills to tank the troll hero. Unlike Turtledove, though, the other MTs struggled to hold the boss by themselves. Hence, Feng had two Tier 2 MTs tank the troll hero at the same time, with Cola and Yuumian offering support from the sides. Time passed quickly. After 5 minutes since the battle had begun, the troll hero received a small boost to its strength and speed. Fortunately, the improvement was tolerable for the Tier 2 MTs. Before 20 minutes had passed, the troll hero's HP fell below the 1% threshold. Seeing this, Feng activated Divine Providence before activating Lightning Slash to land the killing blow. The troll hero then collapsed and transformed into particles of light, disappearing. When the boss faded away, a small mountain of items took its place. The loot's brilliant glow made the players from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and unyielding soul drool. The boss of a super large-scale team dungeon actually drops so many items? With a rough glance at the pile of items, Unyielding Heart determined that more than 50 items had dropped. That was more than double what dropped from a level 50 large-scale team dungeon's boss. The number of items before her surprised Phoenix Rain as well. Feng, however, didn't share their reaction. Although a super large-scale team dungeon and a large-scale team dungeon dropped roughly the same quality of items, the former tended to drop far more loot than the latter. Following which, Feng collected the items while the Reem took a break. The intense battle against the troll hero had lasted nearly 20 minutes. At this point, the healers had expended a considerable portion of their mana. The fighters also needed a moment to relax. Guild leader, how's the loot? Blackie, who rested on the ground nearby, asked Feng. Not bad. We got a total of 63 items. 3 are level 55 dark gold weapons, one of which is a great sword that adds fire resistance. Aside from that, we also got 8 pieces of level 55 dark gold equipment, 3 of which add fire resistance. Of the 3 pieces of dark gold equipment that add fire resistance, one is the Dark Corrosion Boots, a set piece for a level 55 plate armor set. And another one is the Sundial Arm Guard, a set piece for a level 55 cloth armor set. There are also 7 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment, 5 of which add fire resistance. As for the other items, they're mainly magic scrolls, potions, mana stones, and raw materials, Feng said as he shared the equipment statistics in the team chat for everyone to see. Crap, level 55 dark gold set equipment. Everyone's eyes glowed when they saw the statistics Feng had shared. Both the Dark Corrosion set and the Sundial set were 6-piece, level 55 to level 60 dark gold set equipment. These 2 sets were easily the strongest set equipment they had seen thus far. If one equipped one of these sets, only players in full epic equipment could surpass them. Feng simply smiled in response to everyone's exclamations. The Dark Corrosion set and Sundial set were some of the best sets available to players between level 55 and level 60. Not only did they provide superb fire resistance, but they also had effects that significantly enhanced fire-type damage. The full Sundial set, in particular, would increase all basic attributes by 220 points and physique by 15%. The set provided a significant improvement in all aspects. No ordinary dark gold set equipment could compare. When they saw the Dark Corrosion set and Sundial set, Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's eyes turned slightly bloodshot. They hadn't considered that the Eclipse Throne could drop such valuable dark gold set equipment. If an MT equipped the Dark Corrosion set, that MT could easily tank bosses in fiery environments. Tanking level 50 mythic bosses would also become much easier. Guild Leader Black Flame. If you can collect a complete Dark Corrosion set, Unyielding Soul will purchase it for 15,000 gold. Unyielding Heart declared. He Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is willing to offer 17,000 gold. Phoenix Rain said, Hen, Unyielding Soul offers 18,000 gold. Unyielding Heart hurriedly countered Phoenix Rain's offer. Seeing Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain competing over the Dark Corrosion set, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members present were stunned. Even Zero Wings members had similar reactions. They never thought that the VIPs of two super first-rate guilds would fight so fervently over the Dark Corrosion set. I'm sorry. While I can understand your interest in purchasing the set, but the Dark Corrosion set is very important to Zero Wing, so I have no intention of selling it for now. Sherfong refused the offer immediately. Of course, if Zero Wing obtains a second Dark Corrosion set, I will be willing to sell it. However, the minimum bid I'll accept per set is 24,000 gold. Of course, you can also offer rare materials or magic crystals. Sherfang's team members gasped when they heard his price. It was too expensive. One could purchase a very good plot of land in an imperial capital's central district for 24,000 gold. It was even possible to construct a town with that kind of money. Yet Sherfong wanted 24,000 gold for a single dark gold set equipment. Guild Leader Black Flame, I believe you are aware that equipment has an effective time period. Although the Dark Corrosion set is a level 55 to level 60 dark gold set equipment, its value will decrease as time passes, Unyielding Heart said. If you gather a complete set within 7 days, I am willing to spend 24,000 gold to purchase it. However, if you offer the complete set after a fortnight or a month, I'm afraid that the Dark Corrosion set will no longer be worth that price. Phoenix Rain nodded in agreement with Unyielding Heart's words. As their levels and equipment improved, bosses that they hadn't been able to tackle would become easier to defeat. It was only a matter of time before they would acquire something similar to the Dark Corrosion set. They were only willing to buy the Dark Corrosion set now to jumpstart their plans. But as their time advantage shrunk, the set equipment's value would decrease as well. Rest assured, Zero Wing should have no problems securing a second Dark Corrosion set within 7 days. If we fail to collect a second set, I will put the first up for sale, Sherfong said. Although the Dark Corrosion set was precious, its drop rate in the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne was relatively high. He also had the Icarus's Heart. Super large-scale team dungeons reset once a week, and after another 7 days, Zero Wing would have far more Tier 2 experts. While Zero Wing wasn't guaranteed to acquire 2 Dark Corrosion sets after 2 dungeon raids, securing one shouldn't be an issue. After some negotiations, Sherfong decided to hold an auction for the Dark Corrosion set in 10 days. The set's final owner would depend on who offered the highest price, Phoenix Rain or Unyielding Heart. Once Sherfong had organized the loot, he turned his gaze to the magic crystal treasure chest in the gigantic iron cage above. When the troll hero had died, it had also dropped a pitch-black key. This key, without a doubt, was related to the massive cage. Sherfong then activated Gale Domain and flew towards the hanging cage. Chapter 1803, Great Sword Saint. Chapter 1803, Great Sword Saint. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. The iron cage above the arena was as large as a house. Although the cage was covered in rust, the divine runes on the iron railings were visible. Due to these divine runes, some kind of invisible energy constantly circulated the cage. When Sherfong landed on top of the iron cage, he discovered that he was unable to use any skills or spells. His body also felt heavy, his movements becoming sluggish. What powerful suppression! Shifeng felt the strange energy suppress his mind as he stood on the cage, becoming a little dizzy. If a Tier 1 player stood in his place, they'd likely pass out. When Shifeng tried to reach the cage's lock, a powerful force shoved him away. He transformed into a blur as he crashed into the arena below. What's going on? Didn't he already get a key? Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were a little surprised when Shifeng's figure slammed into the ground. From their position, they had only seen Shifeng fly like a cannonball the moment he had reached the cage's lock. They had never seen anything like it. Once Shifeng stood, he shook his head, still dizzy. He then fell into deep thought as he stared at the iron cage. That one blow had dealt minus 60,000 damage. If a cloth armor or plate armor class with low HP had taken the blow, they would have died instantly. Guild leader, is the key unable to open the cage? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she looked at Shifeng, whose HP had fallen to a critical level. No, we must be missing something, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He realized that they needed more than just the key. I think the rest of the bosses should have what we need. He hadn't heard anyone mention a gigantic cage above the troll hero during his previous life, so he had no idea of what he needed to open it. However, since this was clearly a reward for the first team that challenged the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne, the following bosses should carry what he needed. After Shifeng rested for a while, he led the team onward. The Eclipse Throne's castle was massive, and the troll hero was only the castle's gatekeeper. Under Shifeng's command, the team slaughtered the patrolling monsters inside the castle. After nearly 2 hours, the team arrived at a garden. Along the way, the team had killed a large number of monsters. Overall, these monsters dropped a total of 5 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment and 1 level 55 dark gold equipment piece. Since none of them provided fire resistance, Shifeng decided to hold an internal auction for the Zero Wing members on the team. This made the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members jealous. Even now, they did not have a single piece of level 55 fine gold equipment, much less level 55 dark gold equipment. Guild leader, there's a boss ahead. Fire Dance, who scouted for the team, reported through the team chat. Hearing Fire Dance's report, everyone went on high alert and ventured through the garden carefully. After about another minute, the team found a courtyard that could very well be described with the word paradise. Surrounded by greenery and gorgeous flowers, a giant wolf lay slumbering beneath a large tree. The wolf was 6 meters long and covered in crimson fur. Corrosive Wolf King, Demonic Beast Mythic. Level 57. HP 400 000 000 /400 000 000. This boss's aura is so strong. The corrosive gas this boss is giving off is really dense too. I can already feel my stamina decreasing faster than before, despite standing so far away. The team members watched the Corrosive Wolf King with solemn expressions. If the Corrosive Wolf King were similar to the Troll Hero, they would not have to worry. However, bosses like the Corrosive Wolf King, which could cause constant damage or inflict debuffs, were the most troublesome. These bosses would place an immense burden on the team's healers. If the healers couldn't keep up with the constant damage, it would only be a matter of time before the boss annihilated the team. All MTs form groups of 3 and stand in these specified locations. Melee DPS split up into groups as well and stand beside the MTs. Healers and ranged DPS will run after the boss throughout the raid. If there are no problems, let's begin. Shifeng simply used the standard procedures for a boss raid and had his team move out. This left Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart speechless. Although they wanted to express their opinions about Shifeng's instructions, they held back and followed his orders when they recalled the swordsman's ability to adapt. As soon as the raid began, Shifeng activated Ring of Brilliance. This time, though, he did not activate World Projection. Ring of Brilliance only cost 2,000 magic crystals, whereas World Projection cost 5,000 magic crystals. Meanwhile, the biggest problem with the Corrosive Wolf King was the low mana environment, which weakened the effects of skills and spells. There was no actual need to suppress the boss's attributes. Following which, under Sher Feng's orders, the team shaved off the Corrosive Wolf King's HP whenever too much corrosive gas contaminated the MT group that tanked the boss. Sher Feng ordered another MT group to take its place. By replacing the MTs responsible for tanking the boss, the contaminated MTs had enough time to recover. As for the healing aspect of the raid, Sher Feng wasn't worried thanks to Violet Cloud's holy prayer and his life domain. By alternating these two AoE heals, the team's healers were able to conserve their mana. In the end, it took less than half an hour to defeat the almighty Corrosive Wolf King. When the Corrosive Wolf King had died, it had also dropped a pile of items, including the head and leg parts for the Dark Corrosion set. The team then proceeded toward the third boss, the Corrosive Dryad. As with the last boss, Sher Feng used the standard raid procedures, splitting the MTs into groups to deal with the Corrosive Dryad's numerous tendrils. Meanwhile, the melee players would open up a path for the ranged DPS to bombard the Dryad with fire-type skills and spells. During this raid, Zhao Yueru, with her Frost Flame's Wrath, shone brightly. Like the Corrosive Wolf King, it took less than 30 minutes for the Corrosive Dryad to fall. Meanwhile, the Corrosive Dryad dropped 5 pieces of level 55 dark gold equipment and 8 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment, all of which added fire resistance. Among the 5 pieces of dark gold equipment, 2 were set pieces for the Dark Corrosion set, specifically the arm guards and belt. By the time the team defeated the Corrosive Dryad, including the 2 other bosses and mobs they killed, everyone on the team had gained roughly 20% more EXP. Their leveling speed in the dungeon was much faster than grinding elsewhere. This left the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members speechless. They currently rated a level 50 super large-scale team dungeons hell mode. Yet not only hadn't they died and lost EXP, but their experience bars had also increased faster than grinding monsters outside of the dungeon. If they were to retell this tale, nobody would believe them. What surprised these super first-rate guilds members the most was the fact that they had only used the standard raid procedures to defeat every boss they had encountered. Despite facing mythic monsters, they had managed to defeat these bosses, one after another, without so much as suffering a single casualty. Since when were standard raid tactics so effective in super large-scale team dungeons? The bosses they had raided thus far were much easier compared to the bosses in large-scale team dungeons. However, unlike their companions, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart realized what was happening. Their team hadn't defeated these powerful mythic bosses so easily because the standard raid procedures were so effective in this dungeon, but because Zero Wings, MTs, healers, and DPS were astoundingly powerful. There was also Sher Feng's heaven-defying Ring of Gospel, which could weaken the bosses and enhance their entire team. Without these factors, all of these boss fights would have been incredibly difficult or ended in a team wipe. The Eclipse Throne had a total of 4 bosses. Now that they had killed 3, only the final boss remained. Both Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart felt as if they were in a dream. Following which, under Sher Feng's command, the team soon reached the throne room housing the final boss. The throne room was also on the castle's top floor. When the team reached the throne room, they encountered a young man lying before the room's tightly shut doors. The young man wore golden armor and carried a great sword that radiated a holy light on his back. If one inspected this young man, they would discover that he was a level 60 mythic NPC. When Sher Feng saw this NPC youth's name, he was stunned. Why is he here? Shock filled Sher Feng's eyes as he gazed down at the mythic NPC. At this stage of the game, most likely no player, other than himself, knew about this NPC, but during his previous life, every God's Domain player would recognize the youth. This man had been reputed as the Great Sword Saint, known by players as the strongest entity below Tier 6. However, the main reason for this NPC's fame was the weapon he wielded. It was also the easiest weapon to find among the 10 great legendary weapons. The Glorious Will. Chapter 1804, Epic Team Quest. Chapter 1804, Epic Team Quest. Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat. Sir Fong had never thought that he would actually come across the Great Sword Saint Edward in the Eclipse Throne. From what he remembered, the Great Sword Saint was stationed at the ruined mountain range in the continent of God's Domain. Although the Glorious Will was the easiest of the 10 great legendary weapons to come by, even after 10 years, no player had managed to acquire the real Glorious Will. There had been a player that managed to acquire a replica of the Glorious Will, who had been titled the Glorious Sword Saint. Rumors had it that the Glorious Sword Saint had acquired the replica from a quest. Other rumors claimed that the replica came from the loot of a powerful field boss. There were also some that stated it was a commission made by a famed smith. Although the Glorious Sword Saint had eventually revealed that the Glorious Will replica came from a quest given out by Great Sword Saint Edward, nobody believed him. The reason for this was that many players had tried increasing their favorability with Great Sword Saint Edward after the revelation. However, no matter how high their favorability reached, the NPC did not offer them the same quest. Hence, everyone concluded that the Glorious Sword Saint had lied to conceal the origin of his weapon. Could that person's weapon have come from here? Sir Fong thought as he looked at the Great Sword Saint Edward lying quietly against the doors to the throne room. When he raided the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne in his previous life, he had never come across Edward. Now that the NPC appeared in the dungeon in this life, Sir Fong could not help but suspect that the quest the Glorious Sword Saint had mentioned back then was related to the Edward before him right now. This discovery thrilled Sir Fong. The Glorious Will was one of the 10 great legendary weapons in God's Domain. Even its replica was something that countless players dreamed of obtaining. Otherwise, the owner of the Glorious Will replica wouldn't have become the Glorious Sword Saint in the past. Guild leader, should we approach this NPC? Aqua Rose asked. Of course, Sir Fong replied, nodding before walking up to the NPC. When Sir Fong got within 20 yards of Edward, the resting NPC abruptly opened his eyes. Adventurers, this isn't a place any of you should come to. Armas has stolen the Sun Crown. His strength exceeds your imagination. You all had best turn back now, Edward said, somewhat exhausted. Upon hearing Edward's words, Sir Fong immediately connected the dots and concluded that the quest to acquire the Glorious Will replica came from this Edward. Lord Edward, we are not afraid of danger. If there is anything we can help you with, please say so, Sir Fong declared. Since you are determined, so be it. Brave adventurers, Armas has only recently stolen the Sun Crown. He has yet to absorb its power completely. I hope that you can help me reclaim the Sun Crown, Edward said after giving the matter some thought. System. Do you wish to accept the Epic Team Quest Sun Crown? Quest content. Help Edward reclaim the Sun Crown that Armas stole. Rewards unknown. Sir Fong accepted the quest without hesitation. Everyone else in the team gaped in shock when they read the notification. They had never thought that they could receive an Epic Team Quest in such a place. This situation made Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart envy Zero Wing even more. This Epic Team Quest was essentially a dungeon raiding quest. Successfully raiding the dungeon meant the completion of this quest. It was basically a bonus reward to Zero Wing. Brave adventurers, follow me. It is time for this evil lich to receive his due, Edward said as he stood up. He then pushed apart the tightly shut steel doors and stepped into the throne room. Everyone follow the NPC, Sir Fong commanded. Everyone trailed Edward into the throne room. Upon entering the throne room, Everyone felt as if they had gone outdoors at nighttime. The ceiling of the throne room resembled the starry sky at night at the far end of the throne room. Seated high up on the throne was a 2-meter-tall skeleton dressed in midnight robes, wearing a fiery crown on its skull and holding a golden staff. This skeleton was none other than the Lich Armas. Currently, Armas was gazing down at Sherfong and the others as if he was the king of the underworld. Meanwhile, standing on one side of Armas's throne was a suit of pitch-black armor that was missing its head, and on the other side was a 6-meter-tall beast that had the body of a scorpion. Armas, Lich Mythic. Level 60. HP 500,000, 000/500, 000, 000 Headless Knight, Undead Mythic. Level 59. HP 360, 000, 000/360, 000, 000 Scorpion Snake King, Demonic Beast Mythic. Level 59. HP 420, 000, 000/420, 000, 000. The statistics of these monsters had everyone gasping. The confidence built up from their success thus far promptly disappeared. Is this a joke? 3 mythic monsters. The system is too shameless. So this is Hell mode. No, that can't be right. Even Hell mode shouldn't be this difficult. This must be due to the team quest. Everyone's heart stopped as they stared in despair at the 3 mythic monsters at the far end of the throne room. It already took everything they had to fight one mythic monster. Fighting 3 mythic monsters at the same time was beyond a 200-man team of Tier 2 players. Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart currently wore somber expressions as they looked at the 3 mythic monsters. They felt that the system was playing a big joke on them. Guild Leader Blackflame, this quest is a little outside of our capabilities. Why don't we abandon this quest? With our team's current strength, it is simply impossible to go up against 3 mythic monsters simultaneously, Phoenix Rain suggested. Unyielding Heart nodded his head in agreement. This was no longer a feasible challenge for current players. At the very least, their entire 200-man team needed to be fully equipped in level 55 or even level 60 dark gold equipment, with the main members of the team having multiple pieces of epic weapons and equipment. Only then could they cope with 3 mythic monsters at once. At this moment, Sherfong had a gloomy expression. He had never imagined that the epic team quest would be so vicious. If there were only 2 mythic monsters, he still had the means to deal with them. However, with his current team, challenging 3 mythic monsters simultaneously was asking too much. Must I give up? When Sherfong thought about how much he had gone through to obtain this quest, reluctance filled his heart. No, if even my current team can't complete this quest, how could the Glorious Sword Saints team possibly have completed it? As the first team to conquer the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne, the Glorious Sword Saints team might be slightly superior to Sherfeng's current team in terms of equipment standards, but there was definitely a limit to the difference. Not to mention, he had the Ring of Gospel to improve his team's basic attributes and suppress the mythic monsters. At this moment, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered everyone's ears. System, you have accepted the Epic Team Quest Sun Crown. Please select your challenge difficulty. System, there are 3 difficulties available: Bronze, Silver, and Gold. Depending on the difficulty selected, the final reward will also be adjusted. Please choose carefully. The difficulty cannot be changed once selected. Chapter 1805, Skyrocketing Combat Power. Chapter 1805, Skyrocketing Combat Power. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. There are 3 different difficulties. Sherfong, more or less, understood how the Glorious Sword Saint had completed this quest in the past after seeing the system notification. Bronze rank was no doubt the easiest. It was also very likely that the Glorious Sword Saint had chosen this difficulty to complete the epic team quest. However, the only problem right now was that the system did not clearly state the difficulty standards. If players had to fight all 3 mythic monsters at once, which difficulty was it? If bronze difficulty had that requirement, then even Sher Feng had to admit defeat. When he had raided the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne during his previous life, Armas had been the only boss at the end of the dungeon. The Lich hadn't had any subordinates at his side. With his current team, it was simply impossible to take on Armas and his 2 subordinates simultaneously. If, however, the challenge before him was gold rank, then he could attempt bronze or silver. This difficulty selection really is troublesome. The system actually refuses to provide any information about our options. It's impossible to make a good decision. Phoenix Rain frowned as she watched Armas and his 2 subordinates. Without any information as a benchmark, they would waste all of the effort they had put into this dungeon raid thus far on the off chance that they made the wrong selection. Brave adventurers, Armas and his subordinates are very strong. If you can't hold on after the battle begins in a moment, you can gather around me. Although I haven't fully recovered my power yet, I can unfold a domain around me. The domain will, more or less, weaken their power, Edward suddenly said. Power hasn't fully recovered yet. Unfold a domain? Sher Feng could not help but turn to look at Edward upon hearing the NPC's words. So that's the case. Guild leader, did you figure something out? Aqua Rose asked curiously when she saw Sher Feng smile. I now understand this quest's difficulty standards, Sher Feng said as he gestured to Edward. The challenge difficulty doesn't refer to the 3 bosses. It refers to the support Edward can provide. The more difficult the challenge, the more limited Edward's help will be. Hearing Sher Feng's words, realization dawned on the team. They all felt that Sher Feng's guess was likely the right one. However, a gloomy atmosphere descended on the team again. Even if Edward could help, his assistance had a limit. Moreover, after all was said and done, they still had to face 3 mythic monsters simultaneously. After giving the matter some thought, Sher Feng decided to choose the silver rank difficulty. He felt that his team's overall combat power was higher than the Glorious Sword Saint's raid team in the past. If the Glorious Sword Saint had been able to clear the bronze challenge, then his team should have a high chance of clearing the silver challenge. Although the gold challenge's rewards might be abundant, Sher Feng didn't think it was worth the risk. Since the system notification had clearly stated that one could not change their difficulty selection once they had made their choice, it was likely that they'd only have one opportunity to challenge this quest. If they failed the quest, they'd walk away with nothing. Hence, Sher Feng decided on the silver challenge. System, you have chosen to challenge the silver difficulty. System, it is detected that you are challenging the Sun Crown quest for the first time. Difficulty selection may be altered to normal mode or hero mode. For normal mode, the boss's attributes will be weakened by 20%. Based on your performance in the battle, the reward will range between bronze rank and silver rank. For hero mode, the boss's attributes will be weakened by 10%. Based on your performance in the battle, the reward given will range between silver rank and gold rank. This privilege is only available on the first challenge. You may also forsake this opportunity and choose the standard difficulties. Please choose wisely. Privilege for the first challenge. Sher Feng could not help his grin. He now realized how the Glorious Sword Saint had completed the quest following, which Sher Feng chose hero mode. If all 3 mythic monsters' basic attributes fell by 20%, it would undoubtedly be of great help to the team. It was no wonder why the Glorious Sword Saints raid team had defeated all 3 mythic bosses. Although hero mode only weakened the bosses by 10%, he should be able to reduce the mythic boss's basic attributes by nearly 30% with a ring of gospel suppression. With Cola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian strength, plus the other tier 2 MTs, they should be able to keep all 3 bosses in check. Hero mode? Unyielding Heart was speechless when he saw Feng's selection. Is he insane? Phoenix Rain was similarly surprised. Feng's initial decision to choose the Silver Challenge was understandable since they had so little information to work with. And regardless of their choice, they still had to face 3 mythic bosses at once. However, now that they had concrete numbers, Feng had chosen Hero Mode. This decision was confusing. While she understood that with Feng's Ring of Gospel, it was possible to suppress the 3 bosses further, but the biggest problem wasn't whether or not the team's MTs could tank the bosses. It was whether or not the team had enough DPS. Moreover, since they had to fight 3 mythic bosses simultaneously, the pressure on the team's healers would be unprecedented. When the raid began, the healers' mana expenditure would be massive. If their healers ran out of mana in the middle of the raid, they'd definitely team wipe. They had to reduce the boss's maximum HP as much as possible to ensure a greater chance of success. Although there was only a 10% difference between normal mode and hero mode, the 3 bosses had a combined 1,280,000,000 HP. A 10% difference meant that their team had to deal with an additional 128 million HP. Moreover, there was the matter of battle recovery. This would undoubtedly extend the raid's duration by a significant amount of time, which would increase the risk of the team's healers running out of mana mid-battle. Meanwhile, after Feng had selected the fight's difficulty, the 3 mythic bosses lost 10% of their attributes. Good. Cola, Turtledove, Yuwumian, each of you will tank one of the bosses. The other MTs will support them. Prioritize the Scorpion Snake King. Feng said. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. Everyone, release the limiter on your weapons altogether. For the raid, he had armed every participating Zero Wing member with Tier 2 and Tier 3 mana weapons, especially the Tier 2 mana weapons. Of the 85 Zero Wing members he had with him this time, he had armed each with at least 3 Tier 2 mana weapons. Initially, he had only planned to use the mana weapons when the team lacked firepower. Now that they were required to go up against 3 mythic bosses simultaneously, he couldn't afford to be stingy with the mana weapons. Hearing Feng's words, Zero Wings members, who had felt a little gloomy, revealed excited expressions. Thus far, only the MTs had been allowed to liberate their mana weapons' power. The rest of them hadn't been allowed. Now that Feng had given them permission, they could use their mana weapon skill whenever they wanted to exhibit immense power. What's going on with Zero Wings members? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members were confused to see Zero Wings members brim with confidence and fighting spirit. However, after Feng used World Projection and Ring of Brilliance and Cola, Turtledove and Yuwumian had stabilized their aggro. The scenes that followed thoroughly dumbfounded Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members. After Edward activated his domain, the domain reducing the 3 bosses' reaction speed by 30% and attack power by 20%. This greatly reduced the pressure Cola and the others faced. After the Scorpion Snake King and Headless Knight lost nearly 30% of their attributes, the 2 bosses were a joke. Even the team's regular Tier 2 MTs could tank the 2 bosses' fierce assaults on their own, let alone Turtledove and Yuwumian. This allowed the DPS to attack the 2 bosses freely. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls Tier 2 experts were fortunate if their attacks dealt more than minus 10,000 damage. Yet, Zero Wings experts dealt over minus 30,000 damage with each attack. The latter's magical class experts even landed multiple attacks that dealt over minus 50,000 damage. The damage Zero Wings members dealt was simply ridiculous. Moreover, a Tier 3 demon bombarded the bosses in a frenzy, rapidly devouring their HP. This stupefied the players from the 2 super first-rate guilds. They had never thought that Zero Wing could summon a demon that was as strong as an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level. After the team defeated the first two mythic bosses and focused on Armas, the raid became considerably more difficult. Armas was a lich that could use spells of all of the four major elements. Each of his spells could instant kill a non-plate armor class. Hence, even though Armas's attributes had been suppressed, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Shurfong had his forbidden domain to stop the occasional large-scale destruction spell the lich cast. On the rare occasions when forbidden domain was on cooldown, the other players disrupted the lich's spell casting with powerful skills and spells, significantly reducing the threat Armas posed. When Armas's HP fell to 30%, however, the lich began to double speed cast, catching everyone off guard. As a result, over a dozen players died in the blink of an eye. The rest of the players were startled. How is this possible? The boss actually knows how to double speed cast? Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were just as stunned. Double speed casting was a technique that many expert players found extremely difficult to accomplish. But once they could execute the technique, they'd undergo a qualitative transformation. Players would be able to enhance their offensive and defensive capabilities. Everyone, activate your berserk skills. With the exception of MTs, I want everyone to keep moving around. Do not let the boss lock onto you. Shurfong hurriedly commanded after seeing Armas going berserk. Hearing Shurfeng's command, the team went into action. Everyone activated their berserk skills and ran in random patterns, making it difficult for Armas to target them with his spells. As a result, the lich could only target the relatively immobile MTs. This allowed the team to reduce the risk of casualties. The boss doesn't have much HP left. Attack with everything you've got, Shurfong said before activating Lightning Slash. Gentle Snow also used her Tier 2 skill Blade Storm, while Zhao Yueru used Frost Flame Space and attacked the boss alongside her doppelgangers. As for Aqua Rose, she used her domain skill, Aqua Precinct. Everyone on the team used their strongest skills and spells available. Even the weakest attacks inflicted over minus 50,000 damage, while the stronger ones dealt over minus 100,000 damage. Armas's HP plummeted as a result. 20%, 10%, 5%. Die. When Armas's HP fell below 1%, Shurfong, who had Power of Darkness activated, used Divine Providence and Flame Burst. Miniature suns bombarded Armas, one after another, devouring the boss's remaining HP. Boom! As the team watched, Armas's skeletal body crumbled to the ground. The surviving members then heard a series of system notifications. Chapter 1806, Eclipse Throne First Clear. Chapter 1806, Eclipse Throne First Clear. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. The boss is dead. We did it. We won. Everyone cried out with joy when they saw Armas's skeletal figure on the ground. Although Armas had killed over 60 of their 200-man team, they still defeated the final boss of the Eclipse Throne in the end. Not even the various superpowers dared to challenge this dungeon. Zero Wings members were similarly ecstatic. Although they had trusted Shurfeng's decision, they couldn't help their excitement after actually watching Armas fall. After all, they had achieved a feat that not even God's domain's current superpowers were capable of. Everyone was particularly excited to see their names appear on the dungeon's glory list, which had appeared in the center of the throne room in the form of a stone monument after Armas's death. With this, their names would be permanently recorded and put on display for players that would clear the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne in the future. Even Shurfong breathed a sigh of relief. It had not been easy to defeat Armas and his two subordinates. He couldn't use many of his tools in a super large-scale team dungeon. The team had to rely on their weapons and equipment to take out the 3 mythic bosses. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first clear of the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne, rewarding guild popularity plus 20, humanity reputation plus 20, all loot doubled. System, Do you wish to release a congratulatory announcement to the public? If you do not make a decision within 30 seconds, the announcement will be made by default. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng chose not to inform the public of their success. While announcing Zero Wing's success of clearing the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne would garner a lot of fame to the guild, it would also attract more enemies. Furthermore, Zero Wing had stood out quite a bit lately thanks to Silverwing Town, earning a few superpowers envy. If the various superpowers knew that Zero Wing also had the strength to raid a super large-scale team dungeon, even if it had the help of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, they would definitely relate this success to Silverwing Town. At that time, the various superpowers would likely do everything they could to capture the town. Although Silverwing Town's development was coming along quite nicely right now, its defensive capabilities weren't strong enough, yet more time was needed to fortify the town properly. Phoenix Pavilion Master, Vice Guild Leader Hart, I hope that you will keep this matter a secret for the time being. I don't want too many people to know about what happened here, Shifeng said as he looked at Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart. That won't be a problem. The people I've brought today are my trusted subordinates. None of them will speak a word about today's raid, Unyielding Heart said, nodding. There aren't any problems on my side either, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. Publicizing their success today would only be a detriment. After all, they still had important business with Shifeng. If the various superpowers learned of the Dark Corrosion set, an intense struggle over the set would definitely ensue. Hence, both Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain welcomed the fact that Shifeng wanted to keep today's achievement confidential. Shortly after Shifeng decided against the congratulatory announcement, Armas's golden throne abruptly shattered. A small mountain of items took its place, radiating a glow that illuminated the throne room. At a glance, there were easily over 100 items in that pile. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members stared at the loot with bulging eyes. Adventurers, thank you for your help in giving Armas the punishment he deserves, Edward said sincerely as he walked up to Shifeng. Edward held the golden crown that previously graced Armas's skull. Although Armas has died, his power has not vanished completely. Half of his power has gathered in one of his eyes, while the other half is stored in the sealed cage above the arena. If you wield his eye, you should be able to acquire his remaining power. Hopefully it will be of some help. After Edward had said so, a magic array appeared beneath his feet. The great sword Saint then transformed into a streak of light and left the throne room. System, congratulations. You have completed the epic team quest, Sun Crown. Total deaths, 63. Time spent, 47 minutes, 28 seconds. Awarding Grade A evaluation, plus 30% EXP for legacy skill points and 1 Armas's eye. Grade A. When Shifeng read the system notification, he was satisfied with the outcome, seeing as they had challenged hero mode. He then plucked Armas's eye from the ground and inspected it. Armas's eye necklace epic rank item. An Eye of Time formed of nearly half of the Great Lich Armas's power. The Eye of Time can view both the past and the future. Level 50, level 100. Equipment requirement. Intelligence 1,200, Vitality 800 Intelligence, plus 57, Vitality plus 54, Endurance plus 44, level 50. Casting speed increased by 15%. All spell effectiveness increased by 15%. Cast range plus 2. Spell completion rate increased by 1%. Additional skill 1 dash. Eye of Future, when activated, allows the user to maintain an hour of simulated combat. Cooldown, 10 hours additional skill, 2 dash. Eye of Past, tracks the target's movement and location for 3 hours. Cooldown, 6 hours. What heaven-defying skills! Shifeng was astonished after reading Armas's Eyes attribute panel. Armas's eye's basic attributes were average at best, but the two skills were incredible. Eye of Future, in particular, was simply heaven-defying. With the Eye of Future, players could participate in a system-simulated battle before the actual fight if this skill were used to raid bosses. Players could test various strategies without sacrificing team members. If used in a PvP battle, although the main god system wouldn't be able to replicate enemy players' movements perfectly, it could mimic players with an 80% to 90% accuracy. If players could practice against their simulated opponents before the actual battle, they would be more confident during the actual battle. Most importantly, Eye of Future could reveal an enemy's true strength. Meanwhile, the simulated player would remain wholly ignorant of their trump card's exposure. The only downside was that Eye of Future had a very long cooldown. Even so, it was amazing. After Shifeng finished marveling over Armas's eye, he examined the rest of the loot. A total of 131 items had dropped from the throne. Over half were rare materials, magic crystals, and mana stones. Only 23 items were weapons and equipment. Among the weapons and equipment dropped, the best was the epic weapon, Nether Scepter, a top-tier staff for summoners. The staff enhanced summon creatures using Nether Spirit, which increased their basic attributes by 25%. The staff could also summon a squad of Nether Guards, consisting of 1 captain and 9 soldiers. The captain was a High Lord, while the 9 soldiers were lords. Shifeng had also obtained the chest piece for the Dark Corrosion set, the last piece he needed to complete the Dark Gold set equipment. Including the set effects, the Dark Corrosion set granted a total of 180 points of fire resistance. With such high fire resistance, players would have no trouble against a fire-type boss. Moreover, the set offered higher basic attribute bonuses than ordinary Dark Gold set equipment of the same level. Shifeng had Kola equip the Dark Corrosion set without hesitation. Upon equipping the set, Kola's basic attributes skyrocketed. His HP also reached 87,000. With this fire resistance, a Tier 1 player's fire-type attacks will likely have no effect on me, Kola said, astonished when he saw his fire resistance. He now had more than 200 points. Wearing the red and black metallic armor, Kola looked like a war god that had just stepped off a battlefield of fire. Heat wafted off of him in waves. Seeing this, Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain raised their evaluation of the Dark Corrosion set. Shifeng didn't leave the team dungeon immediately after he tidied up the loot. Instead, he led the team back to the castle's arena. Now that Armas was dead, as Edward had said, he could retrieve the other half of Armas's power, which was inside the locked steel cage. When Shifeng thought about the glorious will replica, his heart pounded with elation. Chapter 1807, Glorious Will's Replica. Chapter 1807, Glorious Will's Replica. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Once more, Shifeng stood before the rusted cage in the bloodlust-saturated arena. The mysterious power that previously protected the cage was now gone. This allowed Shifeng to approach the cage and unlock it with the key he had acquired from the troll hero. Click. After opening the cage, the magic crystal treasure chest appeared before Shifeng in full. Curiosity overwhelmed the other players in the arena after seeing Shifeng unlock the cage. They were all eager to learn what the treasure chest contained. After all, this magic crystal treasure chest was the Epic Team Quest's true reward. Please let the glorious will replica be inside. Shifeng inwardly prayed as he carefully opened the magic crystal treasure chest. Although the glorious sword saint had claimed that he had acquired the replica from a quest, he hadn't stated which quest. It was possible that he hadn't obtained the replica from this team dungeon. Hence, Shifeng wasn't certain that he would find the glorious will replica in this magic crystal treasure chest. As the loading bar slowly filled, Shifeng grew increasingly nervous. After the 20-second activation progress completed, the magic crystal treasure chest's lid slowly lifted on its own. Golden light then illuminated the entire arena. The arena's ambient mana even grew, slightly denser. What's going on? Opening the treasure chest can actually increase the arena's mana density. This treasure chest is amazing. Could it be a legendary treasure chest? How is that even possible? Why would the system award players with a legendary treasure chest just for completing an epic team quest? At the very least, you'd have to complete a legendary quest to get something like that. I guess that's true. Even so, that chest definitely has an epic item. That's right. I had never thought that it was possible to acquire such a huge harvest by raiding a super large-scale team dungeon. We got so many more items than we could from a large-scale team dungeon. Zero Wing struck gold this time. With all of the weapons and equipment it earned from this raid, its main force will definitely become a lot stronger. Zero Wing will have a much easier time raiding super large-scale team dungeons in the future. As the light from the magic crystal treasure chest started to dim, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members chatted among themselves. They could already see Zero Wing growing even stronger in the future. Even if the guild had a numbers problem right now and would not be able to raid other super large-scale team dungeons for some time, the guild should have no problems raiding large-scale team dungeons in kingdoms and empires with all of the loot it had acquired from the Eclipse Throne. Cycling, once we return, notify the guild's upper echelons and tell them that I'm holding an emergency meeting, Unyielding Heart whispered to the male cleric beside him. Vice guild leader, you couldn't possibly be thinking of inviting them, right? Cycling Light asked in surprise, isn't that a little too risky? Aside from the other Vice guild leaders, I'm afraid the guild leader won't agree to it. Zero Wing might be an outsider, but you've witnessed the guild's strength personally. Zero Wing's main force is no weaker than a super first-rate guild's. I believe that with this strength, the guild leader will be very happy to get Zero Wing's assistance, Unyielding Heart said, smiling. We truly have to thank Lingsha for this. If she hadn't sent us to help Zero Wing, we'd likely remain ignorant of Zero Wing's strength. Indeed, we really have to thank Miss Lingsha. Cycling Light nodded. Miss Lingsha likely discovered Zero Wing's strength a while ago, so she asked us to do everything we could to help the guild. He hadn't understood why Mu Lingsha had wanted them to help Zero Wing, but now he had to admire her excellent insight. It was no wonder why Unyielding Soul's board of directors had voted to make Mu Lingsha the guild's current honorary elder. When Mu Lingsha was first conferred the position, the decision had displeased many of the guild's upper echelons and elders. After all, Mu Lingsha was simply too young. She also wasn't very familiar with God's domain, and she wasn't particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It simply wasn't fair that she should have so much authority in the guild. Looking at it now, however, Cycling Light thought that Mu Lingsha definitely deserved the position. Standing nearby, Blue Phoenix glanced at Unyielding Heart and Cycling Light. Big Sis Rain, it seems Unyielding Heart has become very interested in Zero Wing, Blue Phoenix said quietly. That's normal. The power Zero Wing displayed truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Zero Wing strength is nothing like what a first-rate guild should have, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. Nine Dragons Emperor is still trying to find a way to eliminate Zero Wing. I'm really curious to see what kind of expression he'll make once he learns that Unyielding Soul wants to deepen its relationship with his rival. The struggle for the position of Great Pavilion Master had grown more intense lately, and thanks to the wonderful misunderstanding that Zero Wing was one of her subordinates, she had gained the upper hand in the competition for the position. Although she had tried multiple times to refute the misunderstanding, she no longer felt that it was a bad thing to let the misunderstanding continue. The stronger Zero Wing became, the greater her chance would be of becoming the next Great Pavilion Master. However, she was surprised when she considered how fast Zero Wing developed. When she had first encountered Zero Wing, it had been just another small guild in the kingdom. Now, however, even a veteran super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul considered Zero Wing important. This development speed was a little scary. Meanwhile, when the magic crystal treasure chest opened fully within the iron cage, Sher Fong was stunned by what he saw. He had to admit that a gold magic crystal treasure chest was indeed amazing. The items inside were far more impressive than the contents of an epic treasure chest, although this gold magic crystal treasure chest didn't have as many items as the one he had found in the lost town. The item's quality was just as high. There were a total of 5 items inside the treasure chest. The first was an epic consumable called Frosthell. It was a domain tool that could be used to alter the weather. However, it could only be used 5 times. The second item was a warrior summoning order. When used, it would gather a group of powerful NPCs. Players could then choose a personal guard from among these NPCs, the weakest of which would be Secret Silver rank. If one were lucky, one of the NPCs could be Fine Gold rank. The warrior summoning order was easily worth tens of thousands of gold. The third item was an advanced smithy design. As an advanced construction, the advanced smithy possessed abilities that a basic smithy definitely did not. For example, the advanced smithy had the ability to invite NPC master forgers to run it. Meanwhile, players could periodically commission the invited master forger to produce weapons and equipment for them. Although the cost was extremely high, players could obtain a highly compatible weapon or equipment piece. The fourth item was the Tier 4 Continuous Use Magic Scroll Vulcan Sai. The magic scroll was slightly special due to its multiple uses, though players would have to spend magic crystals to replenish the scroll's mana. Typically, a continuous use magic scroll could be used 4 to 6 times. It was easily worth more than a piece of ordinary epic equipment. The final item was a cool, dazzling golden greatsword. It was the most valuable item among the 5 inside the treasure chest, and the item Sher Fong had hoped to find the most. The replica of the Glorious Will. Chapter 1808, Sword of Violence. Chapter 1808, Sword of Violence. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. The Glorious was a golden, great sword radiating a golden glow. A bundle of golden flames encased within its hilt emanated a sacred aura. The weapon's cool design would easily captivate its wielder. As Sher Fong inspected the greatsword in his hands, everyone else in the arena had their attention drawn to the weapon. What's that sword? It's so amazing. It's actually giving off such a powerful aura despite being in an inactive state. Why does that sword look somewhat familiar? That looks like the great sword the NPC from before had. That sword looks so cool. I wonder, what is its rank? I'm guessing it should be an epic weapon at the very least. There's no way a dark gold weapon would feel this powerful. Everyone discussed quietly among themselves as they looked at the Glorious which Sher Fong had retrieved from the magic crystal treasure chest, many swordsmen, and berserkers, the only 2 classes capable of using 2-handed weapons like greatswords. And the team stared at the greatsword greedily, their eyes turning bloodshot. Sure enough, it really is amazing. Sher Fong was astonished as he checked the Glorious Will's attributes. Glorious Will Replica, 2-handed sword epic rank. Level 50, level 100. Equipment requirement, strength 2000. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 2320, level 50. Strength plus 285. Endurance plus 240. Agility plus 265 attack. Speed plus 10 attacks have. 20% chance to transform into a sword of light and penetrate through all defenses. 30% chance to trigger Scorching Radiance, increasing strength by 40% and damage by 210%. When equipped, increases strength by 30% and agility by 10%. Attack range plus 2. All weapon-related skills plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 15. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Additional passive /. Radiance domain increases the wielder's movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed based on the number of creatures within a 50-yard radius. Each additional creature provides a 1% boost, up to a maximum of 30%. Additional active skill 1-. Will of Light grants the will of light onto the weapon, increasing strength by 150% and inflicting 400% damage to a 5 by 25-yard area in front. Can be used up to 5 times. Each use has a 1-minute cooldown. Additional active skill 2-. Myth of Light temporarily increases user's tier by 1, up to a maximum of tier 4, to deal 1 devastating attack in a 50-yard cone. Cooldown 20 minutes. Additional active skill 3-. Light speed allows the user to transform into light and instantly travel a maximum distance of 150 yards. Afterward, increases movement speed by 50% for 15 seconds. During this duration, user can also control an attack with 16 swords of light formed using the power of light. Each sword of light can attack only once. Each sword of light has 80% of the user's attributes. Cooldown 5 minutes. This is a replica forged by Lich Armas using the power of the Sun Crown. Due to insufficient power, Armas failed to complete the replica. Currently, this replica is still in an incomplete state. Gather 100,000 magic crystals and 100 sun essences to complete the replica. The replica has currently absorbed 0 magic crystal and 0 sun essence. Looking at the glorious will in his hands, Sherfong felt that the weapon was basically a sword of violence. It possessed paramount strength. Ordinary epic weapons simply could not compare to it. Moreover, this greatsword was even useful for chasing fleeing or swiftly moving targets. The skill Light Speed in particular allowed its wielder to cross a distance of 150 yards instantly. With the ability to traverse such a distance in a heartbeat, players would be able to execute many feats. This great sword was perfect for berserkers and swordsmen lacking in survivability when grinding in the fields. In the past, thanks to Glorious Will, the Glorious Sword Saint had managed to escape many fatal situations. Moreover, despite the current Glorious Will already being very powerful, it was still incomplete. In its completed state, the weapon's life-saving capabilities would be much better. This was also the reason why the Glorious Sword Saint had become one of the most difficult sword saints to kill in God's domain in the past. Even when going up against Tier 6 God-ranked experts, the Glorious Sword Saint had been able to attack and flee as he wished. However, the upgrade conditions, are stringent. It actually needs 100,000 magic crystals and 100 sun essences. Sherfong frowned at the upgrade requirements. Even for the current Zero Wing, 100,000 magic crystals was a considerable amount. Not to mention, in order to defeat the bosses in the Eclipse Throne, he had already spent tens of thousands of magic crystals. Right now, he had only a little over 20,000 magic crystals left. As for Sun Essence, it was even more valuable than magic crystals. Right now, 1 Sun Essence was worth around 50 gold on the market. It was so valuable because it served as the power source of many mechanical tools. For example, practically all engines used by Mysterious Iron-ranked ships needed Sun Essence. Even so, each engine required only 10 or so Sun Essences. Meanwhile, a Mysterious Iron ship was currently more valuable than even epic equipment. Nonetheless, the Glorious will actually require 10 times the number of Sun Essences needed to run a Mysterious Iron ship. Sun Essence was extremely rare. It could only be acquired from special regional dungeons and maps, although most of the time, players got it through quests or exchanges with NPCs. However, these quests were tough, and the items needed to trade for Sun Essence were likewise very valuable and difficult to obtain. It seems I have no choice but to gather Sun Essences. Feng sighed as he looked at Glorious Will. He then stored the weapon in his bag, not intending to share its statistics with the team. This was a replica of Glorious Will, one of the 10 great legendary weapons of God's domain. Moreover, although it was currently only an epic weapon, it had the potential to reach fragmented legendary rank. If information of this weapon leaked, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Hence, the fewer players that knew about the weapon, the better. This was just like Gentle Snow's 7 Luminaries battle armor, Zhao Yueru's Frostflame's Wrath, and Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations items that needed to be kept a secret. Currently, less than 7 people in Zero Wing knew what these items were. Hence, even until now, their details had yet to leak to the public. Nobody aside from these people knew that the number of fragmented legendary items and items capable of being upgraded to the fragmented legendary rank in Zero Wing's hands was close to 10. If this matter became public, every superpower in the game would instantly target Zero Wing. When everyone saw Feng exiting the cage, they were all sensible and refrained from asking about the contents of the treasure chest Zero Wing's members. In particular, understood that if he wished to share information about the loot with them, he would naturally do so. If he didn't, however, he absolutely would not tell them. Snow, learn this skill book. I'll also leave this weapon for you to use, Feng said after walking up to Gentle Snow. He then passed the super rare skill Titan's Hand, which he acquired previously, and the Glorious Will replica to Gentle Snow. Currently, in Zero Wing, aside from himself, the only other person who possessed over 2,000 points in strength was Gentle Snow, who had claimed one of Starmoon Kingdom's 5 great legacies. Even Fire Dance's strength was still a little far from 2,000 points. Moreover, Fire Dance was an assassin and, thus, incapable of using two-handed weapons. As for the other players in Zero Wing, while some berserkers might be close to attaining 2,000 strength, their techniques were far from equal to Gentle Snow's. Besides, Gentle Snow was the vice guild leader managing Zero Wing's branch in the Black Dragon Empire. She would need greater power to have others submit to her commands. As for Titan's Hand, it was a useful skill that would boost Gentle Snow's combat power. Titan's Hand allowed berserkers to temporarily wield two-handed weapons simultaneously. Although only one weapon's basic attributes would apply, the skills and effects of the inactive weapon could still be used like normal. For me, Gentle Snow was slightly confused as she received the Titan's Hand skill book and Glorious Will. However, after she inspected the items, she was dumbfounded, especially when she saw the attributes of Glorious Will. Guild leader, this. You are the only person in the entire guild who has enough strength to use this weapon. Nobody else can use it. Letting it sit inside the guild warehouse would be a huge waste, Feng said. I understand. I'll make sure to put it to good use. As an expert sword user, Gentle Snow could not help but be excited as she held Glorious Will. After trading Glorious Will to Gentle Snow, Feng had everyone exit the team dungeon. The team disappeared from the arena and appeared outside the Eclipse Throne's entrance in the blink of an eye. Guild leader Black Flame will be leaving first, then. Once you collect another Dark Corrosion set, you must remember to contact us, Unyielding Heart said. Of course. Once I have the second set, I'll contact both of you immediately. Feng nodded. He was also very eager to sell the Dark Corrosion set. After all, this was a huge money-making opportunity. However, right when the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members were activating their return scrolls, a magic array suddenly appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the activation process of everyone's return scrolls was forcibly halted. You've made us wait for quite some time now. Do you think you can leave this place so easily? Just as everyone was trying to find the caster of the magic array, a cold laugh suddenly entered their ears. Then, a large group of players, easily numbering over 1,000, suddenly jumped down from the trees of the wetlands before them. A short moment later, a level 55 middle-aged man holding an ancient black horn bow walked out of this group. Black Shark. Unyielding Heart's complexion darkened when he saw this middle-aged man. Chapter 1809, Wrong Opponent. Chapter 1809, Wrong Opponent. Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat. The sudden appearance of over 1,000 players put Sherfong and the others on high alert. The 1,000+ players that had just emerged from the marshy jungle were by no means ordinary players. The lowest level player among them was level 53, and the weakest piece of equipment they wore was level 50 secret silver rank. Quite a few of these players even had level 50 fine gold equipment at this stage of the game. This was an equipment standard could only be found in expert teams. Vice Guild Leader, this is bad. They used a darkness seal. We won't be able to use our return scrolls for the next 2 hours, Cycling Light commented worriedly as he eyed the middle-aged man carrying the ancient, pitch-black bow. Compared to the 1,000+ players that had emerged from the forest, Cycling Light deemed this middle-aged man to be most concerning. This was because this middle-aged man was Black Shark, the commander of the Dark Hunters adventure team. Black Shark had fought Unyielding Souls members many times before. Not only did the ranger possess superb combat standards, but he also had the ability to transform into a monster. Not even Unyielding Heart, Unyielding Souls guild leader was capable of defeating Black Shark. In addition, the Dark Hunters adventure team also had quite a few monstrous existences. According to Unyielding Souls investigations, Dark Hunters should possess around 300 troublesome experts. With a glance at the 1,000+ players surrounding their team, Unyielding Heart could see that the Dark Hunters had come prepared. Including the fact that they were caught in a darkness seal, they'd have to fight if they wanted to leave this place. Immediately, he warned Sherfong through the team chat, Guild Leader Black Flame. These people are from the Dark Hunters, a dark adventure team with many powerful players. Some are even capable of transforming into monsters and drastically increasing their combat power. Even if they are at Tier 1, they have enough strength to face ordinary Tier 2 players. Although their side currently had 200 Tier 2 players, they shouldn't take on the Dark Hunters carelessly. After the Dark Hunters Tier 1 players transformed into monsters, although they couldn't compare to Tier 2 players in basic attributes, they could employ certain unorthodox combat methods. If one weren't careful with these players, they could easily take a hit. Furthermore, the Dark Hunters had a decent number of Tier 2 players. Normally, this ambush wouldn't have been much of an issue, but their team had just finished a demanding battle and had used their berserk skills already. Fighting a force of transformed Tier 2 players in such a state would be troublesome. They're the Dark Hunters. Phoenix Rain gave Black Shark a second look after hearing Unyielding Heart's introduction. Although she did not know exactly how powerful the Dark Hunters adventure team was, she knew that the adventure team was one of the reasons for the Starline Corporation's rapid rise in God's domain based on the few reports she had received. The corporation used the Dark Hunters as a trump card to destroy and assassinate its opponents. Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul had also suffered significant thanks to the adventure team. Although the Dark Hunters seemed to have the numerical advantage, their 200-man team wasn't to be trifled with. Their team was the combination of 3 powerful guilds' main force members. An adventure team like the Dark Hunters couldn't do much to them. While both sides cautiously eyed each other, a sweet, melodious voice rang out from the jungle. What a lively scene! How could you possibly leave Shadowclaw out of the fun? A moment later, a woman in beautiful dark blue mage robes slowly stepped out from the forest, leading a group of equipped experts. Like the Dark Hunters, this group had well over 1,000 members. Why is she here? Unyielding Heart frowned when he saw the woman in dark blue. Others might be unfamiliar with this beauty, but he knew her well. This woman was named Veiled Spirit, the leader of the dark forces plaguing the Copper Eagle Kingdom, which neighbored the Dark Knight Empire. She was also the commander of Shadow Claw, a dark adventure team. He knew of this woman because Veiled Spirit had personally destroyed Unyielding Soul's subordinate first-rate guild, which used to rule over the Copper Eagle Kingdom. As one of Unyielding Soul's subordinated guilds, Unyielding Soul had dispatched many experts to assist the first-rate guild. In the end, however, Unyielding Soul failed to change the first-rate guild's fate. On the contrary, Veiled Spirit's Shadow Claw adventure team had slaughtered the dozen or so peak experts Unyielding Soul had sent and a legion of several thousand players that had accompanied them. "Spirit, your timing sure is impeccable," Black Shark said as he eyed the approaching woman. "3 powerful guilds' main forces have gathered here. How could Shadow Claw possibly miss such a rare opportunity?" Veiled Spirit said, chuckling. "Fine. I'll leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members to you. I'll take Zero Wing and Unyielding Soul's members," Black Shark said. "Is that all right?" "That's the main force of 2 large guilds we're talking about," Veiled Spirit asked, flashing Black Shark a confused look. Although their 2 adventure teams greatly outnumbered their opponents had quite a few players wearing Tier 2 class insignias. The enemy team should have some Tier 2 players who weren't wearing their insignias as well. Such a team should not be easy to defeat. Relax. None of them should even think of escaping, Black Shark said confidently as he licked his lips. During his previous investigations, he had learned that the 3 guilds had come together to raid a dungeon, so he had come prepared. In fact, his original plans had never taken Shadow Claw's participation into account. He had been fully intent on devouring all 3 guilds. Now that Shadow Claw had arrived, he'd have an easier time taking down Zero Wing and Unyielding Soul's forces, although he would have to share some of the profits due to the Alliance's rules. "Fine then. I'll take a little loss this time," Veiled Spirit said, nodding after she saw Black Shark's confidence. Although she wasn't all too willing to let Black Shark monopolize the items of Zero Wing and Unyielding Soul's members. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain and other experts weren't exactly easy opponents. After Black Shark and Veiled Spirit reached an agreement, the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw's members began to tighten their circle around Sherfong and his companions. Guild Leader Black Flame, dealing with both dark adventure teams will be very difficult. You could say that Unyielding Soul and these adventure teams are old rivals. I'll have my men open a path in a moment. Use the opportunity to get out of the encirclement, Unyielding Heart hurriedly said as he watched the approaching dark players. As far as he was concerned, this ambush was definitely related to Unyielding Soul. The guild was, after all, waging an all-out war with the Starling Corporation. Expert assassination attempts were expected. "You want to escape?" Black Shark smiled when he noticed Unyielding Heart prepare to break past his people. "Do you think the Dark Hunters would ambush you without preparing?" "Move out." As soon as Black Shark said so, over 300 Dark Hunters transformed into monsters. Meanwhile, another 100+ Dark Hunters took ancient scrolls from their bags and began to chant an incantation. A layer of dark fog blocked out the sun, forming a massive barrier that trapped everyone inside. Dark Precinct. In the next moment, the 300+ transformed players inside the barrier doubled in size, and their attributes skyrocketed. Their HPs in particular had tripled. These players no longer looked human. They had completely transformed into monsters. "Today, none of you shall escape. You will all die here," Black Shark, who had also transformed, said laughing. Seeing the 300+, 3-meter-tall transformed players and sensing their frightening auras, Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's expressions darkened. They could sense that the transformed players' basic attributes had increased by at least 50%, likely due to the magic barrier. Even the transformed Tier 1 players had higher attributes than theirs. The difference between their basic attributes and the 20-plus transformed Tier 2 players was even worse. Not even Unyielding Soul was confident of charging ahead. Veiled Spirit, who stood beside Black Shark, was also slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Black Shark to have such a trump card. It was no wonder why the man was confident that his adventure team could take on 3 guilds' main forces by himself. "Is that so?" Shurfong said as he glanced at the dark precinct that had formed around him. He then took out Frosthell, the epic consumable he had just acquired from the dungeon, and continued, "It's a pity that you've picked the wrong opponent." After saying so, Shurfong activated Frosthell. Suddenly, the world around him turned snowy white as the temperature plummeted. The wetlands ahead visibly froze, and the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claws members felt an intense pressure weigh on them. Not only did their movement become sluggish, but their stamina also began to fall so sharply that others could clearly sense the change. Even their attributes rapidly decreased. Chapter 1810 Taboo Potion. Chapter 1810 Taboo Potion. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Why is this domain skill so powerful? Black Shark was astounded as he watched his attributes fall. Not only had his basic attributes decreased by 20%, but his movement speed and reaction speed had also decreased considerably. Most importantly, the Dark Precinct he had used failed to suppress this domain skill. Dark Precinct was far more powerful than a domain skill because the magic array formed a separate world within itself. No domain skill could compare. Yet, Dark Precinct had failed to suppress the effects of Shurfeng's domain skill, and the domain skill had reduced their attributes by as much as 20%. However, Black Shark didn't know that Frosthell was slightly unique. While it was considered a domain skill, it was also a weather spell that could change an area's weather. Moreover, Frosthell was a Tier 4 domain skill, so it was still effective despite Dark Precinct. Thanks to Frosthell, the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw's strength had decreased significantly, although Dark Precinct still gave the 300-plus transformed players more strength than normal. Overall, the 2 Dark Adventure teams no longer posed as much of a threat to the 3 guilds' main force members. Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain breathed sighs of relief because of this turn of events. They had come here to help Zero Wing raid a team dungeon. They hadn't brought any powerful tools essential for team battles, such as domain magic scrolls, with them. Fortunately, Shurfong had the foresight to carry a domain magic scroll. Otherwise, this upcoming battle would have been disastrous. Black Shark, do you still want to fight? Your trump card has been suppressed. Both of our sides are roughly equal in combat power. Nobody can say for certain who will win this battle, Unyielding Heart stated, hoping to scare Black Shark into backing off. I'll admit that I underestimated you, but do you really think that I only prepared 1 trump card? Black Shark said, sneering. I had planned to save this for a more suitable stage, but I'll let you have the first taste. In the next moment, several normal Dark Hunters pulled dark blue potions from their bags, consuming them. These Dark Hunters then roared with excitement. Their skin began to turn dark blue as tough scales grew all over their bodies. Tails sprouted from these players' rears. These players now looked like dragonoids, not humans. Looking at these dragonoids, the members of Zero Wing, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Unyielding Soul were stupefied. They couldn't believe their eyes. What is going on? These people! Phoenix Rain was shocked as she stared at the players with tails. Even as one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion masters, this was the first time she had seen anything like this. The dragonoid players radiated violent auras that felt like some wild beast. Aside from the increased attributes, Phoenix Rain could sense that these players now had higher life ratings than hers. She could explain the Dark Hunter's ability to transform into monsters as a result of a class unique to Dark players. After all, Dark players had their own unique development path. but she had never heard of a potion that could transform a player into a dragonoid. Everyone, charge! You may claim any item that you get from your kills. Black Shark shouted as he readied his longbow. Hearing Black Shark's command, the Dark Hunters revealed crazed expressions. Without hesitation, they split up and charged at Zero Wing and Unyielding Soul's members. Unwilling to fall behind, Veiled Spirit took out a Tier 3 buff scroll and activated it, increasing her team members' basic attributes, raising them to their original values, although her people's mobility was still affected. After receiving the buff, Shadow Claw's members charged at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members. Less than 200 yards had separated the combatants. Ignoring Frost Hell's influence, all of the ranged players began to exchange blows. For a time, spells and arrows filled the space between the two sides, causing a series of explosions. Although the three guilds' attacks contained more raw power, they were still vastly outnumbered. Ordinary players' ranged attacks were relatively easy to dodge, but none of these players were ordinary. Even dodging their ranged attacks was quite difficult. Moreover, the Dark Hunter's defense had increased significantly after transforming into dragonoids. Even when they received a Tier 2 spell, they only took around minus 8,000 damage. In contrast, the Tier 1 dragonoid spells dealt nearly minus 6,000 damage to the three guild's members. Their damage was only slightly lower than Tier 2 players. Meanwhile, due to the disparity in numbers, the guild players lost more HP during the exchange. The basic dragonoid potion? Sure Fong was astonished after seeing the dragonoid's combat power. Why do the Dark Hunters have this kind of taboo potion? Could they have someone capable of brewing it already? At first, he hadn't been certain that the potion the Dark Hunters had used was the basic dragonoid potion. But after seeing their defense and attack power, he was sure that they had used that exact potion. The basic dragonoid potion was capable of turning humans into dragonoids, and the purer the potion was, the closer one would become to a true dragonoid after consuming it. It was an extremely rare potion. Basic dragonoid potions did not provide much in terms of basic attributes. They generally only provided a 10% to 15% increase. However, the potion provided a significant boost to reaction speed, kinetic vision, defense, and attack power. As for intermediate dragonoid potions, not only would the potion increase its user size, but it also provided considerable improvement in terms of basic attributes. An intermediate dragonoid potion generally provided a 25% to 30% increase. However, at the end of the day, humans were still human. A human's body couldn't endure the violent power of a dragonoid. Any human that consumed a dragonoid potion, whether they were an NPC or a player, was guaranteed to die after half an hour. Hence, dragonoid potions were considered taboo potions. However, since players were immortal, they'd only lose half a level of EXP after they died from drinking a basic dragonoid potion, not an entire level. Hence, many crazy players loved the potion. Sure Fong had never dreamed that the Dark Hunters would have so many basic dragonoid potions. Moreover, he hadn't expected them to use it without hesitation. With the increased defense and attack power provided, 3 to 5 Tier 1 dragonoids working together would be more than enough to defeat a Tier 2 expert. It was also very difficult to kill dragonoid players quickly. To make matters worse, there were the 300-plus monster players that were capable of unorthodox attack methods. After a brief clash between the enemy ranged players, Zero Wing and Unyielding Soul's members felt their disadvantage, and several of their members had already died. In contrast, the Dark Hunters had only lost a dozen or so members. Moreover, every one of these members was only a Tier 1 player. The adventure team's 24 or so Tier 2 players were still alive and kicking. Good. Prioritize the healers and magical classes. Do not let them break through the encirclement. Black Shark instructed when he saw his melee members close in on the enemy ranks. After saying so, Black Shark knocked his bow and released 9 arrows simultaneously. All 9 arrows targeted one of Zero Wing's shield warriors, and each had the power of a peak tier 2 attack. Moreover, Black Shark had accurately aimed for the shield warrior's blind spots. Even if the shield warrior tried to block the arrows with his shield, he would be monetarily paralyzed. The several Dragonoid players before him would then take advantage of the gap, and the shield warrior would fall. Just before the arrows struck, a white light flashed before him. Like a barrier of light, the flash struck down the 9 arrows, and several Tier 1 Dragonoid players lost all of their HP instantly. How is this possible? Black Shark's expression darkened when he saw his Tier 1 members die. He knew just how much HP and defense a Tier 1 Dragonoid possessed. Not even he could kill a Tier 1 Dragonoid player with 1 hit, yet several of them had died in the blink of an eye. Before Black Shark could react, another golden flash blinded him. In the next moment, a lithe figure wielding 2 great swords appeared before him. One of those great swords was dark blue and radiated a freezing chill, while the other great sword was a radiant gold and had a cool appearance. Rotating behind this figure were 16 swords of light. This figure was none other than Gentle Snow, who had just learned Titan's Hand and equipped Glorious Will. Disappear! Swinging Glorious Will, Gentle Snow sent 16 swords of light flying at Black Shark. Chapter 1811 Overpowered Equipment. Chapter 1811 Overpowered Equipment. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. So fast! The members of Dark Hunters couldn't help their surprise as they watched Gentle Snow attack Black Shark. Gentle Snow was simply too fast. Not only had she broken through their defensive lines without much effort, but she had also reached their commander in the blink of an eye. Her 16 swords of light also targeted Black Shark's blind spots. Defending against so many attacks at once was impossible for a ranger. "You want to kill me?" Black Shark sneered at the 16 swords of light. Before the swords of light struck the ranger, Black Shark swung his longbow horizontally, forming a barrier of wind around him. The wind pushed all 16 swords of light away, and they harmlessly brushed past Black Shark. The ranger did not receive a single point of damage. Tier 2 skill, Wind Armor. Although Gentle Snow hadn't harmed Black Shark with her 2 great swords this time, he couldn't attack while under Wind Armor's protection. When Wind Armor was about to disappear, Black Shark activated Backward Jump. He fired 5 arrows, which formed a magic array and shot towards Gentle Snow like a comet, while he soared backward through the air. Tier 2 skill, Starburst. This was the Ranger class's most powerful Tier 2 skill. The skill combined the power of 5 arrows, and the attack was even strong enough to force a Great Lord of the same level stumbling backward. Despite the approaching attack, however, Gentle Snow didn't bother to dodge. Instead, she countered the attack with a swing of Glorious Will. Will of Light. Buffed by Will of Light, Glorious Will released a golden brilliance as it transformed into a streak of light and clashed with Black Shark's Starburst. Boom! Gentle Snow's counterattack sliced Starburst in half on the spot, stupefying the other players present. From afar, it had looked like a beam of light slicing apart another beam of light. It was spectacular. A heartbeat later, an intense shockwave slammed into the surrounding players. After cutting down Starburst, Glorious Will continued to slice the area in front of its wielder. The 6 Tier 1 Dragonoids caught in Gentle Snow's 5 by 25-yard AoE died instantly. How is that possible? Hasn't she used that attack already? Could it be a bug? Some players who had a good memory noticed that the skill Gentle Snow had just used was the same one that she had used to protect Zero Wing's Shield Warrior and kill several Tier 1 Dragonoids earlier. Normally, such a powerful skill should have a very long cooldown, but even if it had a short cooldown, there was no way that she could use it after just a few seconds. But before anyone could figure out what had happened, Gentle Snow swung Glorious Will at Black Shark yet again. Like before, Glorious Will released a golden light that extended towards Black Shark. Black Shark had just landed, and he had no way to dodge the attack. Seeing the approaching sword light, Black Shark could not help but frown. Immediately, he pulled his ancient longbow's bowstring. This time, however, he did not knock any arrows. He simply pulled an empty string. However, a horrific amount of mana gathered around the empty bow, forming an arrow of light. He then released the bowstring and sent the light arrow flying at the incoming sword light. Unlike before, Gentle Snow's attack didn't stop Black Shark's arrow. On the contrary, the light arrow shattered the sword light as it continued towards Gentle Snow. Die. Black Shark sneered as he watched the arrow come within 10 yards of his target. This arrow of light wasn't a result of a ranger skill. It was actually one of his bow skills, Space-Shattering Arrow. Not only could it enhance his attack by 1 tier, but it could also severely injure a Grand Lord of the same level. Suddenly, the light arrow split into over 30 miniature copies. Even Gentle Snow felt powerless for a moment as she watched the tiny arrows rain down. Meanwhile, the nearby Dark Hunters revealed victorious expressions. They were all very familiar with their commander's move. Each one of those miniature arrows carried 100% of Black Shark's strength. Even if just a few arrows found their mark, Gentle Snow would lose a significant amount of HP. However, something unexpected happened suddenly. Once again, Gentle Snow raised Glorious Will high, and it released the same golden glow it had twice before. Glancing at the 30-plus arrows flying towards her, Gentle Snow swung down Glorious Will. Once again, a golden beam of light shot forth from the great sword, instantly devouring every light arrow and continuing toward Black Shark. Responding quickly, Black Shark leaped out of the golden beam's way in the nick of time. When the ranger stood back up, he could not help but stare at Gentle Snow in utter shock. Who is she? When Black Shark looked at Gentle Snow now, he did so without his previously complacent expression. He was a ranger, a class that focused on ranged attacks, yet despite facing a berserker like Gentle Snow, he was at a disadvantage. This was simply unbelievable. Even Veiled Spirit, who commanded her allies in battle, wore a somber expression as she looked at Gentle Snow. She was quite familiar with Black Shark's strength. Even when Black Shark had fought Unyielding Heart, Unyielding Soul's #1 berserker, he had suppressed the man easily as long as he didn't allow the berserker within melee range. Yet a different berserker had suppressed him in a ranged battle. During the brief moment, while Gentle Snow had both Black Shark and Veiled Spirit distracted, a series of screams rose from the Dark Hunter's army. To be precise, they came from the MTs that had transformed into dragonoids. Despite having transformed into dragonoids, a single female assassin was slaughtering the Tier 1 MTs. Moreover, the female assassin was only using Tier 1 skills to kill the full HP MTs. Elsewhere, a female elementalist hurled one spell after another. The ice and fire type spells instant killing any player who is not an MT. When 3 Tier 2 players tried to stop this elementalist, she split into 3 clones. Each copy easily suppressed the 3 Tier 2 players that assaulted her, and in the end, she killed all 3 in fewer than 5 moves. This startled the nearby Dark Hunters. A short distance away, a Guardian Knight rampaged among the Dark Hunters' frontline. With a single charging attack, the Guardian Knight sent more than 10 players flying. Even when the player took Tier 2 attacks directly, the Guardian Knight only lost a little over 2,000 HP. The Guardian Knight's defense was even higher than the Dragonode players. So many of Zero Wing's members displayed ridiculously high combat power. Just one of these Zero Wing members could contend with 2 or 3 Tier 2 Dark Hunters. Because of these Zero Wing players, the Dark Hunters, which had the upper hand initially, suffered constant casualties. So strong, Cycling Light, who who currently fought a Tier 2 player, was stunned when he saw Fire dance and her companions fight from the corner of his eye. "Shark, we can't let this continue. Even if we win, we'll likely suffer severe losses. We should wait for the other adventure teams to arrive and take action together," Veiled Spirit messaged Black Shark through a private chat. "Several other adventure teams have heard about our ambush. I doubt it will be long before they arrive." While it was true that they had been hired to annihilate Zero Wing, they had stated one precondition for taking this job: they couldn't afford too heavy of a loss. Otherwise, the rewards weren't worth the cost. "All right, let's retreat," Black Shark said, gritting his teeth as he agreed to the temporary withdrawal. Although he was reluctant to run from his fight with Gentle Snow, the situation right now in the three guilds' favor. Moreover, the basic dragonoid potion his allies had consumed lasted half an hour. That was more than enough time for the other adventure teams to arrive and assist them in a second assault. Following which, Black Shark ordered his army to pull back. "You want to leave?" Realizing that Black Shark was trying to widen the distance between them, Gentle Snow used Will of Light once more. Damn it, how many times can she use that skill? Black Shark felt as if he were going a little mad when he saw the approaching beam of light. Despite the fact that Gentle Snow was only a refinement realm expert, she had suppressed him thoroughly in a ranged battle with her powerful skills and basic attributes. There was too little distance between them, and Black Shark had no time to dodge the incoming attack. As a result, he was forced to use a life-saving skill to protect himself. After using his life-saving skill, however, Black Shark noticed Gentle Snow radiate a rainbow glow. In the next moment, a powerful pressure weighed him down, reducing his speed. Now he had lost the advantage in speed he should normally have. Before Black Shark noticed, 3 sacred spears flew towards him. Black Shark desperately tried to block the attack with his bow. However, the moment one of the sacred spears encountered his ancient bow, Black Shark felt as if he had been hit by a truck. Unable to resist the powerful force, Black Shark stumbled backward, his HP instantly falling by over 3,000. While Black Shark dealt with the 3 sacred spears, Gentle Snow, who was less than 15 yards away, executed Will of Light, whose cooldown just so happened to have ended. Will of Light. This time, Black Shark had no spare energy to stop the approaching beam of light. The attack devoured him, and his body transformed into particles of light as he vanished from the battlefield. Chapter 1812, Light's Power. Chapter 1812, Light's Power. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Commander. The commander got killed. Is she a monster? Seeing Black Shark's body disappear, the members of the Dark Hunters adventure team were stunned. A few members had even forgotten to attack and took direct hits from Zero Wing and Unyielding Souls players. How could the commander lose? Lonely Lamp could not bring himself to believe what he had just seen. Black Shark's strength had imprinted itself on Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters' minds long ago. Not only were Black Shark's combat techniques astounding, but he also wore the best equipment available at this stage of the game. Even if he faced Super Guild's old monsters, he could enter and leave the battlefield freely. If a group of Tier 2 players had ganged up and killed Black Shark, Lonely Lamp could believe that his commander had died, but a single player had faced and killed Black Shark. Moreover, that player wasn't a monster-level expert that had enjoyed many years of fame in the virtual gaming world. How could he possibly accept this fact as true? How is she so strong? Unyielding Heart, who looked at Gentle Snow standing proudly in the distance, was at a loss for words when he saw what had happened. Both surprise and admiration filled his heart. He was no stranger to the name Gentle Snow. After all, she had once been a guild leader herself. Although her guild had been disbanded due to the Blackwater Corporation's intervention, It was an inescapable fact that Gentle Snow was a very talented player. After Ouroboros had disbanded, Unyielding Soul had attempted to recruit Gentle Snow, and it hadn't been the only superpower to reach out to her. According to Unyielding Heart's knowledge, at least 3 superpowers had tried to recruit the Snow Goddess. In the end, however, Gentle Snow had chosen to join Zero Wing, which had been an unknown guild at the time. This decision disappointed the various superpowers. During the earlier dungeon raid, Unyielding Heart's opinions about Gentle Snow had been reaffirmed. The woman was indeed extremely talented and would no doubt become a famous expert in God's domain in the future. Right now, however, Gentle Snow's combat standard was still too rough. She relied entirely on her advantage in basic attributes to contend with the various superpowers' peak experts. Unyielding Heart had never imagined that just by switching to a new weapon, Gentle Snow would be able to display combat power on par with experts like himself. By relying on that horrific skill of hers, her victory over Black Shark, who was very famous among the Dark Knight Empire's dark forces, had been overwhelming. Unyielding Heart could not help but pity Black Shark. He also understood why Black Shark had lost. If he had to challenge Gentle Snow, he'd likely suffer a similar fate. It was simply absurd that Gentle Snow could use a skill with such high burst damage repeatedly within such a short time. This was no longer an attack that could be mitigated with techniques. Not even an assassin, the class with the most life-saving skills, would get away from Gentle Snow unscathed, much less a ranger like Black Shark. If Black Shark had to blame someone for his death, he could only blame himself for launching his ambush with such poor timing. He had actually attacked on the day Zero Wing raided the Eclipse throne. Moreover, the ambush had taken place after Zero Wing had cleared the super large-scale team dungeon. Thanks to the dungeon's loot, Zero Wing's members had improved their weapons and equipment considerably. What immense power! Just what is that weapon? Phoenix Rain was a little astonished as she looked at the glorious while Gentle Snow wielded. Although she knew that any weapon from the magic crystal treasure chest would be extraordinary, she had never thought the weapon would be this powerful. Glorious had elevated Gentle Snow's combat power to a whole new level. This was especially true for her PvP capabilities. Moreover, Cola's performance on the battlefield was also eye-catching. Equipped with the Dark Corrosion set, Cola's entire body radiated a scorching aura. While in battle, this aura became even more intense. Any player that came close to the Guardian Knight would felt a stinging pain, losing their focus in the fight. Without enough fire resistance, players even took damage from this burning aura. Even against multiple Tier 2 melee experts, Cola easily sent them all stumbling backward with a single charging assault when struck by a Tier 2 fire-type spell. Cola would only receive around minus 2,000 damage. As for Tier 1 spells, they did less than minus 1,000 damage. To Cola, who had over 85,000 HP, this was barely a scratch. By himself, Cola had torn a hole through the Dark Hunter's defensive net. The Dark Corrosion set performed better than she had imagined. After a brief moment of silence on the battlefield, the Dark Hunter's adventure team snapped out of their daze. But unexpectedly, the Dark Hunters didn't turn and flee. Instead, they stared at Gentle Snow with greedy eyes. That woman's combat standard is subpar at best. The fact that she can kill the commander must mean that she has excellent equipment. Her great sword looks so cool. It's definitely not some ordinary weapon. She just finished a tough fight with the commander. She must have exhausted her skills. If we kill her now, we can claim her equipment for our own. Desire dominated the Dark Hunters as they watched Gentle Snow, who currently stood alone within her enemy's ranks. Have these people lost their minds? They're actually eyeing Gentle Snow at a time like this? Blue Phoenix was confused when she saw the Dark Hunter's greed. She simply could not understand what was going through these players' minds. The Dark Hunters had lost their momentum. Yet rather than trying to escape, these players wanted to waste precious time to surround and kill Gentle Snow. Kill her. Avenge the commander. Right. Kill her for the commander. With a shout, 80 or so dark hunters near Gentle Snow charged at the female berserker. They had been in the process of retreating, and to kill Black Shark, Gentle Snow had reached their rear line by herself. She didn't have a single companion nearby. This was their opportunity to take her out and plunder her items. Moreover, they were all experts. They could tell that Gentle Snow had only defeated their commander because of the frightening skill she possessed. In their experience, such a powerful skill wasn't from a skill book. There was an 80% chance that the skill belonged to the weapons or equipment she used. Many of the Dark Hunters had already consumed the basic Dragonoid potion. They were going to die sooner or later. If they could kill Gentle Snow and get a piece of top-tier equipment before they died, their death would be worth it. Most importantly, there was a very high chance that they would succeed. Not good. Guild Leader Black Flame, we need to save her. Unyielding Heart shouted as he watched the Dark Hunters surround the Snow Goddess. However, as soon as Unyielding Heart finished his statement, Gentle Snow charged straight toward the 80-plus Dark Hunters approaching her. 5 of these Dark Hunters were Tier 2 experts. Even Black Shark would be hard-pressed to survive if surrounded by such a force. Yet, Gentle Snow showed no intention of running away. Instead, she simply raised Glorious Will. A moment later, the weapon began to cast a dazzling glow. She's going to use that move again. Everyone, pay attention to dodging. Lonely Lamp, who was part of the crowd charging at Gentle Snow, shouted. As experts, the Dark Hunters reacted very quickly. They had also long since estimated Will of Light's AoE and maintained a suitable distance from each other. Meanwhile, seeing the Dark Hunters spread out, Gentle Snow could not help but smile, confusing her opponents. However, before anyone could figure out what was going on, Gentle Snow brandished Glorious Will. However, unlike before, Gentle Snow did not swing her great sword downward. Instead, she thrust it into the ground before her. A dazzling beam of light then pierced the dusky sky and descended on Gentle Snow. In the next moment, a magic array appeared beneath the approaching 80-plus Dark Hunters. The Dark Hunters caught within the magic array felt an intense pressure weigh them down as their movements became sluggish. They all felt the threat of death loom over them. No, this isn't the same move. It's another skill. The Dark Hunters quickly realized that something was amiss, but it was too late to change their fate. Disappear from this place. Myth of Light. Before anyone could react, Gentle Snow tightened her grip around Glorious Will and pulled the weapon from the ground in an upward slash. The sword light cut through the earth, shattering it. As the sword light moved forward, it rapidly expanded and devoured everything it touched. By the time the sword light disappeared, the fading light had revealed a 6-meter deep crater that stretched out in a 50-yard cone before Gentle Snow. Ownerless weapons and equipment littered the crater. Chapter 1813 Magic Soldier's Descent. Chapter 1813 Magic Soldier's Descent. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Such power. Sure Foam was a little astonished when he saw the crater Myth of Light had created. The skill's destructive power was even superior to Flame Domain's. Flame Domain only caused massive amounts of damage. It couldn't change the terrain like Myth of Light had. While the ability to affect the surrounding terrain might not seem much, it had a lot of uses in specific situations. This ability was particularly useful during a siege battle. Myth of Light could decimate defensive structures. It was far more powerful than an ordinary war weapon since its ability to alter the terrain would damage targeted defensive structures' defense and defensive magic array, making them more vulnerable to attacks. In the past, such items had been strategic resources for the various large guilds. A weapon like Glorious was no longer a weapon to be used against other players, but against towns and cities. Moreover, despite causing so much destruction, the current Glorious wasn't complete. When they gathered enough magic crystals and sun essences to upgrade it, the power of Myth of Light would increase further. Sure Foam wasn't the only person surprised by Myth of Light's destructive power. Even Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain, who stood nearby, were stunned. The Dark Hunters that had intended to charge at Gentle Snow were frozen with shock. What is that skill? How is it so powerful? Although they had seen quite a few high-tiered spells that could change the terrain, none of those spells had caused as much destruction as Myth of Light had. The 6-meter deep crater's walls had even turned into molten lava. The skill's power was astonishing. After watching over 80 of their allies burn to ash, the remaining Dark Hunters hesitated, a little afraid. At least they could attempt to dodge Gentle Snow's Will of Light, but against such a super-large AoE, their deaths were guaranteed unless they had an invulnerability skill. They had no hope of dodging the attack. The Dark Hunters quietly re-examined Gentle Snow. Although their greed hadn't faded, fear was now the prevalent emotion in their hearts. Furthermore, the crater Myth of Light had formed prevented them from charging at Gentle Snow. The crater had also split their path of retreat in two. Now, all these players could think of was escape. No one knew whether or not Gentle Snow could use Myth of Light again, as she had with Will of Light. These players weren't fools. While they weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't die for nothing. If they died a natural death while under the effects of the basic Dragonoid potion, not only wouldn't they lose any weapons or equipment, but they'd also only lose 50% EXP. However, if they were killed, they'd lose a weapon or equipment piece and a full level. How does Zero Wing have such a powerful player? Veiled Spirit, who was in the midst of retreating, could not help her shocked when she saw the Dark Hunter's fear. According to the information Shadowclaw had gathered, while Zero Wing was very powerful, it definitely wasn't this strong. Gentle Snow, in particular, was like a completely different person from what the reports had described. The female berserker had single-handedly killed over 100 Dark Hunters. The Dark Hunters were not your average Joe. They were experts that had been hand-picked and recruited from among the various Dark players. Moreover, they had received a lot of specialized training after joining the adventure team. In addition, as Dark players, they were adept at fighting other players. In PvP, they were much stronger than ordinary expert players of the same combat standard. Yet, Gentle Snow had single-handedly killed off 1/10 of the Dark Hunters. This outcome was truly scary. Commander, the other adventure team's commanders have messaged us, stating that they're almost here. 2 are very close and will reach us in around 2 to 3 minutes. They are hoping we can stall Zero Wing for a little while longer. A level 55 female cleric wearing exquisite blue robes and wielded a silver staff suddenly reported. 2 or 3 minutes. Veiled Spirit fell into deep thought upon hearing this. A brief moment later, she responded, "Notify the Dark Hunters and tell them that reinforcements will arrive soon. Tell them to do everything they can to stall for time." When trying to assassinate a guild's upper echelons, the first attempt was the most important, as these upper echelons wouldn't have prepared for an ambush. If the first attempt failed, subsequent attempts were even less likely to succeed. Now that Black Shark had prohibited Zero Wing, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Unyielding Soul's teleportation abilities and physically prevented these upper echelons from leaving the Dark Precinct, this was the perfect opportunity to kill these 3 guilds' upper echelons. They likely wouldn't find another such opportunity. As long as the dozen or so adventure teams that belonged to Dark Soul gathered, the 3 guilds' experts would die here, even if they were more powerful. But, Commander, Zero Wing's people are too powerful. They are even slaughtering the Dark Hunters' Dragonoid players. I'm afraid that the Dark Hunters will be annihilated before reinforcements arrive. If that happens, we'll be next. the female cleric said worriedly as she watched the Dark Hunters' member count continue to decrease. Moreover, the Dark Hunters should realize what fate awaits them if they stay and fight. They'll never agree to the proposal. Although they were all members of Dark Soul, the organization's adventure teams were also rivals. None of them would willingly sacrifice themselves for another. Veiled Spirit understood that her demand was outrageous and would undoubtedly get rejected. After pondering for another moment, she commanded, "I understand. Notify the Iron Blade team. Tell them that they don't need to hold back any longer. Have them help the Dark Hunters pin down Zero Wing. Let the Iron Blade team take action." "Commander, isn't it a little early to expose this trump card?" the female cleric asked in astonishment. Every adventure team in Dark Soul had their own secrets. The Dark Hunters' basic Dragonoid potion was one example. If the Dark Hunters hadn't used the potion in this battle, Shadowclaw would have remained ignorant of its existence. Although Shadowclaw did not possess an item like the basic Dragonoid potion, it had its own trump card. "It's fine. Holding Zero Wing's members back is more important right now," Veiled Spirit said as she waved off her subordinate's concern. If they did not stop Zero Wing now, their dream of obtaining Zero Wing's weapons and equipment would shatter. She could recognize that Zero Wing's upper echelons used far better weapons and equipment than what the adventure team's commanders, like her and Black Shark, used. If Shadowclaw could get its hands on these items, it would have a chance of completing some of the quests that it had been forced to set aside for some time. "Understood," the female cleric replied. She immediately notified the Iron Blade team, whose members currently fought the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, of the changed orders. At the same time, she had the retreating Dark Hunters stall for time. Fortunately, the Dark Hunters did not oppose Shadowclaw's request. They realized that even if they started to flee now, Zero Wing's members would claim many of their lives. Rather than dying pointlessly, they might as well fight it out and hopefully buy enough time for reinforcements to arrive. For a time, the Dark Hunters engaged in a running battle with Zero Wing and Unyielding Souls members, using hit-and-run tactics. They avoided any prolonged fights as much as possible, significantly reducing their casualty rate. On the other side of the battlefield, a 100-man team from Shadowclaw split away from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members and encroached on Zero Wing's battlefield. 10 of these 100 players were Tier 2, while the rest were Tier 1 players. This team was a relatively powerful expert team. However, this small detachment from Shadowclaw paled in comparison to Zero Wing's members, who were all Tier 2 players. Yet, these Shadowclaw members did not hesitate to face Zero Wing's members in a frontal clash. They showed no signs of fighting a running battle like the Dark Hunters. In fact, these Shadowclaw members charged straight at Shadow Sword's Vanguard unit. Interesting. They want to pick a fight? Shadow Sword raised his brows in surprise when he noticed the approaching 100-man team. He selected a dozen or so players and moved to meet this new enemy. When less than 50 yards separated both sides, the Shadowclaw members grinned playfully. Each of them then took a magic array scroll from their bags and unfurled the scroll without hesitation. Suddenly, 10 magic arrays appeared on the battlefield, each maintained by 9 Tier 1 players and 1 Tier 2 player. A moment later, the Tier 1 players standing in each of the 10 magic arrays went pale, their basic attributes plummeting. In contrast, the Tier 2 players saw their aura's intensity rapidly increase. They also began to grow larger. In the blink of an eye, the 10 Tier 2 players had become 5-meter-tall giants. They were covered in pitch-black armor, which had been enchanted with magic runes. It's time for you people from Zero Wing to learn of the Shadowclaw's greatness. Magic Soldier's Descent. The Berserker leading the Iron Blade team said, laughing as he looked at Shadow Sword and the small team the enemy Berserker led before swinging down the battle axe in his hands. Reacting quickly, Shadow Sword activated Whirlwind Slash before the gigantic axe could reach him. Clang! With the sound of metal on metal, Shadow Sword was thrown over 20 yards away, and he wasn't the only one. The other enlarged players had also sent the dozen or so Zero-Wing experts that had accompanied Shadow Sword flying, instantly dealing over -5,000 damage. The players that had taken a direct hit, however, had instantly lost over half of their HPs. This scene stupefied the 3 guild's members. Not only were Zero-Wing's experts no match for these giants in a head-on collision, despite both sides being Tier 2 players, but they had also lost over 5,000 HP. These colossal players had even more strength than a great lord of the same level. Magic Soldier's Descent? When he noticed them, Sherfong flashed the 10 armored giants a surprised look. Magic Soldier's Descent was a taboo magic array that sacrificed multiple players' attributes to enhance one of their comrades. Even the basic Magic Soldier's Descent could strengthen a player to the Tier 3 standard. However, the target had to be a Tier 2 player. Due to the 10 giants, the remaining Dark Hunters regained some confidence as they began to launch attacks alongside the giants. Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain watched the 10 gigantic players with somber expressions. Even an MT as powerful as Cola could only tank one of these giants. The only other player in Zero-Wing that could do so was Gentle Snow. After a brief clash, Zero-Wing's members began to retreat. Just before the giants shattered the formation of Zero-Wing's vanguard, splitting it in two, a figure appeared before one of the massive enemy players. It was none other than Sherfong. Sherfong swung killing ray at the giant before him. Lightning slash. Seeing the massive lightning bolt approaching him, the armored giant, who had the physique of a Tier 3 player, reacted very quickly and raised his battle axe to block the attack. Boom! The impact shoved the armored giant back by over 20 yards, the armored giant taking over -7,000 damage. Chapter 1814. Appearance of the Black Dragon. Chapter 1814. Appearance of the Black Dragon. Hellscythe Underslucky Old Cat. When the 5-meter-tall armored giant got pushed back by over 20 yards, the entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. Even the 9 other armored giants fighting some distance away shifted their gaze to their repulsed companion. Guild Leader. When Zero-Wing's members saw Sherfong appearing on the front lines, they all became very excited. Although Sherfong had already displayed superb combat power in the team dungeon, fighting in a battle against other players was another story. While inside a dungeon, the contribution an individual player could make was very limited. If one were to say that players only needed combat standards at the Trial Tower's 5th floor to raid a particular dungeon, then the maximum combat power that players could exhibit in a dungeon was the 6th floor standard. In that case, the combat standard that peak experts who had reached the Trial Tower's 7th floor and beyond could exhibit would be no different from that of 6th floor experts. They would not be able to display any additional strength in a dungeon, despite their advantage in actual combat standards. However, a field battle against players was a different story. Depending on one's opponent, there was almost no limit to the combat standards one could exhibit. What great strength! Veiled Spirit, who was commanding the battle from afar, was startled when she saw the armored giant being pushed back. So he is Black Flame. She knew very clearly what kind of strength the armored giants possessed. The armored giants had not only Tier 3 physiques, but also extraordinary strength and defense. They could easily suppress a Grand Lord of the same level. The Magic Soldier's Descent was made using a production Scroll Shadowclaw had obtained from an ancient ruin. However, as the materials needed to make the magic array were extremely precious and difficult to acquire, Shadowclaw had only managed to make 10 of the magic arrays thus far. Originally, she had intended to keep the magic array as a trump card for when the Starlight Corporation launched an all-out war against Unyielding Soul. She had never thought that a lone player could push back one of the armored giants by such a long distance. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Veiled Spirit, and the other members of Shadow Claw regained their calm. While it was indeed surprising that Shi Feng had dealt over -7,000 damage to the armored giant despite the attack being blocked, the armored giant currently had 320,000 HP. They didn't even need a healer to handle this minuscule damage. The armored giant's battle recovery alone would suffice. What with the occasional heals sent by the rear-line healers, it was simply impossible for Shi Feng to kill the armored giant all by himself. Just then, the fallen armored giant stood back up and charged at Shi Feng with its great axe raised. Despite the armored giant's massive frame, its movement speed was actually superior to even a Tier 2 player's. The armored giant took only an instant to cross 20 yards and launch an attack on Shi Feng. You simply relied on a skill to push me back. Now it's time for you to realize the power of the magic soldier, the armored giant shouted. In the next moment, the black smoke circulating around the armored giant's battle axe turned into a gigantic lion exuding a frightening aura. The lion then pounced, slamming its paws down on Shi Feng. Tier 3 skill Magic Lion Stomp. At this distance and with the lion's attack speed, Shi Feng couldn't dodge the lion's blow. Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng met the attack with both his swords. Purgatory Pentaslash. In the next moment, Shi Feng's two swords met at a single point and slashed at the descending battle axe. Boom! Immediately, dazzling sparks scattered into the surroundings. The ground beneath Shi Feng's feet cracked and sank under the immense pressure. After the clash, Shi Feng had actually sunk half a meter into the ground with a small crater around him. Meanwhile, a damage exceeding -5,000 also appeared above his head. The difference in strength between the two sides was obvious at a glance. Zero Wings members turned somber at this situation. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain, who are currently fighting their own battles, were also astonished by this outcome. They had never thought that the armored giants would be that strong. An ordinary expert might not be able to discern the technique Shi Feng had used, but they could tell what he had done just now. The general name of the technique was Strength Combination. It was an extremely difficult technique to grasp and was even more difficult to execute in high-speed combat. Even the slightest mistake in the technique's execution could have the opposite effect. Meanwhile, although Strength Combination didn't directly double the strength of one's attack, good execution of the technique would still yield a 70% increase in strength or more. Yet, despite having used this technique, Feng's strength had still lost to the armored giants by such a large margin. The armored giant's strength was definitely superior to a Grand Lord's of the same level. Its strength is at the peak of Tier 3? Shi Feng thought to himself as he eyed the magic soldier before him. Currently, both his hands were numb. He was currently a level 67, Tier 2 Sword Master. After executing Strength Combination, his strength should easily rival that of a level 55 Grand Lord. Yet, even with such strength, he was still inferior to the magic soldier before him. While part of the reason for this disparity was the difference in skills used, a large part of the reason was the difference in attributes. If the magic soldier's strength wasn't at the peak of level 55, Tier 3, Shi Feng wouldn't have suffered so much damage in just one attack. Moreover, the combat standard of the magic soldier before him was actually at the Flowing Water Realm. The magic soldier had a very accurate grasp of his location. Otherwise, with Shi Feng's speed, there was no way that attack could have cornered him and prevented him from dodging. As expected of the leader of a guild, "You really are strong," the armored giant said as he eyed Shi Feng. The armored giant then turned to a nearby armored giant and said, "Ape, come over and help me. I want to see how long our dear guild leader here will be able to last against two of us." "Sure thing." The armored giant wielding a great sword nodded. The battle axe-wielding armored giant launched a frenzied assault on Shi Feng. Relying on his high HP and defense, the armored giant completely abandoned all forms of defense and simply focused on trading blows with Sherfong. The armored giant named Copper Ape dashed over from over 100 yards away. "Do not let that giant get close to the guild leader. MT, stop him." Aqua Rose hurriedly instructed. One armored giant was already more than enough to push Sherfong to his limits. If another armored giant joined the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw members gave Zero Wings members no opportunity to assist Sherfong. They all persistently pinned down Zero Wings members. Cola, Turtle Dove, Yuwumian, and Fire Dance, players capable of holding their own against the armored giants, were similarly tied up in battle and couldn't move away from their positions for the moment. In the end, Zero Wings members could only watch as the greatsword-wielding armored giant closed in on Sherfong. Upon seeing that the armored giant named Copper Ape was about to reach him, Sherfong could not help but sigh. Due to the recent dungeon raid, he had already used all his berserk skills, which were still on cooldown. If he could use a berserk skill, even if his strength couldn't rival the armored giant's, he could rely on his techniques to suppress his opponent. Now, however, the disparity in strength was simply too great. I originally wanted to keep this a secret, but it seems there's no other choice now. Following which, Sherfong used Phantom Kill. Immediately after summoning his doppelganger, Sherfong sent it charging at Copper Ape. "You want to stop me with a measly doppelganger." Copper Ape sneered. He then swung his great sword horizontally. His attack carried the strength, attack speed, and reaction speed of a Tier 3 player. Even a Tier 2 player would have great difficulty dodging his attack, not to mention a doppelganger controlled by a player. However, as Copper Ape's great sword neared Sherfang's doppelganger, a powerful mana torrent suddenly surged towards the doppelganger. When the great sword got within 3 yards of the doppelganger, its advance halted abruptly, and no matter how much more strength Copper Ape put into his arms, he couldn't push his weapon even an extra centimeter forward. A moment later, Sherfang's doppelganger gave a loud war cry. Its entire body then disintegrated and transformed into a bundle of pitch-black flames. The surging mana gathered madly in the pitch-black flames, causing the flames to flare up. In the next moment, a pitch-black claw covered in scales suddenly emerged from the gigantic bundle of flames. When the claw touched the ground immediately shattered and sank. Once the flames subsided, a 5-meter-tall dragon covered in pitch-black scales appeared in everyone's vision. Roar! Immediately after appearing, the black dragon let loose a powerful roar that echoed throughout the wetland forest. The horrific aura it released stifling the breath of every player on the battlefield. A dragon. Chapter 1815 Black Dragon's Might. Chapter 1815 Black Dragon's Might. Hellscythe Underskelucky Old Cat. The black dragon's sudden appearance forced a gasp from the players on the battlefield. Although the black dragon was a lot smaller than an actual dragon, its aura was terrifying. Everyone could feel the massive difference between their life ratings and the black dragon's, a difference they had never felt from any creature they had encountered thus far in God's domain. Although most of the players present had likely never come across a real dragon, the various kingdoms and empires' libraries contain detailed records on dragons. Dragons had wiped out many kingdoms and empires throughout God's domain's long history. When a dragon appeared in an area, the area would instantly become a forbidden land for humans. Yet, a living black dragon stood before them. Moreover, when players tried to use an identification skill on the black dragon, the result confirmed that it was indeed a dragon. Why wouldn't these players be shocked and afraid? Black Dragon, High Lord. Level 67. HP 24 000 000/24 000 000. Wait, this dragon is only a High Lord. That's right. Although the dragon is high-leveled, it's only in the upper standards of Tier 2. It isn't even a Great Lord. That spooked me. I really thought that someone had summoned a powerful dragon. It turns out it's only a High Lord. Even our party can easily kill it. The Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw members who had trembled slightly with fear quickly realized that although the black dragon was a real dragon, it wasn't like the dragons in the records they had read. According to historical records, real dragons were Tier 4 mythic creatures at the very minimum. If such a dragon actually appeared before them, they'd likely run for their lives. None of them would have dared to linger. But since this was only a High Lord, the adventurer team's members discarded their worry. They had slain countless High Lords, including High Lord-ranked archaic species. And here I thought you had summoned some kind of amazing monster, but it's just an immature dragon. Copper Ape said, revealing a confident grin as he swung his great sword at the black dragon. Scram! The black smoke around the great sword formed a crescent as it sliced towards the black dragon. Tier 3 skill Explosive Slash. The crescent energy beam tore through space itself as it moved. From afar, it looked as if the crescent beam had just cut through a sheet of black paper. The attack's immense aura was even stifling to nearby players. Just before the crescent beam devoured the black dragon, the creature extended a scaled claw to meet the attack. Pitch black flames then emerged and enveloped the massive claw. When the crescent beam crashed into the flaming claw, it seemed as if the beam had slammed into an adamantine wall. Not only had the attack abruptly halted, but the black dragon's claw also remained unharmed and stationary, following which the black dragon lightly pinched the crescent beam. Pum! Suddenly, the crescent beam shattered and dissipated as if it had never existed. That is impossible. Shock filled Copper Ape's gaze as he watched his target nullify his explosive slash. He had just executed a Tier 3 skill. With his current strength and physique, he could easily suppress a great lord of the same level, much less a High Lord. He had believed that, in the worst-case scenario, his attack would shake the black dragon slightly. Yet the High Lord-ranked black dragon before him had forced his attack to a stop. Moreover, the black dragon had shattered his Tier 3 skill. How could such a thing be possible? What's up with that black dragon? How did it receive that kind of attack without taking any damage? Veiled Spirit, who watched from afar, stared with wide eyes. So this is a dragon's power? Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain were similarly thunderstruck when they saw the black dragon shatter the energy beam with a pinch. They could be considered quite knowledgeable about dragons, but even they were surprised. Now they fully understood why dragons were destruction incarnate. Sure enough, a dragon's strength is really amazing. As Sherfone controlled his doppelganger, he could feel an inexhaustible power course through his entire body. He then turned to the magic soldier before him and said, "Your strength should be at the peak of Tier 3. Unfortunately, you're not a high enough level. Otherwise, you would have posed a threat. Since you finished your attack, it's my turn." A dragon was invincible among creatures of the same tier. Even though the black dragon was only a High Lord, it was still a level 67 High Lord. In addition, the black dragon's life rating was incredibly high. It gained a massive amount of attributes with each leveled up. Meanwhile, the player before him was only level 55. With 12 additional levels, even a player's strength would undergo a qualitative transformation, not to mention a dragon. The level 67 High Lord ranked Black Dragon was already more powerful than a level 55 Great Lord ranked Black Dragon. And since dragons were invincible among the same tier, how could a Tier 3 magic soldier possibly be a match for such a creature? Furthermore, the magic soldier was an ancient weapon only meant to deal with high-tiered monsters. Before a true dragon, a magic soldier was garbage. When Sherfong finished speaking, he controlled the black dragon to open its maw and inhale a mouthful of air. A gigantic magic array then formed before the creature, gathering a massive amount of mana. A moment later, the black dragon released a deafening roar. Dragon breath. Immediately, pitch-black flames devoured Copper Ape, extending up to 200 yards away from the black dragon. In the blink of an eye, a huge portion of the battlefield transformed into a fiery hell. Agonized screams echoed across the field as streaks of white light rose from the fiery hell. A single breath attack had burned over 100 players to ash. Once the flames dissipated, a huge divide tore the ground, forming a far more frightening hole than the one Glorious Will's myth of light had created. Even Sher Fong, who was responsible for the attack, was surprised by the power of the black dragon's dragon breath. While the magic soldier before him was still alive, the armored giant had less than 100,000 HP remaining. The magic soldier's tough, black armor sported visible cracks. The battlefield had become deathly silent after witnessing the black dragon's horrific power. When Copper Ape gazed at the monster before him, fear filled his eyes. However, before Copper Ape could respond, Sher Fong controlled the black dragon to pounce on and attack the gigantic player with a claw swipe. When the black dragon's claw slammed into Copper Ape's helmet, the player fell on his side, shattering the armor piece. Copper Ape instantly lost over 30,000 HP. Flames then erupted on the black dragon's other claw before the monster thrust it into the magic soldier's armored chest. The flaming claw penetrated the armor like a hot knife through butter, and Copper Ape screamed in pain as the black dragon's blazing claw thrust into him. Flames devoured Copper Ape's entire body, his remaining 44,000 HP plummeting. In the blink of an eye, Copper Ape's HP vanished, his body transforming into fire before it vanished. When the flames eventually subsided, only a deep crater remained. Chapter 1816, Level Suppression. Chapter 1816, Level Suppression. Hellscythe underscore lucky old cat. The black dragon had turned the armored giant that was undefeatable just a moment ago into a pile of ashes. This scene caused the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw members to fall into a daze. Many seconds later, they still couldn't wrap their minds around the fact that a magic soldier got killed. In contrast, Zero Wings members were ecstatic. Amazing! All hail the guild leader! The powerful black dragon rekindled the Zero Wing members' hope of victory. With the black dragon's strength, the remaining 9 armored giants would be no problem. As for the other dark players, these people had been at a disadvantage previously. If not for the armored giants' interference, both the members of Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw would have long since been crushed already. So, this is the trump card Black Flame has been hiding all this time? Unyielding Heart could not help his shock at the defeat of one of the armored giants. He had never thought that Zero Wing actually possessed such a powerful foundation. The guild was revealing one trump card after another, each one more amazing than the former. Although the black dragon summoned was only a high lord, the strength it displayed was far superior to an ordinary high lords of the same level. How is this possible? A somber expression appeared on Veiled Spirit's face the moment she saw Copper Ape die. Had the black dragon spent a lot of time to defeat Copper Ape, she could have accepted this defeat. However, the battle had been so decisive that she simply couldn't. Copper Ape's combat power as a magic soldier was at the peak of Tier 3, yet he had been overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. For a moment, Veiled Spirit even doubted the authenticity of the magic soldier she was looking at. "Commander, what should we do now?" The female cleric standing beside Veiled Spirit asked hurriedly when she saw the black dragon charging toward the other magic soldiers. "Everyone, listen up. This black dragon is a summoned creature. As long as we kill its summoner, the black dragon will automatically disappear. Everyone, gather up and prioritize killing Black Flame." Veiled Spirit commanded hurriedly. In God's domain, most summoned creatures shared a common weakness, which was their summoner. Now that the Black Dragon was proven to be an unstoppable existence, their only hope of getting rid of the menace was to kill Black Flame, its summoner. So long as they killed Black Flame, they would regain the upper hand in the battlefield. After hearing Veiled Spirit's words, the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw members reacted quickly, staring fiercely at Shurfong. Previously, they had been too shocked by the Black Dragon's prowess and had forgotten about the fatal flaw of summoned creatures. However, now that they had snapped out of their daze, they promptly charged at Shurfong one after another. Meanwhile, 3 of the remaining 9 magic soldiers moved to surround the Black Dragon to prevent it from helping Shurfong. Kill him. He's alone. As long as he dies, victory will be ours. Suddenly, over 100 players swarmed toward Shurfong, killing intent radiating from their eyes. That's right. As long as we kill you, this Black Dragon will disappear. Iron Blade, the leader of the Iron Blade team, as well as the battle-axe-wielding armor giant that was fighting Shurfong earlier, shouted as he glared at Shurfong, who stood less than 15 yards away. He raised his battle axe into the air, then abruptly swung it down onto the ground before him. Die! Boom! In the next moment, 12 earthen spears jutted out from the ground around Shurfong and stabbed at the swordsman, each earthen spear carrying the full strength of the magic soldier. Meanwhile, Iron Blade raised his great axe and leaped into the air. He then slashed downward with his great axe as he descended toward Shurfong, his actions thoroughly sealing all of Shurfeng's escape routes. However, Shurfong showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he activated Defensive Blade and swung his 2 swords to meet the approaching battle axe in battle. Boom! After Shurfong nullified the earthen spears and expended his Defensive Blade's block count completely, his swords came into contact with Iron Blade's battle axe. The swordsman's feet immediately sank deep into the ground. When everyone saw the outcome of the clash, however, they were thoroughly stupefied. Shurfong had received less than minus 2,000 damage from the clash. To any player on the battlefield right now, this amount of damage was practically negligible. After all, they all had several tens of thousands of HP. What's going on? Why is his strength so much more than before? Iron Blade stared at Shurfong in confusion. He could not understand why Shurfong had lost so little HP during their clash this time. Sure enough, it still isn't possible to match a magic soldier even with the attribute bonus provided by Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Shurfong could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he looked at his vibrating swords. When he summoned the Black Dragon, Dragon's domination had taken effect. For every dragon present within a 1,000-yard radius, Dragon's domination increased all of his basic attributes by 500 points each. By performing strength combination in this buffed state, he had managed to drastically reduce the damage he took from Iron Blade this time. However, when going up against a Tier 3 magic soldier, he could execute strength combination only for defensive purposes. Using the technique offensively was impossible. Strength combination was a very sophisticated technique. Even the slightest mistake could lead to failure. Meanwhile, the Tier 3 magic soldier possessed a Tier 3 physique. What with Iron Blade being a flowing water realm expert, the Berserker could deal with an offensive strength combination very easily. Trying to use the technique in an attack would only do Shurfong more harm than good. Not to mention, his defense and HP were significantly lower than Iron Blade's. Facing off against Iron Blade in a direct clash would only bring on an earlier death. I want to see just how many times you can block my attacks. Iron Blade also understood Shurfeng's present state. Right now, all he needed to do was one thing: maneuver his attacks through the swordsman's defenses. Strength combination was an extremely complex technique. Trying to use it in a high-speed battle only made the technique even more difficult to execute. The moment Shurfong slipped up, he would die. I am indeed unable to block your attacks that many times. However, you can't possibly be thinking that this is a one-on-one duel, right? Sure Feng said as he looked at Iron Blade's battle axe approaching him once again. He used divine steps and switched positions with the farthest doppelganger, then retrieved a scroll from his bag and activated it. A moment later, a golden-haired beauty wearing long, silver robes and holding a crystalline staff appeared before Sure Feng. Due to the presence of this woman, the density of the ambient mana increased slightly. Meanwhile, the woman herself gave off a pressure that instilled fear in those enveloped in it. This new arrival was none other than Anna, Sure Feng's personal guard. As personal guards also took up a slot when entering a team dungeon, Sure Feng couldn't summon Anna to his raid team of 200 players while raiding the Eclipse Throne, which was a 200-man team dungeon. More importantly, if personal guards participated in a team dungeon raid, a successful clear would not count as a first clear. Hence, Sure Feng had not bothered bringing Anna and Kite out, even though both of them would have been powerful helpers. However, now that he was out of the dungeon, such restrictions no longer applied. At this point, Anna was already a level 85, Tier 2 NPC. Aside from her basic attributes, the powerful pressure she exerted on the players present was due to level suppression. "Get rid of them," Sure Feng commanded, pointing at the magic soldier before him. "As you wish." Anna nodded and started chanting an incantation. Reacting to the situation, Iron Blade immediately swung his battle axe at Anna. In response, Anna lightly tapped the butt of her staff on the ground. A golden barrier spread out from her staff, pushing Iron Blade over 20 yards away. By the time Iron Blade shattered this barrier, Anna had already summoned a level 85 Golden Giant and 10 level 85 Rock Guardians. She then proceeded to buff their attributes. With just one punch, the level 85 Golden Giant sent the level 55 Magic Soldier stumbling backward by several steps. The disparity in strength resulting from the difference in levels was massive. The enemy players charging toward Sure Feng gasped involuntarily at this scene. Meanwhile, the 10 level 85 Rock Guardians stood guard around Sure Feng, their posture daunting the approaching Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw members, who halted their charge. Although the level suppression system had been tuned down over several system updates, it had not weakened to the point of negligibility. After the difference exceeded 15 levels, the effects of level suppression would become significant. Meanwhile, there was currently a gap of 30 levels between the Dark players and the Rock Guardians. "Do you think you all can come and go as you please?" Sure Feng sneered as he glanced at the members of the two Dark adventure teams that were previously charging at him. "All of you should just stay here forever." He then had the 10 Rock Guardians attack the backtracking players. Faced with a bunch of level 50+, Tier 1 Dragonoid players, the level 85 Rock Guardians were able to send a couple flying with every punch. Due to the level suppression, the players' defense had weakened considerably. Even Tier 1 Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights couldn't withstand the blows of the Rock Guardians and were sent flying with a punch. Meanwhile, after fighting for some time, the Black Dragon Sure Feng controlled, finally, killed one of the 3 magic soldiers, pinning it down. Now the Black Dragon thoroughly suppressed the 2 remaining magic soldiers, each of its normal attacks taking away over 20,000 HP from the magic soldiers and over 50,000 if it used a skill. At the moment, the magic soldiers and the other players belonging to the 2 Dark adventure teams were getting massacred. "Commander, we've lost nearly half of our members already. Are we still going to continue fighting?" The female cleric standing beside Veiled Spirit asked. From Black Shark's death until now, only a little over a minute had passed, yet they had already lost so many of their members. By the time reinforcements arrived, their entire adventure team would be annihilated. After pondering for a brief moment, Veiled Spirit gritted her teeth before reluctantly shouting, "Retreat! Have everyone pull away from the battlefield as quickly as possible." The report they'd received regarding Zero Wing was outrageously inaccurate. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to charge into the Starlight Corporation's guild hall and choke the members of the corporation's intelligence unit to death. Zero Wing's current performance was completely different from what was reported, so much so that she suspected the report was actually about an entirely different guild. Chapter 1817, Eclipse Gate Shaken. Chapter 1817, Eclipse Gate Shaken. Hellscythe Underskulllucky Old Cat. The Golden Giant and Rock Guardian's sudden participation turned the situation around, giving the three guilds an overwhelming advantage. After hearing Veiled Spirit's command to retreat, both the Shadowclaw and Dark Hunters members scattered and fled the battlefield. However, Shifeng had no intention of letting the two adventurer teams get away, and he ordered his team to give chase and kill as many enemy players as possible. If not for the fact that their team fully consisted of the three guilds' Tier 2 players, Zero Wing would have definitely suffered a severe loss from this ambush. The guilds had also gotten lucky that the two adventure teams that had ambushed them weren't capable of using their trump cards to their full potential. If the Dark Hunters had also brought 200 Tier 2 players, and they all consumed the basic dragon potion, they would have been extremely difficult to deal with. If Zero Wing's members fought Tier 2 Dragonoid players, in Shifeng's opinion, only Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Cola, Violet Cloud, Xiaoyueru, and Aqua Rose would be guaranteed to win a one-on-one fight. Everyone else would have a 50% chance at best. Shadowclaw's magic soldiers shouldn't be underestimated, either. Unless one amassed a large number of magic soldiers, they wouldn't be able to exhibit their abilities in full. 10 magic soldiers simply weren't enough to display their true power. Magic soldiers would only be able to activate the magic arrays on their armor when 100 stood together. If those magic arrays activated, the 100 magic soldiers could even trample over 20 Tier 4 mythic monsters of the same level. At one point in the past, 100 magic soldiers had joined a battlefield of Tier 2 players. The magic soldiers had been killing machines, allowing a first-rate guild to fend off a sieging superpower and defend its town successfully. When players fought each other in God's domain, it was practically impossible for one side to push the other to the brink of extinction in a single battle. After all, the world of God's domain was not reality. Players could resurrect after dying. Hence, players generally had to undergo a long fight, whittling their opponent's strength down until their opponent could no longer resist. Although it was impossible to exterminate the adventurer teams, now that the two adventurer teams had scattered and run, Shifeng needed to do everything in his power to weaken the adventurer teams. This way, it would take the two adventurer teams a lot more time to recover. However, after the removal of Dark Precinct, it became extremely difficult to catch up with the escaping Dark players. To make matters worse, the marshy forest layout was extremely complex. As a result, the fleeing Dark players escaped the three guilds' pursuit very quickly. Only the guild's rangers and assassins could continue the chase. The other classes had to watch on, powerless, as their targets disappeared. In less than a minute, the two Dark Adventure Team's members had thoroughly disappeared into the dense forest. Commander, the other Adventure Team's commanders say that they'll arrive soon, and they're asking about the battle situation, the female cleric following Veiled Spirit reported. How should we respond to them? What's the situation? Veiled Spirit frowned, fury on her face as she continued. Tell them that they can fight all they want. Shadowclaw will take no part in this. The female cleric was speechless. However, she more or less understood her commander's mood. Shadowclaw had suffered severe losses in this battle. This was the first time their adventure team had suffered so drastically. Moreover, the information the Starling Corporation had given to them had been painfully inaccurate. It was only natural for Veiled Spirit to be furious. The female cleric immediately conveyed Veiled Spirit's reply, word for word, to the commanders of the various approaching adventure teams. Commander, It seems Shadow Claw's commander is somewhat angry, saying that Shadow Claw is pulling out of this hunt, and that we can go ahead and continue the fight if we want. The Dark Hunters have also left the area. Should we continue forward? This is interesting. It seems both Shadow Claw and Dark Hunters have suffered quite a loss at the hands of Zero Wing. Since that is the case, let us return. When the other approaching adventure teams received Veiled Spirit's reply, they all gave up on the thought of encircling Zero Wing. Both Shadow Claw and Dark Hunters were top-ranking adventure teams in Dark Soul. If even these two adventure teams had suffered a major loss after attacking Zero Wing, then their adventure teams would definitely fail. Naturally, there was no longer a need to assault Zero Wing. Meanwhile, before the forest surrounding the Eclipse Throne, Guild Leader, they are simply too fast. They're like monkeys. We lost track of them as soon as they enter the forest, Blackie said, stomping his foot in frustration and anger when he could no longer see the two dark adventure teams. This really is awful. I barely managed to kill 20 people. Hearing Blackie's words, Unyielding Soul and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members shot the Cursemancer scornful looks. Every one of their opponents had been an expert, not an ordinary player. They had been fortunate to kill 3 to 5 players in this battle. Defeating an expert and actually killing one were two different things. Normally, one would be hard-pressed to stop an expert's escape. Some experts even had life-saving tools to help them flee dangerous situations. If the two adventure teams heard Blackie's words, they'd cough blood in anger. All right, the battle's over. Everyone, loot the battlefield quickly. It's best if we don't linger, Sherfong said through the team chat. He knew a little about the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw, both of which belonged to the Dark Alliance, known as Dark Soul. The adventure teams capable of joining Dark Soul were all top adventure teams. During its peak, Dark Soul had included over 40 adventure teams. The Alliance had been stronger than any one of the 6 great dark guilds in God's domain in the past. Although Dark Soul had yet to reach its peak, it should have around 10 or so adventure teams at the very least. Since 2 of Dark Soul's adventure teams had appeared here, he could not rule out the possibility that the Alliance's other adventure teams would as well. His team was already exhausted. There were fewer than 140 players still alive. Trying to fight several more dark adventure teams now would result in greater losses. Unyielding Heart and Phoenix, Rain nodded in agreement. They then instructed their subordinates to clean up the battlefield swiftly and leave the area. Shortly after Sherfeng's team left the area, several dozen players emerged the dense forest. However, these players were from the various dark adventure teams. Rather, they were independent players that had come to the jungle to grind energy essence. Zero Wing is too amazing. That was the first time I've seen such an amazing battle. Indeed, despite only having a 200-man team, Zero Wing repelled an army of over 2,000 experts. This result is simply absurd. Rumors really can't be believed. Zero Wing is way stronger than the rumors make it out to be. Some of my friends have been urging me to join a first-rate guild, but looking at it now, it seems that Zero Wing would be a better choice. Ha ha ha. I recorded the entire battle. Once I return, I'm going to boast the heck out of this at the bar. These independent players' eyes glowed with excitement as they looked at the direction Sherfong and the others disappeared to. While they did not know the identities of the 2 adventure teams that attacked Zero Wing's team, they knew that those players had been experts based on their combat standards. Yet, despite these 2,000-plus experts revealing one trump card after another, Zero Wing's victory had been decisive. Naturally, the independent players had no intentions of keeping the battle a secret. Immediately, they posted the videos they had recorded on the official forums, allowing every player in the Eclipse Gate to view them. What's going on? 2 superpowers are fighting near the Eclipse Throne? Wait, isn't that Zero Wing? Did some superpower try to ambush their team? Zero Wing's Gentle Snow is so strong. She killed nearly 100 people in one hit. When the public saw the independent players' video, their blood boiled with excitement. The standard of the battle between Zero Wing and the two Dark Adventure teams was unprecedented. The battle had completely shattered their understanding of guild wars. Other kingdoms, independent players in particular, gained newfound recognition of Zero Wing. They had never thought that Starmoon Kingdom's ruling guild would be so powerful. News of this battle also reached the various major powers' intelligence members. These intelligence members relayed the information to their respective upper echelons immediately. Chapter 1818, comparable to a first-rate guild? Chapter 1818, comparable to a first-rate guild. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Dark Knight Empire, Light Shadow Citadel. A lofty tower sat in the middle of the city, and hovering above this tower was a gigantic, dark purple crystal. The crystal created a magic barrier that enveloped the city, and the crystal could be seen clearly by the large number of players walking throughout the streets. There were also a large number of NPCs and dark creatures, such as demons, abyssal demonkin vampires. The multiracial population in Light Shadow City far surpassed that of Kingdom's dark cities. Many neutral race NPCs hawked their wares along the city streets, a sight that was even rare in other empires' dark cities. Light Shadow City was no less prosperous than Dark Knight City, the Dark Knight Empire's capital. Moreover, Light Shadow City had a wider variety of races. Meanwhile, a luxurious 5-story tall mansion stood in the city's lively central district. A large number of players came and went from the mansion, and all of them were either extravagantly dressed merchant players or level 54+ experts. When the players in line outside of the mansion saw these merchant and expert players, they couldn't help but feel a little envious. These players' levels and equipment are amazing. They're even better than the experts in first-rate guilds. That's only natural. Although Dark Soul is an alliance, not a guild, it periodically raids team dungeons. The Alliance also frequently plunders the various large guilds' elite teams and main forces. Of course, its members have excellent weapons and equipment moreover. Despite such banditry, the various large guilds are utterly powerless to do anything about it. For example, one first-rate guild went all out to deal with Dark Soul, but in the end, the Alliance had annihilated its army, and the guild was eventually forced to disband. That's right. It was due to that success that Dark Soul is holding a mass recruitment. When I heard about it, I dropped what I was doing and came here. It would be great if I could join the Alliance. If we get to join Dark Soul, we'll be able to move through the Dark Knight Empire and the several neighboring kingdoms unhindered. Even the various dark guilds will have to treat us with respect in addition. If we join one of the top 5 adventure teams after joining Dark Soul, such as Shadowclaw, the Copper Eagle Kingdom's #1 dark adventure team, or Dark Hunters, which has recently become famous in the Dark Knight Empire, will be set for life. I hope I can get into one of the top 5 adventure teams, too. It's a pity that the requirements are extremely high. At the very least, you'll need to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor or reach the 5th floor's late stage and have a specialty. The several thousand dark players outside of the mansion quietly discussed their desire to join Dark Soul. In the Dark Knight Empire and its several neighboring kingdoms, Dark Soul enjoyed status rivaling that of super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Moreover, unlike most dark guilds and dark adventure teams, Dark Soul wasn't afraid of a confrontation with the various large guilds. It even dared to challenge 2 super first-rate guilds simultaneously. To dark players who were always forced into hiding, this was a freedom they hungered for. Now that Dark Soul was recruiting members, independent dark players like themselves couldn't miss this opportunity. Meanwhile, inside an office on the mansion's topmost floor, a young man stood by the office's window. As the young man observed the independent players outside of the mansion, a grin spread across his face. This man was none other than Tigerbreaker, Dark Soul's Alliance Master. Alliance Master, Since we announced the recruitment, over 2,000 players have passed our test already. In addition, over 30 well-known adventure teams have applied to join us. With these new recruits, once we receive the resources the Starline Corporation promised, we'll be able to nurture 2 or 3 well-equipped expert legions quickly. A level 55 male elementalist wielding a withered wooden staff reported. Good. Pathless, you've done well this time. As long as the other adventurer teams deal with Zero Wing, we won't have any problems acquiring the promised resources, Tigerbreaker said, smiling. Alliance Master, you can rest assured. I've heard that Black Shark and the others have discovered the whereabouts of Zero Wing's upper echelons. The Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw have already left to set up the ambush. I believe Zero Wing will suffer severely. Once we receive the confirmation, the Starline Corporation will definitely be satisfied with our performance and pay us a portion of the agreed resources up front, the level 55 elementalist named Pathless said, smiling. Once the Starline Corporation delivered the promised resources, Dark Soul would become the Dark Knight Empire's Dark Overlord. Once it achieved that goal, Dark Soul could then secure its sovereignty over all of God's domain's dark forces. While Tigerbreaker and Pathless conversed, Pathless received a message. After reading it, however, his complexion paled. Has something happened? Tigerbreaker asked curiously when he noticed Pathless' gloomy expression. I just received a message stating that the adventure teams that went to Starmoon Kingdom to deal with Zero Wing are preparing to return, Pathless said. Return? They've dealt with Zero Wing already? Tigerbreaker could not help his surprise. No, that's not right. Zero Wing is a large guild, comparable to a first-rate guild. It is impossible to deal with it so quickly. What happened? Zero Wing has dealt a heavy blow to the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw. Both adventure teams have lost over half of their people. According to Veiled Spirit, the information Starline provided was horrendously inaccurate. The Zero Wing they encountered was an entirely different guild than what the reports had mentioned. Due to this unexpected development, the various adventure teams' commanders have decided to return to Light Shadow City and discuss the matter further. Pathless said quietly, How is that possible? That's Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw we're talking about. They simply left to deal with Zero Wing's main force. How could they possibly lose? They even lost over half of their teams. Tigerbreaker stared at Pathless in shock. Also, what does Veiled Spirit mean that Zero Wing is a different guild? Alliance Master, these are the battle videos some of the players had recorded. Why don't you take a look? The situation confused Pathless as well, following which he forwarded the videos he had received from his subordinate to Tigerbreaker. Battle videos? Tigerbreaker began to examine the videos after he received them. The first video showed the 2,000-plus members from the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw adventure teams using trump cards that even surprised Tigerbreaker. Another video showed a female berserker killing Black Shark in a matter of seconds. Said female berserker had also killed nearly 100 players with one attack. The final video showed Shurfong summoning a black dragon and killing a magic soldier in just a few seconds. The swordsman had also summoned his personal guard, rampaging and slaughtering the 2 dark adventure teams and forcing them into a disadvantageous position. This is Starline's so-called comparable to a first-rate guild. Tigerbreaker's face flushed with anger as he watched the videos. Are Starline's intelligence members sleeping on the job? How is this comparable to a first-rate guild? A first-rate guild's main force can wipe out 2 of Dark Soul's top-ranking adventure teams. Pathless, contact Lu Xinghua and tell him that if he wants to get rid of Zero Wing, he'll have to triple the pay we agreed on. Otherwise, this transaction is over. Understood. I'll contact him right away. Pathless was just as furious after watching the videos. He felt that the Starline Corporation had toyed with Dark Soul. Chapter 1819, Advanced Smithy Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Chapter 1819 Advanced Smithy Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat. The city's central district bustled with activity and traffic. Players also crowded the shops along the streets. Players from other cities and kingdoms constantly visited these shops to purchase items. The Dark Knight Empire's businesses were far more popular than those in the neighboring kingdoms. In those kingdoms' capitals, level 50 secret silver equipment was rare on the market, but in Dark Knight City, such equipment was common. Some shops even sold level 50 fine gold equipment only. The prices for those items were absurdly high, way above market value. Due to Dark Knight City's prosperity, many players from neighboring kingdoms brought their treasures here to sell. This made the city a hub for precious treasure. The various large guilds operating in the neighboring kingdoms had even stationed some players in Dark Knight City long-term to search for purchase opportunities. Kingdoms' capitals simply couldn't compare to the Dark Knight City's liveliness. Meanwhile, a towering guild hall loomed in the center of the city's central district. The guild residents occupied an area large enough to house a stadium that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Not only would one need a high enough status to purchase such a large plot of land, but they'd also need a frightening number of coins. The land's base price was 50,000 gold, and it was one of the few spacious lands available in Dark Knight City's central district. This guild residence is so luxurious. The owner has even built a 5-story restaurant in it. This is ridiculous. I've heard it costs quite a lot to build a restaurant in a guild residence. Such a massive restaurant should cost at least 10,000 gold to build. 10,000 gold? Aren't you looking down on Starlink a little too much? The Starlink Corporation established the guild. Including the building's various accessories, Starlink has spent a total of 20,000 gold to build this restaurant. The guild also built training rooms with magic array enhancements. I've heard that the mana density inside these training rooms is much higher than that of the outside world. You'll be far more efficient when training in those rooms. It's a pity that only Starlink's members can enjoy this benefit. Then, why don't we just join Starlink? A newcomer like you? Join Starlink? Starlink is one of the top 3 guilds of the Dark Knight Empire. It's no weaker than super first-rate guilds like Crimson Emperor or Unyielding Soul. Although Starlink is mass recruiting right now, it is still out of reach for a newbie like you. While the players near Starlink's residence discussed the guild, a team of 100 players atop leopards turned onto the street. The 100-man team wore exquisite uniforms and radiated majestic auras. Many experts watched the team of players enter Starlink's residence in awe, dreaming of joining that team in the future. The 100-man team was Starlink's main force, and not long ago, the main force had defeated a level 50, 100-man team dungeon's 4th boss. Now, the team only needed to defeat the final boss to complete the 100-man team dungeon. This raid progression could already rival that of the Dark Knight Empire's 2 super first-rate guilds. Meanwhile, 3 people stood in the guild leader's office in Starlink's guild hall. These 3 watched the guild's main force, which had just returned from a dungeon raid, from a window. Guild leader, we have now caught up with Unyielding Soul's raid progress. Now it is only a matter of time before we surpass Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. A level 55, Tier 2 male shield warrior carrying a silver cross shield across his back said, laughing as he turned to Lu Xinghua, who wore a set of black robes. Due to Starlink acquiring a share of the secret pavilion's magic crystal vein, the guild acquired a large number of magic crystals every day. This allowed the guild to sustain the magic arrays powering the guild's training rooms. With this, the guild's experts could continuously train and improve rapidly. Once the guild had accumulated enough Tier 2 players, it was only a matter of time before they obtained the first clear of the level 50, 100-man team dungeon they were raiding. Now that their guild didn't have to worry about magic crystals, they were able to nurture guild experts much faster. In 1 or 2 months, Starlink might even surpass Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul's expert count, becoming the Dark Knight Empire's #1 guild. Not bad. The struggle for the Thorn Fortress is about to start. For a while, divert all of the magic crystals we obtain to nurturing as many Tier 2 players as possible. I want to see how Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul intend to compete with Starlink when we obtain the management rights to Thorn Fortress, Lu Xinglua said, smiling. Understood. Guild leader, rest assured. I'll make sure that we have more Tier 2 experts than Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul by the time the struggle begins, the Shield Warrior promised. As Lu Xinglua was about to discuss their plans for the struggle over Thorn Fortress, he received a notification. A message from Dark Soul? Lu Xinglua muttered when he noticed the sender's identity. By the time he finished reading the message, his expression had darkened. Have the people from Dark Soul gone mad? They're actually tripling their price to deal with a small guild like Zero Wing. Guild leader, we just received a message as well. It seems that Dark Soul's members have ambushed Zero Wing's main force. However, Dark Soul's members suffered a disastrous defeat and lost over half of its numbers. I suspect that this has something to do with their new demands. Dawn Webb, a level 55, Tier 2 female elementalist, and the third person in the room, explained. You're saying that Dark Soul tried to ambush Zero Wing, but the guild turned the tables on them? For a moment, Lu Xinglua thought he had heard wrong. How is that possible? It's true. Some people have posted the battle videos on the Eclipse Gate's official forums. Almost everyone in the Eclipse Gate is talking about it, Dawn Webb said as she forwarded a few battle videos to Lu Xinglua. So that is the case. Lu Xinglua could not help his frown as he watched the recordings. No wonder why a measly bug dares to oppose me. Guild leader, are we still going to take care of Zero Wing? Dawn Webb asked. Of course, Lu Xinglua said determinedly. But before we do, we have to secure the Thorn Fortress. Send a reply to Dark Soul. Tell them that they can forget about tripling the price. I'm not going to triple their pay just because they got scratched. However, I am willing to tweak the conditions of our agreement. As long as they annihilate Zero Wing, I'll give them an additional 5% of Thorn Fortress's shares. Also, tell Tigerbreaker that Zero Wing doesn't have any backers. Since Zero Wing is so strong, it must have a massive secret if he doesn't want that secret. He better not regret his choices once Starling claims it. He was very familiar with the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw's strength in Dark Soul. They were merely the 4th and 5th ranked adventure teams in the Alliance. Dark Soul was only defeated due to misinformation. Yet, Tigerbreaker wanted to use this opportunity to hike up the price. Understood. Dawn Webb nodded before contacting Dark Soul's representative. While Lu Xinglua discussed Zero Wing, the various superpowers had discovered the battle in the Eclipse Gate. The outcome further increased Zero Wing's fame among the various superpowers. At the same time, the guild had attracted a lot of attention. For a guild of Zero Wing's caliber, it was simply absurd to have so many Tier 2 players. The guild was definitely hiding something major. For a time, the various superpowers reevaluated their opinions of Zero Wing. Rather than an ant, Zero Wing had become a fat piece of meat. Relay my commands. Order our subordinates to investigate the secret to Zero Wing's success. After watching the battle between Zero Wing and Dark Soul, many superpowers' upper echelons issued the same command. Meanwhile, Shifeng had already rested and paid Silverwing Town a visit. Guild leader, I have brought the 50 advanced architects you asked for, Melancholic Smile said as she approached Shifeng, who surveyed an empty plot of land. The 50 advanced architects following Melancholic Smile could not help their growing nerves as they looked at Shifeng. They were confused about why their guild leader had gathered them all here. With so many advanced architects, one could construct an entire basic town. Good. I've gathered you all here today to build the construction on this design, Shifeng said. He then retrieved a stack of old parchment from his bag. This stack was none other than the advanced smithy design. Chapter 1820, Upgrading Silverwing Town. Chapter 1820, Upgrading Silverwing Town. An advanced smithy? Melancholic smile could not help her surprise when she saw the description of the design Shifeng took out. At this point in time, she was quite knowledgeable about advanced constructions. Every advanced construction had functions that far surpassed their basic counterparts. Moreover, they had their own specialties. However, designs for advanced constructions were extremely difficult to acquire. Although Melancholic Smile was initially excited at the identity of the design, seeing the materials and space needed to construct the advanced smithy dampened her mood quickly. The advanced smithy required not only 2,000 pieces of extremely valuable mana, but also 1,000 advanced magic cores and 500 earth fire crystals. The mana required wasn't too much of a problem, as Zero Wing had collected quite an amount during this period. As for the advanced magic core, it was a rare material that could be obtained only from the bosses of level 50 and above team dungeons. However, the drop rate wasn't 100%, so it was extremely valuable. On the market, one advanced magic core sold for 5 gold. 1,000 advanced magic cores would mean 5,000 gold. As for the earth fire crystal, it was even more valuable, as it could be acquired only in the fields, particularly mountainous regions with fiery environments. It was one of the main materials needed to produce high-ranking, fire-resistance equipment. Although the market value of earth fire crystal was roughly 5 gold, due to its rarity and the demand, it was almost impossible to find large quantities of earth fire crystal for sale. Currently, Zero Wing had only a little over 600 earth fire crystals stockpiled. Spending 500 crystals in one go would deplete the guild's inventory. Aside from the 3 aforementioned materials, the advanced smithy also needed 10,000 magic crystals to construct. The total cost of its construction came to roughly 30,000 gold. Currently, Zero Wing was developing rapidly and needed to spend money on various fronts. If not for Zero Wing City, the guild wouldn't have been able to keep up with its expenditures. Hence, spending 30,000 gold's worth of rare materials to construct an advanced smithy truly wasn't a wise course of action. However, before Melancholic Smile could try to dissuade Shifeng, he had already distributed the tasks to the advanced architects. He even had the necessary materials prepared already. All the 50 advanced architects needed to do was build the structure. Although Zero Wing's main force had suffered some casualties and lost 20-odd pieces of equipment in the battle with the 2 dark adventure teams, the spoils of war they gained were far more valuable. The members of Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw were experts among experts. They were all geared in excellent equipment that was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's. However, while the quality of the equipment Zero Wing looted was indeed slightly inferior to the equipment it lost, the quantity easily made up for the poor quality. In total, Zero Wing had gained over 400 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment and 60-plus pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. After deducting the compensations and rewards given out, Zero Wing had still netted more than 10,000 gold from that single battle. However, even if one had 10,000 gold, they would be hard-pressed to acquire so many pieces of up-to-date, top-tier equipment. Although the profits from this battle were not enough to cover the construction cost of the advanced smithy served a great purpose. As an advanced construction, it could elevate the prosperity and popularity of a town by a significant margin. At this point, Silverwing Town already possessed sufficient basic constructions and security to get upgraded into an intermediate town. Now, it just had to accumulate sufficient popularity and prosperity. However, constructing the advanced smithy wasn't an easy task. Aside from advanced architects, it needed one player capable of drawing advanced magic arrays because the advanced smithy required the inscription of many magic arrays. For the following period, Shurfong could be seen busily inscribing magic arrays onto the constructed walls and floors of the advanced smithy. Someone looking at Silverwing Town from some distance away would notice that a section of the town's outer area had suddenly been cordoned off and something big was under construction there. This situation immediately attracted the attention of many resting players. Nowadays, Silverwing Town had already become the most popular town in the Orc Empire. Many guild players seeking to grind in the Orc Empire or raid the teleportation war fortresses chose to rest in Silverwing Town. Even though the war fortresses in question were very far away from Silverwing Town, players still chose Silverwing Town over other guild towns in the Orc Empire. One reason for this was the EXP buff that players could accumulate by resting in Silverwing Town, which would help greatly in leveling up. Another reason was the battle arena in the town. However, contrary to expectations, the high mana environment of Silverwing Town wasn't the reason why its battle arena was popular. Instead, the main reason for its popularity was the fact that the town was now a hub for players originating from various kingdoms and empires. Due to this situation, experts from different countries could spar with each other. Being able to spar with a large number of different experts of the same combat standard was a tremendous benefit for experts seeking to improve themselves. Now that Silverwing Town had already become the #1 town in the Orc Empire, if not for the limited space, its player population could easily exceed 1,500,000. Damn, Silverwing Town is already crowded enough. Yet Zerowing is actually wasting such a large, empty space on another building. That's right. With the number of buildings in the town continuously increasing, the number of players the town can accommodate will keep declining. I'm not even sure if I can squeeze my way into the town tomorrow. The players resting in a nearby bar could not help but frown when they saw the stadium-sized structure under construction. There were simply too many players trying to enter Silverwing Town right now. To make sure Silverwing Town operated normally, Zerowing had made it so that players who weren't Zerowing members could stay in Silverwing Town for only 10 hours a day. If players refused to leave the town once their allocated time was up, the NPC soldiers would either forcibly remove them from the town or outright kill them. Yet, despite this restriction, Silverwing Town was still packed all day round. At this point, Zerowing had limited the number of players allowed inside the town at one time to just 800,000. If latecomers wished to enter the town, they would have to wait for someone to exit it. Hence, as more buildings rose in the empty spaces in town, the number of players allowed in would be reduced. Time passed quickly. When Shurfong finished inscribing the last magic array, 8 hours had already elapsed. The 50 advanced architects had taken only 4 hours to construct the physical structure of the advanced smithy. It's finally done. Shurfong sighed ruefully as he looked at the completed advanced smithy. Although the smithy had only 3 floors in total, it was over 20 meters in height. The advanced smithy before him was definitely a cut above basic smithies, which were only 4 meters in height. This was something that could be seen from the building's external appearance alone. However, the inside of the building was even more amazing. As Shurfong had personally inscribed every magic array, he had a general idea of the magic array's abilities. The advanced smithy could not only repair and produce custom-made weapons and equipment, but also break down weapons and equipment and return to players some materials used to make those items. Players could then use the reclaimed materials for new weapons and equipment. Although the recovery rate wasn't very high, it was still better than selling obsolete items to NPCs. If he revealed this ability, countless players would definitely swarm to the advanced smithy to break down their obsolete weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Zerowing could charge a small fee for the service. Good. Let's get it running now. Shurfong then called up the advanced smithy system interface and chose to open the building to the public. In the next moment, the magic curtain surrounding the construction site disappeared, exposing the massive building to the public. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered Shifeng's ears. System: Silverwing Town's popularity and security have fulfilled the requirements of an intermediate town. Do you wish to upgrade Silverwing Town? Wonderful. Just as I expected. Shifeng could not help feeling joyful when he heard the system notification. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time now. He immediately chose to upgrade Silverwing Town. Chapter 1821 Crimson Flame Fortress. Chapter 1821 Crimson Flame Fortress. A series of system notifications assaulted Shifeng's hearing after he chose to upgrade Silverwing Town. Orc Empire Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Silverwing Town for becoming the first intermediate town in a neutral map, rewarding 10,000 town popularity points and 1 caravan guard order. Silverwing Town Region System Announcement. Silverwing Town will undergo a promotion. All players will be teleported out of the town in 1 minute. Silverwing Town Region System Announcement. Silverwing Town's promotion will take 30 minutes. Please wait patiently until it is complete. The system announcements repeated 3 times, echoing in players' ears in their respective regions. What? A promotion? They're already upgrading Silverwing Town. How did Zero Wing do it? Amazing! Once the town is upgraded, we'll have a much easier time getting in. For a time, Silverwing Town's players were in an uproar over the sudden promotion. As for the various large guilds' upper echelons, they wore solemn expressions when they received a report on this matter. The fat piece of meat that was Silverwing Town had already been tempting to the various major powers, and they had been trying to find a way to claim it for themselves. But the improvement speed of the town's defenses was simply absurd. The NPC soldiers the town had recruited were also becoming increasingly powerful, including the 5 magic towers. None of these superpowers felt powerful enough to capture Silverwing Town. Hence, they decided to continue accumulating their strength for now. However, Silverwing Town's promotion to an intermediate town was a huge problem. Not only would Silverwing Town be able to construct more defensive structures, but the number of NPC soldiers it could hire had also increased from 1,000 to 2,000. That would effectively double the town's defensive capabilities. In terms of basic attributes, NPC soldiers were far superior to players. In addition, Silverwing Town soldiers were more than 10 levels higher than current players. If players wished to deal with these NPCs, they would have to employ Zerg tactics. Now that the town had twice as many NPC soldiers to protect it, they would need at least twice the manpower to defeat these NPCs, making Silverwing Town even more difficult to capture. Shortly after the system announcements, the players in Silverwing Town were all teleported a considerable distance away. However, instead of leaving the area, the teleported players stood outside of the town. In fact, players who grinded in the Orc Empire hurried to join the crowd. Meanwhile, news of Silverwing Town's promotion quickly spread to the various superpowers. Zero Wing is impressively efficient. It's a pity that there is no longer a point in upgrading Silverwing Town, Yuan Tixin said, sighing slightly when he read the report he had just received. Uncle Yuan, now that Silverwing Town has been upgraded to an intermediate town, it will be able to accommodate more players and increase Zero Wing's income by multiple times. Why would that be pointless? Purple Jade asked curiously. I guess it's expected that you don't know. Yesterday, I received news stating that 9 Dragons Emperor has secretly joined hands with Blackwater and Beast Emperor, and they are preparing to raid the Orc Empire's Crimson Flame Fortress, Yuan Tixin said. The Crimson Flame Fortress is located in the Orc Empire's inner region and on one of the safer paths to the Orc capital city. In addition, the fortress offers teleportation services. Once the Crimson Flame Fortress has been captured, it'll generate massive profits for the 3 involved parties. It'll also allow them to raid the orc capital city far more quickly. What? That's the Crimson Flame Fortress. Based on our investigations, its raid difficulty ranks among the top 5 teleportation war fortresses in the Empire. It is too difficult for current players to raid, and on top of that, dark players will definitely try to interfere. Do they really dare to raid the Crimson Flame Fortress? The news astonished Purple Jade. There were countless orcs inside the Crimson Flame Fortress, and the lowest leveled among them was level 60, with the highest leveled orcs being level 75. Furthermore, the fortress was protected by many war weapons and mythic orcs. That is exactly why Nine Dragons Emperor and Blackwater are working with Beast Emperor. Based on what we know so far, Beast Emperor will guard the battlefield with his evil beast army. Meanwhile, Blackwater and 9 Dragon Emperor's armies will be responsible for sieging the fortress. With the evil beast army in their way, the dark guilds and dark players won't try to interfere, Yuan Tiexin explained. Once they capture Crimson Flame Fortress, Silverwing Town's status in the Orc Empire will become quite awkward. Thus far, the Secret Pavilion had only conducted a preliminary investigation on the regional dungeon or capital city. Even so, the resources they had discovered had far exceeded their expectations. Not only did the regional dungeon offer a large number of magic crystals, but players would also level 50% faster if they grinded in the area. Most importantly, the Orc capital city and intermediate city could be captured. If one captured this intermediate city, they would earn just as much profit as the Secret Pavilion's magic crystal vein earned. Moreover, they wouldn't need to station a large force of players to protect the city long-term. If Blackwater and 9 Dragons Emperor acquired the Orc capital city, with the wealth of resources they earned through the city, they could easily destroy Silverwing Town. The two entities might even be able to threaten Zero Wing's safety in Starmoon Kingdom. This was because Beast Emperor bore an irreconcilable vengeance against Zero Wing. Setting aside the fact that Beast Emperor had a significant portion of his foundation within Starmoon Kingdom and would need to take over the kingdom to further his development, the Secret Pavilion had recently learned that of the 5 precious evil God Apostle slots Beast Emperor had, Shurfeng had destroyed 2. This loss had severely impacted Beast Emperor's development. If Beast Emperor got his hands on the Orc capital city's resources, he'd have a good chance of taking over Starmoon Kingdom and yanking Zero Wing out of the game by its roots. Uncle Yuan, why don't we notify Zero Wing? Purple Jade asked. Forget it. Even if Zero Wing found out, there's nothing it can do. Although Zero Wing's main force had displayed outstanding combat power in the Eclipse Gate, this revelation will not change Zero Wing's situation. While Zero Wing is fully capable of defending its territory, it simply doesn't have enough forces to launch an offensive assault on Beast Emperor. This is also the greatest problem that upstart powers with little to no background normally face, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. Had Zero Wing agreed to partner with us, they might have been able to stop Beast Emperor's group. However, with Zero Wing's current forces, even if they gain the full support of Phoenix Rain, Beast Emperor is impossible to stop. In God's domain, many upstart powers rose to prominence every day, but these powers had a fatal flaw. They were ignorant of greater powers. They all deemed themselves capable of rivaling true superpowers. Although Zero Wing was superior to most of the up-and-coming powers in God's domain, it wouldn't be easy for the guild to become a true superpower. There would be plenty of other powers trying to use Zero Wing as a stepping stone and rise to prominence themselves. Meanwhile, in the Orc Empire's Silverwing Town, after a half-an-hour wait, the recently promoted Silverwing Town appeared before the crowd. Silverwing Town now occupied twice as much space as the old version. It was also much closer to the primordial divine ruin, which was now within range of the town's magic towers. Since the town was in a neutral map, Silverwing Town's walls had grown taller as well. Now, they were 7 meters tall. Divine runes had been carved into the walls, preventing players from vaulting over and enhancing the wall's defense. Guild leader, look. Even the town's buildings have changed. They look nothing like they did before. Melancholic Smile could not help but gape in shock as she looked at the tall buildings in the distance. Every building in the town had grown considerably taller. It was evident that the buildings had been upgraded as well. Rather than a town, Silverwing Town looked like a basic city. Have everyone prepare to reopen Silverwing Town to the public, Sherfong said, nodding. He had spared no expense in outfitting Silverwing Town with the most extravagant buildings he could afford precisely for this moment. This was also Neutral Town's secret. Chapter 1822. Town Opening, Silverwing Town. Chapter 1822. Town Opening, Silverwing Town. Under Sherfeng's command, it took less than 20 minutes to complete the preparation work for Silverwing Town's reopening. Moreover, thanks to the reserve NPC guards Magic King Craig Midlands had prepared beforehand and a large number of NPCs that had come looking for work after the town's promotion completed, they had quickly filled the additional 1,000 NPC soldier slots Silverwing Town had gained. Craig Midlands himself had inspected all 1,000 of these new NPC soldiers. Due to Silverwing Town's steady development, not only had more NPCs arrived to apply for a soldier position, but higher quality NPCs had applied. Normally, when a basic town was upgraded to an intermediate town, it would struggle to fill the additional 1,000 soldier slots within a short time. The town would be fortunate to recruit around 300 Tier 1 NPCs and a dozen Tier 2 NPCs during the first week after the town's promotion. Most NPCs that applied were only elite rank. The town would slowly have to accumulate, nurture, or replace its NPC soldiers to increase the number of Tier 2 NPC soldiers it had. Yet, due to Craig Midlands' fame, over 3,000 NPCs had applied to work for Silverwing Town as soon as the promotion was complete. Including the 300 Tier 1 NPCs Craig Midlands had kept on reserve, it took no time for Silverwing Town to recruit 1,000 NPCs. Among the NPCs recruited, over 100 were Tier 2 NPCs, with the rest being Tier 1 NPCs. Normally, an intermediate town would need around 2 weeks to accumulate 100 Tier 2 NPCs. More Tier 2 NPCs would only show up and apply to work for the town after it increased its popularity. After all, Tier 2 NPCs were not abundant in God's domain. Even Zero Wing City only had a little over 2,000 Tier 2 NPC soldiers thus far, while the rest were Tier 1 NPCs. However, although Silverwing Town had plenty of high-quality NPC soldiers, Zero Wing had spent over 20,000 gold to outfit these NPCs with proper weapons and equipment. In God's domain, NPC soldiers did not come with their own items. Like players, they had to be armed. This was an important factor in strengthening a town's defenses. Of course, some NPCs would bring their own weapons and equipment when applying to become soldiers, but their items were usually low quality. They were much weaker than the standardized weapons and equipment the system provided. Naturally, the combat power these NPCs would be able to display would depend on the quality of their weapons and equipment. For example, an NPC with bronze equipment and an NPC in mysterious iron equipment would have around a 20% difference in combat power. While 20% might not seem like much to players, but it was a lot for NPCs who possessed much higher basic attributes. When Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City had been constructed, Zero Wing had lacked funds. Sherfong had only been able to outfit his NPC soldiers with the cheapest bronze weapons and equipment available. He had only started to upgrade the NPC's gear after the guild had money to spare. A large fraction of the investments needed to develop a town had to be spent on the NPC soldiers' weapons and equipment in addition. These weapons and equipment needed regular repairs, which would also cost a considerable amount of money. These reasons were why most of the various large guilds avoided owning too many towns. This even held true for the various superpowers. Although the superpowers occupied many towns, they would not arm every one of them to the teeth. Instead, they would focus on developing a few select towns. However, arming the NPC soldiers with better items was why many first-rate guilds' headquarters were able to withstand sieges from super first-rate and super guilds. The longer a town developed, the stronger the NPC soldiers guarding it would become. When fully equipped with top-tier equipment, NPC soldiers could even contend with players of a higher tier. Fortunately, with the exception of some extremely powerful top-tier equipment, the majority of the weapons and equipment NPC soldiers used could be purchased from the system with coins. There was no need for players to invest time and effort into farming weapons and equipment. Hence, Shifeng had spent over 20,000 gold to arm the newly recruited NPCs. A full set of level 50 to 100 bronze equipment would cost 2 gold coins. This was extremely cheap compared to players' equipment, however. As equipment quality increased, so did the price. Level 50 to 100 mysterious iron equipment cost 10 gold per set, while secret silver equipment cost 100 gold, fine gold equipment cost 600 gold, dark gold equipment cost 1,500 gold, and epic equipment cost 6,000 gold per set. With how many NPC soldiers a town had, it was no exaggeration to say that a town's development was a bottomless pit financially. For Silverwing Town, Shifeng had decided to arm the Tier 2 NPCs with secret silver equipment and Tier 1 NPCs with mysterious iron equipment. Although Zero Wing had earned a lot of funding through Zero Wing City and Stone Forest Town, Shifeng planned to invest the majority of that money in the Lost Town. The Lost Town was, after all, far more important and valuable than Silverwing Town. Guild leader, we have assigned duties to all of our NPC soldiers. Should we open the town now? Aqua Rose asked. Smiling, she looked at the rows of WH-equipped NPCs before her. Due to their continuous investment in Silverwing Town, these NPC soldiers had far better equipment than those in Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City. Among the initial 1,000 NPC soldiers, over 100 Tier 2 NPCs wore fine gold equipment, while the remaining NPCs wore secret silver equipment. This was unimaginable for other guilds. Normally, other guilds would, at most, arm their NPC soldiers with mysterious iron equipment, spending the majority of their money on building the town's infrastructure. All right, let's open the gates, Shifeng said, nodding. All right. Guild leader, should we limit the number of visitors? Aqua Rose asked. Although Silverwing Town can accommodate far more people now, for the sake of the NPC merchants, it's best if we set a limit. Let's set it at 1,500,000 players, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. We're letting so few people in. Aqua Rose was somewhat confused. After the upgrade, Silverwing Town occupied twice as much space. Even if they allowed 2 million players in, the town would, at most, be as crowded as it had been as a basic town. That's quite a lot already, actually. Shifeng could not help but laugh at Aqua Rose's greed. Moreover, Silverwing Town isn't just meant for players. We need to leave some space for NPCs. Leave space for NPCs. Aqua Rose's confusion grew after listening to Shifeng's explanation. In any case, open the town to the public. You'll understand what I mean in a moment, Shifeng said as he gazed at the anxious crowd outside of the town. He did not bother to explain further. In God's domain, while players were important to a guild town's development, NPCs were equally important. But in a neutral map, NPCs were even more so. This was because NPCs could increase a town's popularity. Most importantly, they could create opportunities that would allow some players to get rich overnight or instantly become peak experts. However, players had only discovered this later in the game. Shifeng had to focus on preparing for that inevitability now. This was especially true now that he had the Caravan Guard order. Aqua Rose said nothing more after receiving Shifeng's order. Immediately, she had some guild members gather at the town's entrance and open the gates. When the town finally reopened, a swarm of players surged into Silverwing Town. When these players saw the various buildings inside the town's walls, they were stupefied. Is this really Silverwing Town? Crap, this is too extravagant. This place can rival a small NPC city. Everyone exclaimed in shock when they saw the town's tall buildings. Quick, come over here and take a look. There's a 5-story tall smithy. Amazing! What kind of smithy is this? It's actually run by NPC master forgers. We can place custom orders and break down our old weapons and equipment here. Even if I never raid team dungeons, I can now get my hands on top-tier equipment. Stop dreaming. Didn't you see the price for custom-made items? You also have to provide the required materials. It's still better than having no access to top-tier weapons and equipment. Look. You can even order level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment. Do you think the various large guilds would sell level 50 dark gold equipment to independent players like us? When the independent players discovered the advanced smithy's abilities, they went crazy with excitement. The services even tempted quite a few guild players. While the players in Silverwing Town discussed the advanced smithy, Shifeng paid a visit to Starmoon Kingdom's Star, Moon City. When he arrived, Shifeng made his way towards the headquarters of the kingdom's Adventurers Association. Lord Protector, how may I be of service? Elk, an NPC senior administrator, respectfully asked as he approached Shifeng. I wish to commission the association to set up a trade route to Silverwing Town, Shifeng stated as he took out a token made of black iron. This token was none other than the Caravan Guard Order. Chapter 1823. Setting up a trade route. Chapter 1823. Setting up a trade route. Setting up a trade route. Senior Administrator Elk was surprised when he saw the black iron token in Shifeng's hand. He then warned Shifeng, Lord Protector, although you have a Caravan Guard Order and indeed qualify to set up a trade route to a town, I must warn you that it is not such an easy task. The cost involved is astronomical. Moreover, since you are setting up a trade route to Starmoon Kingdom's capital city, not only will the cost be much higher, but the risks are also significant. If you abandon the operation before it is complete, this Caravan Guard Order will become useless. I understand. However, I am confident in securing a trade route to Silverwing Town, Shifeng said, nodding. He knew what it meant to set up a trade route. After all, he had done so many times during his previous life. If a guild town wanted to become more attractive to NPC merchants and increase the town's development speed, it had to have trade routes. Once the trade routes were in place, the town would acquire another benefit. The town in question would gain priority over rare items that NPC merchants transported. In addition, NPC merchants that used the trade route would pay the town a usage fee. While these privileges might not seem like much, they would become a neutral town's main income source before it became a city. As a town's popularity increased, more NPC merchants would visit it. Even ordinary NPCs that used the trade routes would have to pay a usage fee. The trade route would become a safe path to the town and would include high-tiered NPCs to escort visiting and departing NPCs. Not even level 100 players would dare to ambush such a trade route. Although the usage fee was only 80 coppers per NPC, if 100,000 NPCs used the trade route each day, the trade route would generate 800 gold each day. Moreover, this was only one trade route. As the ruling guild set up more trade routes, the town would generate more income. However, players could only set up trade routes for neutral towns. This function was not available for guild towns in kingdoms and empires. This function was only available to intermediate towns and above as well. In addition, the number of NPCs that visited a guild town by the trade route would depend on the NPC city the town was connected to. The more prosperous the NPC city was, the more NPC visitors a guild town would see. If players set up a trade route to a capital city, it was almost guaranteed that their guild town would see 100,000 to 200,000 visiting NPCs every day. If the trade route were connected to an ordinary NPC city, the town would only receive around 20,000 to 50,000 NPCs. However, the more prosperous an NPC city was, the more difficult it would be to set up a trade route. Aside from a revenue source, trade routes were a good method for players to acquire rare resources. Not all of an NPC merchant caravan's goods were available to players. A considerable portion would be reserved for other NPCs. Normally, players weren't allowed to purchase these items, but if a guild town had priority over NPC merchants' goods, not only would the town's owner have access to rare items for players, but they'd also have access to NPC reserved items. Many of the NPC reserved items were materials that were very difficult to purchase via the player market. Sometimes, NPCs even sold large quantities of magic crystals. Only, they cost significantly more than the market price. Even so, this was a valuable opportunity for guilds. While it was easy to convert magic crystals into coins, the opposite wasn't. This was especially true with a large stock of magic crystals. However, NPCs were different from players. NPCs had a much easier time acquiring magic crystals because NPCs occupied most or veins that were capable of producing magic crystals and within kingdoms and empires' borders. It was fairly normal to find NPCs who sold magic crystals carrying a stock of 5,000 to 10,000. On the other hand, one would be hard-pressed to purchase 5,000 to 10,000 magic crystals from players. NPC merchants occasionally sold rare advanced designs as well. Although these designs would similarly be overpriced, their rarity made the cost worth it. After all, it was almost impossible to purchase advanced designs from other players. If one were extremely lucky, they could even find NPC merchants that sold fragmented legendary items or clues leading to such treasures. Although such occurrences were ridiculously rare, based on player-collected statistics, the more NPCs merchants that visited a guild town, the higher the ruling guild's chances were of finding an NPC that carried such items and clues. Naturally, every clue that led to a fragmented legendary item was extremely valuable. Since there was a possibility to acquire fragmented legendary items, Sherfone wouldn't miss the opportunity. Since players in the past hadn't often spoken about how they had acquired their fragmented legendary items, Sherfone knew very few methods to do so. In fact, most players wouldn't even reveal the fact that they owned a fragmented legendary item. Hence, Sherfone only knew about the relatively famous fragmented legendary items. However, the methods of acquiring those items were incredibly demanding, so he couldn't hunt them down at this stage of the game. Since you understand the risks involved, that is fine. If you wish to set up a trade route to Silverwing Town, it will cost you a base fee of 10,000 gold and 5,000 magic crystals. As you possess an ordinary caravan guard order, you are only allowed to form a 100-man team. The team will require a minimum of one advanced magician to carve magic arrays on the route to repel monsters, Senior Administrator Elk explained. Lord Protector, may I know if you will need me to introduce you to some mercenaries to accompany on your journey? Of course, Sherfone said, nodding. The Caravan Guard Order was a trigger to activate the special quest for setting up a trade route. While Sherfone could rely on players to complete this quest, he could also enlist the help of the Adventurers Association's mercenaries. At this stage of the game, NPC mercenaries were undoubtedly much stronger than players. Hence, players that acquired a Caravan Guard Order at this stage of the game would generally hire mercenaries to aid them. Unfortunately, the price was quite high. In the past, some guilds had tried to save money, confident that their members would be strong enough to handle the task. However, while Zero Wing's main force was very powerful, the trade route he wanted to establish required crossing the border into the Or Empire. When establishing a trade route, the system would occasionally send monsters to interfere. These monsters would be 15 levels higher than the local monsters, and many of the Empire's monsters were level 60 or higher. In that case, the interfering monsters would be level 75 and above once he entered the Empire. These monsters were too high of a level for Zero Wing's main force members at this time, so they weren't suitable for this quest. All right, here is a list of mercenaries willing to undergo this challenge with you. Lord Protector, Elk said before handing Sherfong a list. The quest to set up a trade route was very special and very dangerous. Players couldn't simply hire whatever NPC mercenaries they wished. The available mercenaries would depend on the player's status in the Adventurers Association. The higher one's status was, the more NPC mercenaries they could choose from for the operation. Amazing! 4-star treatment in the Adventurers Association is really a great help when setting up a trade route. Sherfong could not help his surprise when he read the list. During his previous life, he had only been able to recruit 3-star, Tier 2 NPCs at best. As a result, he had struggled to set up trade routes for Shadow's neutral towns. Now, however, even 2-star, Tier 3 NPCs had applied to join his quest, not to mention 3-star, Tier 2 NPCs. He had to admit that the Spirit Slayer advanced title came with some awesome benefits. Without hesitation, Sherfong spent over 15,000 gold to hire 97 mercenaries, spending almost every coin he had on hand. The weakest mercenaries he hired were level 80, 3-star, Tier 2 NPCs, with the strongest being level 83, 2-star, Tier 3 NPCs. Overall, his team had 15 Tier 3 NPCs. After Sherfong handled the necessary procedures and learned how to draw the necessary advanced magic array, he summoned the level 85 Anna and level 83 Kite. With 97 other NPCs in tow, he grandly departed Star Moon City, riding Secret Silver transport carriages. The Secret Silver transport carriages were an extraordinary sight to behold. 5-meter-tall, lightning-horned earth dragons pulled the carriages behind them. The earth dragons themselves were great lords, and watching the caravan move down the city streets was spectacular. What's going on? Is the city hosting some kind of event? That's not it. Look, the lead transport carriage's driver is a player. Could this be a player-triggered event? That player is wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem. Zero Wing is so awesome. It can actually produce such powerful carriages. Crap, there are over 10 Tier 3 NPCs in the caravan. This is ridiculous. Chapter 1824, Strong Legion. Chapter 1824, Strong Legion. Shortly after the 10 Secret Silver transport carriages being pulled by lightning-horned earth dragons appeared on the streets of Star Moon City, the sight quickly sent the entire city into an uproar. The adventure teams that made a living by delivering items were green with envy as they looked at the transport carriages. Transport carriages might not seem particularly important in the game right now, as players could simply store items inside their bag spaces and teleport to other cities. However, as players reached higher levels, transport carriages would become increasingly relevant. The number of items that could not be stored inside players' bag space would increase as players progressed further into the game. Such non-bag space items were extremely valuable, and the only way to transport them was via transport carriages. Meanwhile, the adventure teams could purchase only horse-drawn transport carriages. On the other hand, the Secret Silver transport carriages had great lord, ranked, lightning-horned earth dragons pulling them. There was simply no comparison between the two. Just the aura of the earth dragons was enough to scare away the mobs one would normally come across out in the fields. Not to mention, the transport carriage itself was like a huge house. One could easily imagine how many non-bag space items the transport carriage could store in such a huge transport carriage. As expected of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, I wonder when our adventure team will be able to obtain a transport carriage like that? That's right. If we have a transport carriage like that, we can earn over 10 gold per delivery trip The adventure team members, seated on the advanced transport carriages, parked along the streets, cast covetous looks at the lightning-horned earth dragons. Currently, the minimum price in the delivery business for transporting a non-bag space item was 1 silver coin. The price scaled up depending on the distance traveled. Meanwhile, the adventure team members estimated that the secret silver transport carriage could carry over 100 non-bag space items. This assumption was because the advanced transport carriages they owned were only the size of an ordinary horse carriage, but could already carry a maximum of 60 non-bag space items. No matter how they looked at it, the house-sized transport carriages should be capable of transporting at least 100 non-bag space items. Only Shifeng knew that the value of the secret silver transport carriage was actually not the slightest bit inferior to a secret silver speedboat. The secret silver transport carriage could carry 350 non-bag space items and 30,000 bag space items. The 10 transport carriages lent to him this time were meant to convey the materials needed to carve special magic arrays. Each of these materials took up 1 non-bag space slot. Moreover, in terms of speed, the lightning-horned earth dragons were superior to even dark gold mounts. While the players on the streets were talking about the secret silver transport carriages, the lightning-horned earth dragons took only a few seconds to disappear from everyone's sight as they galloped toward the city's main gate. Although some members of large guilds tried to follow Shifeng and investigate his actions, their mysterious iron mounts could only eat the earth dragon's dust as they watched the secret silver transport carriages disappear from view. Sure enough, secret silver transport carriages are really fast. If Zero Wing can acquire one, transporting diamond wood and 7 luminaries crystals on land would be a lot easier. Shifeng could not help but be astonished as he looked at the scenery rapidly flashing by. If a transport carriage possessed such speed, even robbing it would become a very tough proposition. However, during his previous life, first-rate guilds would be very fortunate if they could acquire even bronze transport carriages, let alone secret silver transport carriages. After traveling for about half an hour, Shifeng arrived at a crossroads. He then stopped the caravan and had all the NPCs stand guard. Someone traveling from Starmoon City to Silverwing Town on a dark gold mount wouldn't be able to complete the journey even after traveling continuously for 5 or 6 days. Not to mention, one would have to cross many high-level regions during the journey. Fortunately, he was only setting up a trade route, so he didn't need to travel its entire length. All he had to do was connect some trade routes that previously were unconnected. By doing so, he would be able to bypass a few high-level regions and carve out a trade route to Silverwing Town that would come across monsters no higher than level 80. If this task were left to a first-timer, creating such a safe path without several days' worth of research would be impossible, due to a lack of familiarity with the existing trade routes of Starmoon Kingdom. Shifeng, however, knew the trade routes present within the kingdom like the back of his hand. After all, back when he was serving as Shadow's guild leader, he had been the one responsible for setting up the majority of the trade routes owned by Shadow. Hence, he was well aware of which existing trade routes would get him from Starmoon City to the borders of the Orc Empire safely and swiftly. Shifeng spent about 10 minutes to carve out a magic array in the middle of the crossroads. When he activated the magic array, a blue ripple spread out from the magic array and stopped only after covering a 30,000-yard radius. The monsters close to the crossroads immediately started distancing themselves from it. After a short moment, a safe path was established between the route he currently stood on and a nearby trade route. After completing this task, he led his caravan toward the nearest NPC town. He then used the teleportation array there to travel to another NPC town and continued connecting other independent trade routes. Throughout his journey, he caused quite a commotion across the entire Starmoon Kingdom. The various major powers based within the kingdom grew restless and confused at Shifeng's actions, unable to figure out what Zero Wing was trying to do. After running around for a day or so, Shifeng successfully created a new trade route that connected Starmoon City and the border between Starmoon Kingdom and the Orc Empire. For the remainder of the trade route, due to the absence of existing trade routes within the Orc Empire, Shifeng had no choice but to create an entirely new one by himself. When the various guild players grinding and questing in the Orc Empire's outer area saw the secret silver transport carriages approaching, they involuntarily gaped in shock. Compared to the lightning-horned earth dragons pulling the transport carriages, the level 60 orcs trying to stop the carriages were nothing more than jokes. The earth dragons sent every orc that stood in their path flying with a single headbutt. In the end, the lightning-horned earth dragons took only a brief moment to break through the blockade of several thousand orcs. Then, after reaching an empty section of the road, the convoy of carriages suddenly came to a halt. In the next moment, level 70-plus orcs and monsters appeared out of nowhere and charged at the cloaked man that just alighted from the lead carriage. The man was sporting a six-winged emblem. As the orcs and monsters closed in on the man, groups of NPCs got off the other carriages and took up a defensive formation. These NPCs were all level 80 and above, and even the weakest among them was Tier 2. Despite facing an army of several thousand monsters, these NPCs remained steadfast as they defended the cloaked man. Meanwhile, the dozen or so Tier 3 NPCs fighting in the front lines sent groups of Lord-ranked orcs and monsters flying with a casual attack. Among these NPCs was a golden-haired beauty that summoned a great Lord-ranked golden giant, which thoroughly suppressed the great Lord-ranked orc leading the assault on the caravan. Meanwhile, every offensive spell cast by the golden-haired beauty wrenched a cry of pain from the great Lord-ranked orc, whose HP decreased rapidly. The army of several thousand orcs and monsters were utterly helpless against this 100-man team. The monsters couldn't even get within 30 yards of Shifeng before dying at the NPC's hands. The horrific scene made the spectating guild players nearby shudder in fear. Meanwhile, the spectating guilds included the Blackwater Guild, which Shifeng was very familiar with. Currently, there was a 1,000-man team from Blackwater present, led by Singular Burial. At this moment, however, Singular Burial no longer had a tyrannical air around him. After suffering consecutive defeats, he had lost all his corporate backing, which left him in an extremely awkward position in the Blackwater Guild. Now he was only an inconspicuous elder in Blackwater. Moreover, he was only level 53 right now. He looked nothing like the almighty guild leader of Heaven's Burial. Who is that person? How is he able to control so many NPCs? Wait a minute. Isn't that female NPC one of Black Flame's personal guards? She is. That's Anna. Crap. Doesn't that mean that player is Black Flame? Not good. Black Flame is looking over. At this moment, when Blackwater's members looked at Shifeng, fear flooded their hearts because they were all fully aware that he could command the NPCs around him to reap their lives at a whim. Meanwhile, they would be utterly powerless to do anything about it. Chapter 1825. One success was built atop the sacrifice of thousands. Chapter 1825. One success was built atop the sacrifice of thousands. As the NPC Legion pushed back the approaching orc and monster army, a wall of corpses quickly formed on each side of the road. These NPCs are so strong, I get the feeling that this NPC team can even raid an ordinary guild town. I know, right? Just look at those Tier 3 NPCs going. They are throwing level 70-plus Great Lords with a single hit. Their individual combat power is likely even higher than Grand Lords of the same rank. Even if these Tier 3 NPCs aren't enough to raid a guild town, they're more than enough to kill every one of us. As expected of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert, with the ability to control so many powerful NPCs, Black Flame could easily annihilate armies of tens of thousands of players. It's no wonder why the various superpowers are helpless against Zero Wing. The various spectating guilds and adventure teams gulped as they watched the fight between the NPCs and monsters. Tier 2 NPCs were much stronger than Tier 2 players of the same level. Only peak experts with several pieces of epic equipment could possibly contend with an ordinary Tier 2 NPC. If Tier 2 players tried to face a Tier 2 NPC that was over 20 levels higher, they could only wait for their deaths. As for Tier 3 NPCs, they would only need a few moves to finish off Tier 2 players. If the targeted Tier 2 players lacked defensive capabilities, they might die after one hit. If these NPCs turn their blades against Tier 1 players like themselves, a single attack would be more than enough to kill several of them instantly. Blackwater's members are probably doomed. That's right. Blackwater has been picking a lot of fights with Zero Wing in the Orc Empire. Now that Black Flame has found some of Blackwater's members, he'll massacre them. The various large guilds members couldn't help but watch Blackwater's members with pity as they fought the local orcs. Nowadays, Blackwater and Zero Wing's members would fight whenever they came across each other in the fields. Although Blackwater currently had over 1,000 members present before the Sword King, the group was a joke. Furthermore, Black Flame had a team of level 80+ NPCs with him. This further reduced the chances of Blackwater's members escaping this place alive. Why is Black Flame here? We're doomed. We're doomed. Fear colored the faces of Blackwater's members as they watched Sherfong. They had experienced the man's might firsthand, so they knew just how powerful he was. Black Flame was truly unstoppable. He could easily single out and kill a specific player while surrounded by an army of tens of thousands. Although their team currently had over 1,000 well-equipped elite and expert players, Black Flame could annihilate them all by himself. Their only option was to run. If others heard their thoughts, they'd be a laughingstock. If 1,000 elite players simultaneously attacked a single expert, one move should be enough to end the battle. Even a peak expert would try to avoid a 1,000-man enemy elite team. How could a lone player possibly defeat an army of elite players? However, they knew very, very well that the likelihood of such a situation was high. Not only did Black Flame possess multiple large-scale destruction spells, but he also had ridiculous movement speed. He also had enough strength to contend with mythic monsters. In addition, he was capable of summoning powerful monsters. It wasn't an exaggeration to call Black Flame a one-man army. Damn it, why is he here? Singular Burial paled when he saw Sherfeng's cloaked figure. Looking at Sherfeng now, Singular Burial was no longer as confident as he had been in the past. He harbored no thoughts of fighting Sherfeng, as he knew that doing so would be a waste of energy. In fact, it would only lead to a quicker death. Singular Burial could not understand why Sherfeng had come to a backwater place like this. They were currently in the Orc Empire's outer region. For an expert of Sherfeng's caliber, only grinding or questing in the Empire's core would be worth his time. He had struggled to stabilize his standing in Blackwater. In the hopes of elevating his position in the guild, he had been doing his best to raise the Heaven's Burial members that had followed him to join Blackwater. Yet before his efforts could bear fruit, he had encountered Sherfeng. "Commander, what should we do?" Daybreak Fog revealed a somber expression when she saw Sherfeng as well. After Heaven's Burial disbanded and Flame Blood was crippled, over half of Heaven's Burial's main force members had chosen separate paths. Because of this, their positions in Blackwater had plummeted. Among their 1,000-man team, only 100 or so were experts. While this might be a high number compared to other 1,000-man elite teams, it was nowhere near enough to deal with Sherfeng. To Sherfeng, their experts were no different than the team's elite players. The swordsman could kill them all with one hit. "We don't have any other choice. Have everyone slowly retreat. We can't afford another loss. Get ready to use the Tier 3 group instantaneous teleportation scroll to send the main force away from this place. Everyone else should spread out and run." Absolutely do not fight, Black Flame, Singular Burial said, gnashing his teeth. The Tier 3 group instantaneous teleportation scroll was extremely valuable, an item he had obtained after completing a difficult team quest. It was also the only life-saving tool he had to save his team. However, the teleportation scroll could only teleport a maximum of 100 players. He couldn't transport his entire team. I understand. Daybreak Fog nodded. She then took a silver magic scroll from her bag and eyed Shifeng's every movement. If she noticed the slightest change, she'd activate the scroll immediately. However, Shifeng, who sat on the leading transport carriage, had finally finished carving an expulsion magic array on a crystal shard. He then tossed the crystal to the ground before him and started chanting an incantation. Very quickly, the crystal merged with the earth. A slightly incomplete magic array then formed beneath Shifeng's feet. Seeing this, Shifeng took out several light blue crystals to complete the array. Once complete, a blue ripple of light radiated out from the array. As if something had frightened them, the level 70-plus orcs and monsters, which had been busy fighting the NPCs, fled from the caravan. Even the orcs and monsters, several hundred yards away from the caravan, began to back away. The spectating crowd nearby stared with dropped jaws. What did he just do? The several thousand orcs and monsters that had previously occupied the road had retreated by over 500 yards, watching the road in terror. Every monster as far as the eye could see did the same. Not one dared to approach the road. Once Shifeng finished his work, he collected the leftover materials. As he returned to the transport carriage, he noticed a 1,000-man legion backing away from his position. Singular Burial? Shifeng quickly spotted Singular Burial among this 1,000-man legion. However, his old enemy watched him cautiously. Seeing this, Shifeng could not help but sigh inwardly. Currently, Singular Burial wore a mix of level 50 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Aside from the man's longbow, Shifeng could easily discern the rank of his other items. Looking at him now, it was hard to believe Singular Burial had once been the guild leader of an almighty guild in Starmoon Kingdom. This was the cruel reality of God's domain. In God's domain, one success was built atop the sacrifice of thousands. After a glance at Singular Burial, Shifeng climbed back onto his transport carriage and had the convoy continue down the road. If he did not complete the trade route quickly, the expulsion magic arrays he had already set up within the Empire would begin to disappear. This was the time limit players had to endure. The system would not allow players to take their sweet time when establishing a trade route. As for killing Singular Burial and the others, he had no interest in such a task. Moreover, with Singular Burial's current state, he didn't consider the man a threat. After realizing that Shifeng was leaving without a fight, Blackwater's members breathed a deep sigh of relief. Commander, Black Flame left. Daybreak Fog could not help but cry out with joy when she saw Shifeng drive his transport carriage away. When Shifeng had turned to look at them, she had nearly used the precious group instantaneous teleportation scroll out of anxiety. Yes, he left. Singular Burial wore an expression of mixed indignation and sadness as he watched Shifeng leave. He had noticed a hint of pity in Shifeng's eyes. This discovery had dealt an unprecedented mental blow. Is he trying to say that I don't even qualify to face him now?